In Puyang, there is a rich leading family, Tian by name, who number thousands, enough to populate a whole county by themselves. Make one of these people go to Cao Cao's camp with a pretended secret letter about Lu Bu's ferocity, and the hatred of the people, and their desire to be rid of him. End by saying that only Gao Shun is left to guard the city, and they would help anyone who would come to save them. Thus, our enemy Cao Cao will be unveiled into the city, and we will destroy him either by fire or ambush. His skill may be equal to encompassing the universe, but he will not escape.
Lu Bu thought this trick might be tried, and they arranged for the Tian family letter to be sent. Coming soon after the defeat, when Cao Cao felt uncertain what step next to take, the secret letter was read with joy. It promised interior help, and said the sign should be a white flag with the word rectitude written thereon.
"Heaven is going to give me Puyang," said Cao Cao joyfully.
So he rewarded the messenger very liberally, and began to prepare for the expedition. Then came Liu Ye, saying,
"Lu Bu is no strategist, but Chen Gong is full of guile. I fear treachery in this letter, and you must be careful. If you go, then enter with only a third of your army, leaving the others outside the city as a reserve."
Cao Cao agreed to take this precaution. He went to Puyang, which he found gay with fluttering flags. Looking carefully, he saw among them, at the west gate, the white flag with the looked-for inscription. His heart rejoiced. That day, just about noon, the city gates opened, and two bodies of soldiers appeared as if to fight. Gao Shun was the front commander, and Ho Cheng the rear commander. Cao Cao told off his general Dian Wei to oppose them. Neither body, however, came on to full engagement, but fell back into the city. By this move, Dian Wei and his troops had been drawn up close to the drawbridge. From within the city, several soldiers were seen taking any chance of confusion to escape and come outside. To Cao Cao, they said,
"We are clients of the Tian family,"
and they gave him secret letters, stating,
"The signal will be given about the first watch setting by beating a gong. That will be the time to attack. The gates will be opened."
So Cao Cao ordered Jia Hudun to march to the left and Cao Hong to the right. Cao Cao led the main army, together with Jia Huyuan, Li Dian, and Yue Jin, into the city. Li Dian pressed upon his master the precaution, saying,
"My lord should stay outside the city. Let us go in first."
But Cao Cao bade him be silent, saying,
"If I do not go, who will advance?"
And so, at the first watch, Cao Cao led the way. The moon had not yet risen. As he drew near the west gate, they heard a crackling sound, then a loud shouting, and then torches moved hither and thither. Next, the gates were thrown wide open, and Cao Cao, whipping up his steed, galloped in. But when he reached the state residence, he noticed the streets were quite deserted, and then he knew he had been tricked. Wheeling around his horse, he shouted to his followers to retire. This was the signal for another move. An explosion of a signal bomb was heard close at hand, and it was echoed from every side in a deafening roar. Gongs and drums beat all around with a roar like rivers rushing backward to their source, and the ocean boiling up from its depths. From two sides, east and west, came bodies of soldiers eager to attack, led by Lu Bu's generals Zhang Liao and Zhang Ba. Cao Cao dashed off toward the north, only to find his way barred by Hao Meng and Cao Xing. Cao Cao tried for the south gate, but met enemies led by Gao Shun and Ho Cheng. Cao Cao's trusty commander, Dian Wei, with fierce eyes and gritting teeth, at last burst through and got out, with the enemy close after him. But when Dian Wei reached the drawbridge, he glanced around behind him and missed his master. Immediately, Dian Wei turned back and cut an arterial alley inside. Just within, he met Li Dian.
"Where is our lord?"
cried Dian Wei.
"I am looking for him,"
said Li Dian.
"Quick, get help from outside!"
shouted Dian Wei.
"I will seek him!"
So Li Dian hastened for aid, and Dian Wei slashed his way in, looking on every side for Cao Cao. he was not to be found. Dashing out of the city, Dian Wei ran up against Yue Jin, who asked where their lord was.
"I have entered the city twice in search of him, but cannot find him," said Dian Wei.
"Let us go in together," said Yue Jin. They rode up to the gate, but the noise of bombs from the gate tower frightened Yue Jin's horse, so that it refused to pass. Wherefore Dian Wei alone went in, butting through the smoke and dashing through the flames. But he got in and searched on every side. When Cao Cao saw his sturdy protector Dian Wei cut his way out and disappear, leaving him surrounded, he again made an attempt to reach the north gate. On the way, sharply outlined against the glow, he saw the figure of Lu Bu coming toward him with his trident halberd, ready to kill. Cao Cao covered his face with his hand, whipped up his steed, and galloped past. But Lu Bu came galloping up behind him, and tapping him on the helmet with the halberd, cried, "Where is Cao Cao?" Cao Cao turned, and, pointing to a dun horse well ahead, cried,
"There, on that dun! That's he!"
Hearing this, Lu Bu left pursuing Cao Cao to gallop after the rider of the dun. Thus relieved, Cao Cao set off for the east gate. Then he fell in with Dian Wei, who took him under his protection and fought fiercely through the press, leaving a trail of death behind till they reached the gate. Here the fire was raging fiercely, and burning beams were falling on all sides. The earth element seemed to have interchanged with the fire element. Dian Wei, warding off the burning pieces of wood with his lance, rode into the smoke, making a way for his lord. Just as they were passing through the gate, a flaming beam fell from one gate tower. Cao Cao just warded it off with his arm, but it struck his steed on the quarters and knocked the steed down. Cao Cao's hand and arm were badly burned, and his hair and beard singed. Dian Wei turned back to his rescue. Luckily, Xiahou Yuan came along just then, and the two raised Cao Cao and set him on Xiahou Yuan's horse, and thus they got him out of the burning city. But they had to go through heavy fighting till daybreak. Cao Cao returned to his camp. His officers crowded about his tent, anxious for news of his health. He soon recovered, and laughed when he thought of his escape.
"I blundered into that fool's trap, but I will have my revenge," said he.
"Let us have a new plan soon," said Guojia.
"I will turn his trick to my own use. I will spread the false report that I was burned in the fire, and that I died at the 5th watch. He will come to attack as soon as the news gets abroad, and I will have an ambush ready for him in the Ma Ling Hills. I will get him this time."
"Really, a fine stratagem," said Guojia.
So the soldiers were put into mourning, and the report went everywhere that Cao Cao was dead. And soon Lu Bu heard it, and he assembled his army at once to make a surprise attack, taking the road by the Ma Ling Hills to his enemy's camp. As he was passing the hills, he heard the drums beating for an advance, and the ambushing soldiers leapt out all around him. Only by desperate fighting did he get out of the melee, and with a sadly diminished force returned to his camp at Luoyang. There he strengthened the fortifications, and could not be tempted forth to battle. This year locusts suddenly appeared, and they consumed every green blade. There was a famine, and in the northeast grain rose to 50 strings of cash a cart. People even took to cannibalism. Cao Cao's army suffered from want, and he marched them to Zhuancheng. Lu Bu took his troops to Shanyang. Perforce, therefore, the fighting ceased. In Shuzhou, Imperial Protector Tao Qian, over 60 years of age, suddenly fell seriously ill, and he summoned his confidant Mi Zhu to his chamber to make arrangements for the future. As to the situation, the advisor said,
Cao Cao abandoned his attack on this place because of the enemy's seizure of Yanzhou, and now they are both keeping the peace solely because of the famine. But Cao Cao will surely renew the attack in the spring. When Liu Bei refused to allow you to vacate office in his favor, you were in full vigor. Now you are ill and weak, and you can make this a reason for retirement. He will not refuse again."
So, a message was sent to the little garrison town of Xiaopei, calling Liu Bei to a council on military affairs. This brought him with his brothers and a slender escort. He was at once called into the sick man's chamber. Quickly disposing of the inquiries about his health, Cao Cao soon came to the real object of his call for Liu Bei.
"Sir, I asked you to come for the sole reason that I am dangerously ill and likely to die at any time. I look to you, illustrious sir, to consider the Hans and their empire as more important than anything else, and so to take over the symbols of office of this region, the commission and the seal, that I may close my eyes in peace."
"You have 2 sons. Why not depute them to relieve you?"
said Liu Bei.
"Both lack the requisite talents. I trust you will instruct them after I am gone, but do not let them have the guidance of affairs."
"But I am unequal to so great a charge."
"I will recommend to you one who could assist you. He is Sun Qian from Beihai, who could be appointed to some post."
Turning to Mi Zhu, Cao Cao said,
"The noble Liu Bei here is the most prominent man of the time, and you should serve him well."
Still would Liu Bei have put from him such a post, but just then the imperial protector, pointing to his heart to indicate his sincerity, passed away. When the ceremonial wailing of the officials was over, the insignia of office were brought to Liu Bei, but he would have none of them. The following days, the inhabitants of the town and country around crowded into the state residence, bowing and with tears, calling upon Liu Bei to receive the charge.
"If you do not, we cannot live in peace," said they.
To these requests his brothers added their persuasion, till at length he consented to assume the administrative duties. He forthwith appointed Sun Qian and Mi Zhu as his official advisers, and Chen Deng his secretary. He moved his army from Xiaopei to Shuzhou City, and he put forth proclamations to reassure his people. He also attended to the burial ceremonies. He and all his army dressed in mourning. After the fullest sacrifices and ceremonies, a burial place for the late imperial protector was found close to the source of the Yellow River. The dead man's testament was forwarded to court. The news of the events in Shuzhou duly reached the ears of Cao Cao, then in Chuancheng. Said he angrily,
"I have missed my revenge. This Liu Bei has simply stepped into command of the region without expending half an arrow. He sat still and attained his desire. But I will put him to death, and then dig up Cao Qian's corpse in revenge for the death of my noble father."
Orders were issued for the army to prepare for a new campaign against Shuzhou. But advisor Shun Yu remonstrated with Cao Cao, saying,
"The Supreme Ancestor secured the land within the pass, the area surrounding Chang'an, and his illustrious successor on the throne, Liu Xiu, took Hanei. They both first consolidated their position, whereby they could command the whole empire. Their whole progress was from success to success. Hence, they accomplished their great designs in spite of difficulties. Illustrious sir, your land within the pass and your Hanei are Yanzhou and the Yellow River, which you had first, and which is of the utmost strategic point of the empire. If you undertake this expedition against Shuzhou, leaving many troops here for defense, you will not accomplish your design. If you leave too few, Liu Bu will fall on us. And finally, if you lose this and fail again to gain Shuzhou, whither will you retire? That region is not vacant. Although Cao Qian has gone, Liu Bei holds it, and since the people support him, they will fight to the death for him. To abandon this place for that is to exchange the great for the small, to barter the trunk for the branches, to leave safety and run to danger. I would implore you to reflect well."
Cao Cao replied,
"It is not a good plan to keep soldiers idle here during such scarcity."
If that is so, it would be more advantageous to attack the eastern counties of Chencheng, Yingchuan, and Runan, and feed your army on their supplies. The remnants of the Yellow Scarves, He Yi and Huang Xiao, are there with stores and treasures of all kinds that they've amassed from plundering wherever they could. Rebels of their stamp are easily broken. Break them, and you can feed your army with their grain. Moreover, both the court and the common people will join in blessing you."
This new design appealed strongly to Cao Cao, and he quickly began his preparations to carry it out. He left Jia Hudun and Cao Ren to guard Juancheng, while his main body, under his own command, marched to seize Chencheng. This done, they went to Runan and Yingchuan. Now when the Yellow Scarves' leaders, He Yi and Huang Xiao, knew that Cao Cao was approaching, they came out in a body to oppose him. They met at Goat Hill. Though the rebels were numerous, they were a poor lot, a mere pack of beasts without organization and lacking discipline. Cao Cao ordered his strong archers and vigorous crossbowmen to keep them in check. Jian Wei was sent out to challenge. The rebel leaders chose a second-rate champion for their side, who rode out and was vanquished in the third bout. Then Cao Cao's army pushed forward, and they made a camp at Goat Hill. The following day, the rebel Huang Xiao himself led forth his army and made his battle array along a circle. A leader advanced on foot to offer combat. He wore a yellow turban on his head and a green robe. His weapon was an iron mace. He shouted,
"I am Man, the devil who shoots across the sky. Who dare fight with me?"
Cao Hong uttered a great shout and jumped from the saddle to accept the challenge. Sword in hand, he advanced on foot, and the two engaged in fierce combat in the face of both armies. They exchanged some 50 blows, neither gaining the advantage. Then Cao Hong feigned defeat and ran away. Man went after him. Just as he closed, Cao Hong tried a feint, and then suddenly, wheeling about, wounded his adversary. Another slash, and Man lay dead. At once, Li Jian dashed forward into the midst of the Yellow Scarves and laid hands on the rebel chief, Huang Xiao, whom he carried off captive. Cao Cao's troops then set on and scattered the rebels. The spoil of treasure and food was immense. The other rebel leader, He Yi, fled with a few hundred horsemen toward Kobe Hills. But while on their road thither, there suddenly appeared a force led by a certain swashbuckler, who shall remain nameless for the moment. This bravo was a well-built man, thick-set and stout, with a waist 10 spans in girth. He used a long sword. He barred the way of retreat. He Yi set his spear and rode toward him, but at the first encounter, the bravo caught He Yi under his arm and bore He Yi off a prisoner. All the rebels were terror-stricken, dropped from their horses, and allowed themselves to be bound. Then the victor drove them like cattle into an enclosure with high banks. Presently, Jian Wei, still pursuing the rebels, reached Kobe Hills. The swashbuckler went out to meet with him.
"Are you also a Yellow Scarf?"
said Jian Wei.
"I have some hundreds of them prisoners in an enclosure here."
"Why not bring them out?"
said Jian Wei.
"I will if you win this sword from my hand."
This annoyed Jian Wei, who attacked him. They engaged, and the combat lasted for 2 long hours, and then was still undecided. Both rested a while. The swashbuckler was the first to recover, and renewed the challenge. They fought till dusk, and then, as their horses were quite spent, the combat was once more suspended. In the meantime, some of Jian Wei's men had run off to tell the story of this wondrous fight to Cao Cao, who hastened in amazement, followed by many officers to watch it and see the result. Next day, the unknown warrior rode out again, and Cao Cao saw him. In Cao Cao's heart, he rejoiced to see such a doughty hero, and desired to gain his services. So, Cao Cao bade Jian Wei feign defeat. Dian Wei rode out to answer the challenge, and some 30 bouts were fought. Then Dian Wei turned and fled toward his own side. The bravo followed and came quite close, but a flight of arrows drove him away. Cao Cao hastily drew off his men for 1.5 miles, and then secretly sent a certain number to dig a pitfall, and sent troops armed with hooks to lie in ambush. The following day, Dian Wei was sent out with 100 horse. His adversary, nothing loath, came to meet Dian Wei.
"Why does the defeated leader venture forth again?"
cried he, laughing. The swashbuckler spurred forward to join battle, but Dian Wei, after a faint show of fighting, turned his horse and rode away. His adversary, intent upon capture, took no care, and he and his horse all blundered into the pitfall. The hookmen took him captive, bound him, and carried him before Cao Cao. As soon as he saw the prisoner, Cao Cao advanced from his tent, sent away the soldiers, and with his own hands loosened the leader's bonds. Then he brought out clothing and dressed him, bade him be seated, and asked who he was and whence he came.
"I am named Shu Chu. I am from Kiao. When the rebellion broke out, I and my relations of some hundreds built a stronghold within a rampart for protection. One day, the robbers came, but I had stones ready for them. I told my relatives to keep on bringing them up to me, and I threw them, hitting somebody every time I threw. This drove off the robbers. Another day they came, and we were short of grain, so I agreed with them to an exchange of plow oxen against grain. They delivered the grain and were driving away the oxen when the beasts took fright and tore off to their pens. I seized 2 of the oxen by a tail, 1 with each hand, and hauled them backwards 100 or so paces. The robbers were so amazed that they thought no more about oxen, but went their way. So they never troubled us again."
"I have heard of your mighty exploits," said Cao Cao. "Will you join my army?"
"That is my strongest desire," said Shu Chu.
So Shu Chu called up his clan, some hundreds in all, and they formally submitted to Cao Cao. Shu Chu received the rank of general and received ample rewards. The 2 rebel leaders, He Yi and Huang Shao, were executed. Runan and Ying Xuan were now perfectly pacified. Cao Cao withdrew his army and went back to Juancheng. Xiahou Dun and Cao Ren came out to welcome him, and they told him that spies had reported Yanzhou City to be left defenseless. Lu Bu's generals, Shui Lan and Li Feng, had given up on its garrison to plunder the surrounding country. They wanted him to go against it without loss of time. "With our soldiers fresh from victory, the city will fall at the tap of the drum," said they. So Cao Cao marched the army straight to the city. An attack was quite unexpected, but the 2 leaders, Shui Lan and Li Feng, hurried out their few soldiers to fight. Shu Chu, the latest recruit, said he wished to capture these 2, and he would make of them an introductory gift. The task was given him, and he rode forth. Li Feng, with his halberd, advanced to meet Shu Chu. The combat was brief, as Li Feng fell in the second bout. His colleague, Shui Lan, retired with his troops, but he found the drawbridge had been seized by Li Dian, so that he could not get shelter within the city. Shui Lan led his men toward Juye, but Lu Qian pursued and killed him with an arrow. His soldiers scattered to the 4 winds, and thus Yanzhou was recaptured. Next, Cheng Yu proposed an expedition to take Puyang. Cao Cao marched his army out in perfect order. The van leaders were Dian Wei and Shu Chu. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan led the left wing, and Li Dian and Yue Jin led the right wing. Yu Jin and Lu Qian guarded the rear. Cao Cao himself commanded the center. When they approached Puyang, Lu Bu wished to go out in person and alone to attack, but his advisor Chen Gong protested, saying,
"General, you should not go out until the arrival of the other officers."
"Whom do I fear?" said Lu Bu. So he threw caution to the winds and went out of the city. He met his foes, and he began to revile them. The redoubtable Shu Chu went to fight with him, but after 20 bouts, neither combatant was any the worse.
"He is not the sort that one man can overcome,"
said Cao Cao, and he sent Dian Wei to attack Lu Bu from another direction. Lu Bu stood the double onslaught. Soon after, the flank commanders joined in, Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan attacking the left, Li Dian and Yue Jin surrounding the right. Lu Bu had 6 opponents. These proved really too much for him, so he turned his horse and rode back to the city. But when the members of the Tian family saw him coming back beaten, they raised the drawbridge. Lu Bu shouted, "Open the gates! Let me in!" But the Tian said, "We have gone over to Cao Cao." This was hard to hear, and the beaten men abused them roundly before he left. Chen Gong got away through the east gate, taking with him the general's family. Thus, Puyang came into Cao Cao's hands, and for their present services, the Tian family were pardoned for their previous fault. However, Liu Ye said,
Lu Bu is a savage beast. If left alive, he will be a great danger. Hunt him down.
Liu Ye was ordered to keep Puyang, wherefore Cao Cao determined to follow Lu Bu to Dingtao, whither he had gone for refuge. Lu Bu, Zhang Miao, and Zhang Chao were assembled in the city. Gao Shun and other generals were out foraging. Cao Cao's army arrived, but did not attack for many days, and presently he withdrew 15 miles and made a stockade. It was the time of harvest, and he set his soldiers to cut the wheat for food. The spies reported this to Lu Bu, who came over to see. But when he saw that Cao Cao's stockade lay near a thick wood, he feared an ambush and retired. Cao Cao heard that Lu Bu had come and gone, and guessed the reason.
"He fears an ambush in the wood," said Cao Cao. "We will set up flags there and deceive him. There is a long embankment near the camp, but behind it there is no water. There we will lay an ambush to fall upon Lu Bu when he comes to burn the wood."
So Cao Cao hid all his soldiers behind the embankment, except 50 drummers, and he got together many peasants to loiter within the stockade, as though it was not empty. Lu Bu rode back and told Chen Gong what he had seen.
"This Cao Cao is very crafty and full of wiles," said the adviser. "Do not act."
"I will use fire this time and burn out his ambush," said Lu Bu. Next morning, Lu Bu rode out, and there he saw flags flying everywhere in the wood. He ordered his troops forward to set fire on all sides, but to his surprise, no one rushed out to make for the stockade. Still he heard the beating of drums, and doubt filled his mind. Suddenly he saw a party of soldiers move out from the shelter to the stockade. He galloped over to see what it meant. Then the signal bombs exploded. Out rushed the troops, and all their leaders dashed forward. Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Shu Chu, Dian Wei, Li Dian, and Yue Jin all attacked at once. Lu Bu was at a loss and fled into the open country. One of his generals, Cheng Lian, was killed by an arrow of Yue Jin. 2/3 of his troops were lost, and the beaten remainder went to tell Chen Gong what had come to pass.
"We would better leave," said Chen Gong. "An empty city cannot be held."
So Chen Gong and Gao Shun, taking their chief's family with them, abandoned Dingtao. When Cao Cao's soldiers got into the city, they met with no resistance. Zhang Chao committed suicide by burning himself. Zhang Miao fled to Yuanshu. Thus the whole northeast fell under the power of Cao Cao. He immediately tranquilized the people and rebuilt the cities and their defenses. Lu Bu, in his retreat, fell in with his generals, and Chen Gong also rejoined him, so that he was by no means broken. "I have but a small army, said Lu Bu, but still enough to break Cao Cao. And so he retook the backward road. Indeed, thus does fortune alternate, victory, defeat. The happy conqueror today, tomorrow must retreat. What was the fate of Lu Bu will appear later. Chapter 13. Li Jue and Guo Si duel in Chang'an. The emperor establishes Anyi as the new capital. The last chapter told of the defeat of Lu Bu and his gathering the remnant of his army at Dingtao. When all his generals had joined him, he began to feel strong enough to try conclusions with Cao Cao once again. Said Chen Gong, who was opposed to this course,
Cao Cao is too strong right now. Seek some place where we can rest for a time before trying.
Suppose I went to Yuan Shao, said Lu Bu.
Send first to make inquiries.
Lu Bu agreed. The news of the fighting between Cao Cao and Lu Bu had reached Jizhou, and one of Yuan Shao's advisors, Shen Pei, warned him, saying,
Lu Bu is a savage beast. If he gets possession of Yanzhou, he will certainly attempt to add this region to it. For your own safety, you should help to crush him.
Wherefore, Yuan Shao sent Yan Liang with 50,000 troops to destroy Lu Bu. The spies heard this, and at once told Lu Bu, who was greatly disturbed, and called in Chen Gong.
Go over to Liu Bei, who has lately succeeded to Zhu Zhou,
said Chen Gong. Hence, Lu Bu went thither. Hearing of Lu Bu's approach, Liu Bei said,
Lu Bu is a hero, and we will receive him with honor.
But Mi Zhu was strongly against receiving him, saying,
He was a cruel, bloodthirsty beast.
But Liu Bei replied,
How would misfortune have been averted from Zhu Zhou had he not attacked Yanzhou? He cannot have bad intention, now that he comes seeking an asylum.
Brother, your heart is really too good. Although it may be as you say, it would be well to prepare, said Zhang Fei.
Liu Bei, with a great following, met Lu Bu 10 miles outside the city gates, and the two chiefs rode in side by side. They proceeded to the residence, and there, after the elaborate ceremonies of reception were over, they sat down to converse. Said Lu Bu,
After Minister of the Interior Wang Yun and I plotted to slay Dong Zhuo, and my misfortune in Li Jue and Guo Si's sedition, I drifted about from one place to another, and none of the nobles east of the Huashan Mountains seemed willing to receive me. When Cao Cao with wicked ambition invaded this region, and you, sir, came to its rescue, I aided you by attacking Yanzhou, and thus diverting a portion of his force. I did not think then that I would be the victim of a vile plot, and lose my leaders and my soldiers. But now, if you will, I offer myself to you, that we may together accomplish great designs.
Liu Bei replied,
When the late imperial protector Tao Qian died, there was no one to administer Zhu Zhou, and I assumed that task for a time. Now, since you are here, General, it is most suitable that I step down in your favor.
Whereupon Liu Bei took the insignias and the seal of authority and handed them to Lu Bu. Lu Bu was on the point of accepting them when he saw Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who stood behind Liu Bei, glaring at him with angry eyes. So Lu Bu put on a smile and said,
I may be something of a fighting man, but I could not rule a great region like this.
Liu Bei repeated his offer, but Chen Gong said,
The strongest guest does not oppress his host. You need not fear, my lord.
Then Liu Bei desisted. Banquets were held and dwelling places prepared for his guest and his retinue. As soon as was convenient, Lu Bu returned the feast. Liu Bei went with his two brothers. Halfway through the banquet, Lu Bu requested Liu Bei to retire to one of the inner private rooms, whither Guan Yu and Zhang Fei followed him. There, Lu Bu bade his wife and daughter bow as to their benefactor. Here also, Liu Bei showed excessive modesty. Lu Bu said,
Good younger brother, you need not be so very modest.
Zhang Fei heard what Lu Bu said, and his eyes glared, shouting,
What sort of man are you that dares call our brother younger brother? He is of the ruling family, a jade leaf on a golden branch. Come out and I will fight you 300 bouts for the insult.
Liu Bei hastily checked the impulsive one, and Guan Yu persuaded him to go away. Then Liu Bei apologized, saying, "My poor brother talks wildly after he has been drinking. I hope you will not blame him." Lu Bu nodded, but said nothing. Soon after, the guests departed, but as the host escorted Liu Bei to his carriage, he saw Zhang Fei galloping up, armed as if for a fray.
"Lu Bu, you and I will fight that duel of 300 bouts,"
shouted Zhang Fei. Liu Bei bade Guan Yu to check him. Next day, Lu Bu came to take leave of his host.
"You, O Lord, kindly receive me, but I fear your brothers and I cannot agree, so I will seek some other asylum."
"General, if you go, the blame is mine. My rude brother has offended and must eventually apologize. In the meantime, what think you of a temporary sojourn at the town where I was encamped for some time, Xiaopei? The place is small and mean, but it is nearby, and I will see to it that you are supplied with all you need."
Lu Bu thanked him and accepted this offer. He led his troops there and took up residence. After he had gone, Liu Bei reproved Zhang Fei for what he did, and Zhang Fei did not again refer to the matter. That Cao Cao had subdued the region around the Shandong Mountains has been stated before. He petitioned the throne and was rewarded with the titles of General who exhibits firm virtue and Lord of Fei Ting. At this time, Li Jue and Guo Si were commanding the court. Li Jue made himself regent marshal, and his colleague Guo Si had styled himself Grand Commander. Their conduct was abominable, but no one dared to criticize them. Imperial Guardian Yang Biao and Minister Zhu Jun privately talked with Emperor Xian and said,
"Cao Cao has 200,000 troops and many capable advisors and leaders. It would be well for the empire if he would lend his support to the imperial family and help to rid the government of this evil party."
His Majesty wept, "I am weary of the insults and contempt of these wretches, and should be very glad to have them removed."
"I have thought of a plan to estrange Li Jue and Guo Si, and so make them destroy each other. Then Cao Cao could come and cleanse the court," said Yang Biao.
"How will you manage it?"
asked the emperor.
"Guo Si's wife, Lady Qiong, is very jealous, and we can take advantage of her weakness to bring about a quarrel."
So Yang Biao received instruction to act, with a secret edict to support him. Yang Biao's wife, Lady Kai, made an excuse to visit Lady Qiong at her place, and in the course of conversation said, "There is talk of a secret liaison between the general, your husband, and the wife of Minister Li Jue. It is a great secret, but if Minister Li Jue knew it, he might try to harm your husband. I think you ought to have very little to do with that family." Lady Qiong was surprised, but said, "I have wondered why he has been sleeping away from home lately, but I did not think there was anything shameful connected with it. I would never have known had you not spoken. I must put a stop to it." By and by, when Lady Kai took her leave, Lady Qiong thanked her warmly for the information she had been given. Some days passed, and Guo Si was going over to the dwelling of Li Jue for dinner. Lady Qiong did not wish him to go, and said, "This Li Jue is very deep, and one cannot fathom his designs. You two are not of equal rank, and if he made away with you, what would become of your poor handmaid?" Guo Si paid no attention, and his wife could not prevail on him to stay at home. Late in the afternoon, some presents arrived from Li Jue's palace, and Lady Qiong secretly put poison into the delicacies before she set them before her lord. Guo Si was going to taste at once, but she said, "It is unwise to consume things that come from outside. Let us try on a dog first." They did, and the dog died. This incident made Guo Si doubt the kindly intentions of his colleague. One day, at the close of business at court, Li Jue invited Guo Si to his palace. After Guo Si arrived home in the evening, rather the worse for too much wine, he was seized with a colic. His wife said she suspected poison, and hastily administered an emetic, which relieved the pain. Guo Si began to feel angry, saying,
"We did everything together and helped each other always. Now he wants to injure me. If I do not get the first blow, I shall suffer some injury."
So Guo Si began to prepare his guards for any sudden emergency. This was told to Li Jue, and he in turn grew angry, saying,
So Guosi is doing so-and-so.
Then Li Jue got his guards under way and came to attack Guosi. Both houses had 10,000, and the quarrel became so serious that they fought a pitched battle under the city walls. When that was over, both sides turned to plundering the people. Then a nephew of Li Jue, Li Xian, suddenly surrounded the palace, put the emperor and empress in 2 carriages, and assigned Xiao Shu and Zhuo Ling to carry them off. The palace attendants were made to follow them on foot. As they went out of the rear gate, they met Guosi's army, which began to shoot at the cavalcade with arrows. They killed many attendants before Li Jue's army forced them to retire. The carriages got out of the palace and eventually reached Li Jue's camp, while Guosi's soldiers plundered the palace and carried off all the women left there to their camp. Then the palace was set on fire. As soon as Guosi heard the whereabouts of the emperor, he came over to attack the camp of Li Jue. The emperor, between these 2 opposing factions, was greatly alarmed. Slowly the Hans had declined, but renewed their vigor with Liu Shu. 12 were the rulers before him, followed him also 12 others. Foolish were 2 of the latest, dangers surrounding the altars. These were degenerate days, with authority given to eunuchs. Then did He Jin, the simple, the inept, who commanded the army, warriors call to the capital, wishing to drive out the vermin. Though they drove out the leopards, tigers and wolves quickly entered. All kinds of evil were wrought by a low-class creature from Jizhou. Wang Yun, honest of heart, beguiled this wretch with a woman. Much desired of his henchmen, thus sowing seeds of dissension. Strife resulted, and peace no longer dwelt in the empire. No one suspected that Li Jue and Guosi would continue the evil, much to the sorrow of the Middle Kingdom, yet they stove for a trifle. Famine stalked in the palace, grief for the clashing of weapons. Why did the warlords strive? Why was the land thus partitioned? They had turned aside from the way appointed of heaven. Kings must ponder these things. Heavy the burden lies on them. Chiefest in all the realm, theirs is no common appointment. Should the king falter or fail, calamities fall on the multitude people. The empire is drenched with their blood. Grisly ruin surrounds them. Steeped in sorrow and sad, read you the ancient records. Long is the tale of years. The tale of sorrow is longer. Wherefore one who would rule chiefly must exercise forethought. This and a keen-edged blade. These must suffice to maintain one. Guosi's army arrived, and Li Jue went out to give battle. Guosi's troops had no success and retired. Then Li Jue removed the imperial captives to Mei Wo, with his nephew Li Xian as jailer. Supplies were reduced, and famine showed itself on the faces of the eunuchs. The emperor sent to Li Jue to request 5 carts of rice and 5 sets of bullock bones for his attendants. Li Jue angrily replied,
The court gets food all morning and evening. Why do they ask for more?
He sent putrid meat and rotten grain. The emperor was very vexed at the new insult, uttering,
How dare the rebels do that to me?
Court counselor Yan Qi advised patience, saying,
Li Jue is a base creature, but under the present circumstances, your majesty must put up with it. You may not provoke him.
The emperor bowed and was silent, but the tears fell on his garments. Suddenly, someone came in with the tidings.
A force of cavalry! The sabers glittering in the sun are approaching to rescue the chariot.
Then they heard the gongs beat and the roll of the drums. The emperor sent to find out who it was, but it was Guosi, and the sadness fell again. Presently arose a great din, for Li Jue had gone out to do battle with Guosi, whom he abused by name.
I treated you well, so why did you try to kill me?
Said Li Jue.
You are a rebel. Why should I not slay you?
Cried Guosi.
You call me a rebel when I am guarding the emperor.
You have abducted him. Do you call that guarding?
Why so many words? Let us forego a battle and settle the matter in single combat. The winner to take the emperor and go.
The two generals fought in front of their armies, but neither could prevail over the other. Then they saw young Biao come riding up to them, crying,
"Rest a while, O commanders, for I have invited a party of officers to arrange a peace."
Wherefore, the two leaders retired to their camps. Soon, Yang Biao, Zhu Jun, and 60 other officials came to Guoxi's camp. They were all thrown into confinement.
"We came with good intentions," they moaned. "Why are we treated like this?" "Li Jue has run off with the emperor. I have to have the officers," said Guoxi. "What does it mean? One has the emperor, the other his officers. What do you want?" said Yang Biao.
Guoxi lost patience and drew his sword, but General Yang Mi persuaded him not to slay the speaker. Then Guoxi released Yang Biao and Zhu Jun, but kept the others in the camp.
"Here we are, 2 officers of the throne, and we cannot help our lord. We have been born in vain," said Yang Biao to Zhu Jun.
Throwing their arms about each other, they wept and fell swooning to the earth. Zhu Jun went home, fell seriously ill, and died. Thereafter, the two adversaries fought every day for nearly 3 months, each losing many soldiers. Now Li Jue was irreligious and practiced magic. He often called witches to beat drums and summon spirits, even when in camp. Jia Shu used to remonstrate with him, but quite uselessly. Yan Qi said to the emperor,
"That Jia Shu, although a friend of Li Jue, never seems to have lost the sense of loyalty to your majesty."
Soon after, Jia Shu himself arrived. The emperor sent away his attendants, and said to Jia Shu, weeping the while, "Can you not pity the Hans and help me?" Jia Shu prostrated himself, saying, "That is my dearest wish, but sire, say no more. Let thy servant work out a plan." The emperor dried his tears, and soon Li Jue came in. He wore a sword by his side and stood straight up to the emperor, whose face became the color of clay. Then Li Jue spoke.
"Guoxi has failed in his duty and imprisoned the court officers. He wished to slay your majesty, and you would have been captured if not for me."
The emperor joined his hands together in salute and thanked Li Jue. Li Jue went away. Before long, Huang Fu Li entered. The emperor, knowing him as a man of persuasive tongue, and that he came from the same county as Li Jue, bade him to go to both factions and try to arrange a peace. Huang Fu Li accepted the mission, and first went to Guoxi, who said,
"I would release the officers if Li Jue would restore the emperor to full liberty."
Huang Fu Li then went to the other side. To Li Jue, he said,
"Since I am a Zhiliang man, the emperor and the officers have selected me to make peace between you and your adversary. Guoxi has consented to cease the quarrel. Will you agree to peace?" "I overthrew Lu Bu, have upheld the government for 4 years, and have many great services to my credit, as all the world knows. That other fellow, that horse thief, has dared to seize the officers of state, and to set himself up against me. I have sworn to slay him. Look around you. Do not think my army large enough to break him."
"It does not follow," said Huang Fu Li.
"In ancient days in Yokyong, Ho Yi, proud of and confident in his archer's skill, gave no thought to others and governed alone, and so he perished. Lately, you yourself have seen the powerful Dong Zhuo betrayed by Lu Bu, who had received many benefits at his hands. In no time, Dong Zhuo's head was hanging over the gate. So you see, mere force is not enough to ensure safety. Now you are a general, with the axes and whips and all the symbols of rank and high office. Your descendants and all your clan occupy distinguished positions. You must confess that the state has rewarded you liberally. True, Guoxi has seized the officers of state, but you have done the same to the most revered. Who is worse than the other?"
Li Jue angrily drew his sword and shouted,
"Did the Son of Heaven send you to mock and shame me?"
But his commander, Yang Feng, checked him.
Guoxi is still alive, said Yang Feng, and to slay the imperial messenger would give him a popular excuse to raise an army against you, and all the nobles would join him.
Jia Shu also persuaded Li Jue, and gradually his wrath cooled down. Huang Fu Li was urged to go away. But Huang Fu Li would not be satisfied with failure. As he went out of the camp, he cried loudly,
Li Jue will not obey the emperor's command. He will kill his prince to set up himself.
Counselor Hu Miao tried to shut Huang Fu Li's mouth, saying,
Do not utter such words. You will only bring hurt upon yourself.
But Huang Fu Li shrieked at him also, saying,
You also are an officer of state, and yet even back up the rebel. When the prince is put to shame, the minister dies. That is our code. If it be my lot to suffer death at the hands of Li Jue, so be it.
And Huang Fu Li maintained a torrent of abuse. The emperor heard of the incident, called in Huang Fu Li, and sent him away to his own country of Xinjiang. Now more than half of Li Jue's troops were from Xiliang, and he had also the assistance of the Qiangs, the northern tribespeople beyond the border. When Huang Fu Li spread that Li Jue was a rebel, and so were those who helped him, and that there would be a day of heavy reckoning, those stories disturbed the soldiers. Li Jue sent one of his officers, General Wang Chan of the Tiger Army, to arrest Huang Fu Li. But Wang Chan had a sense of right and esteemed Huang Fu Li as an honorable man. Instead of carrying out the orders, Wang Chan returned to say Huang Fu Li could not be found. Meanwhile, Jia Shu tried to work on the feelings of the tribespeople. He said to them, The Son of Heaven knows you are loyal to him, and have bravely fought and suffered. He has issued a secret command for you to go home, and then he will reward you. The tribesmen had a grievance against Liu Jie for not paying them, so they listened readily to the insidious persuasions of Jia Shu and deserted. Then Jia Shu advised the emperor, Li Jue is covetous in nature. He is deserted and enfeebled. A high office should be granted to him to lead him astray. So the emperor officially appointed Li Jue regent marshal. This delighted him greatly, and he ascribed his promotion to the potency of his wise witches' prayers and incantations. He rewarded those people most liberally. But his army was forgotten, wherefore his commander, Yang Feng, was angry. Yang Feng said to General Song Guo, We have all taken the risks and exposed ourselves to stones and arrows in his service, yet instead of giving us any reward, he ascribes all the credit to those witches of his.
Let us put him out of the way and rescue the emperor, said Song Guo.
You explode a bomb within as a signal, and I will attack from the outside. So the two agreed to act together that very night at the second watch. But they had been overheard, and the eavesdropper told Li Jue. Song Guo was seized and put to death. That night, Yang Feng waited outside for the signal, and while waiting, out came Li Jue himself. Then a melee began, which lasted until the fourth watch, but Yang Feng got away and fled to Xi'an. But from this time, Li Jue's army began to fall away, and he felt more than ever the losses caused by Guo Xi's frequent attacks. Then came news that Zhang Ji, at the head of a large army, was coming down from Shangqi to make peace between the two factions. Zhang Ji vowed that he would attack the one who was recalcitrant. Li Jue tried to gain favor by hastening to send to tell Zhang Ji that he was ready to make peace, as did Guo Xi. So the strife of the rival factions ended at last, and Zhang Ji advised the emperor to go to Hangnong near Luoyang. The emperor was delighted, saying, I have longed to go back to the east. Zhang Ji was rewarded with the title of Commander of the Flying Cavalry, and was highly honored. Zhang Ji saw to it that the emperor and the court had a good supply of necessities. Guo Xi set free all his captive officers, and Li Jue prepared transport for the court to move to the east. Li Jue told off companies of his royal guard to escort the cavalcade. The progress was without incident as far as Jinfeng. Near Baling Bridge, the west wind of autumn began to blow with great violence, but soon, above the howling of the gale, was heard the trampling of a force of several hundred. They stopped at the bridge and barred the way.
Who comes?
Cried a voice.
The imperial chariot is passing. Who dares stop it?
Said Court Councilor Yang Qi, riding forward. Two generals of the barring party advanced to Yang Qi, saying,
General Guo Xi has ordered us to guard the bridge and stop all spies. You say the emperor is here. We must see him, and then we will let you pass.
So the pearl curtain was raised, and the emperor said,
"I, the emperor, am here. Why do you not retire to let me pass, gentlemen?"
They all shouted,
"Wan Sui, long life,"
and fell away to allow the party through. But when they reported what they had done, Guo Si was very angry, saying,
I meant to outwit Zhang Ji, seize the emperor, and hold him in Mei Wo. Why have you let him get away?
He put the 2 officers to death, set out to pursue the cavalcade, and overtook it at the county of Huaying. The noise of a great shouting arose behind the travelers, and a loud voice commanded,
Stop the train!
The emperor burst into tears.
"Out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth,"
said he. No one knew what to do. They were all too frightened. But when the rebel army was just upon them, they heard the beating of drums, and from behind some hills came into the open a cohort of more than 1,000 soldiers, preceded by a great flag bearing the name Han General Yang Feng. Having been defeated by Li Jue, Yang Feng fled to the foothills of Xi'an, and he went to offer his services as soon as he had heard of the emperor's journey. Seeing it was necessary to fight now, he drew up his line of battle. Guo Si's general, Sui Yong, rode out and began a volley of abuse. Yang Feng turned and said,
Where is Zhu Huang?
In response, out came a valiant warrior gripping a heavy battle axe. He galloped on his fleet bay, making directly for Sui Yong, whom he felled at the first blow. At this, the whole force dashed forward and routed Guo Si. The defeated army went back some 7 miles. Yang Feng rode forward to see the emperor, who graciously said,
"It is a service you have rendered. You have saved my life."
Yang Feng bowed and thanked him, and the emperor asked to see the actual slayer of the rebel leader. So Zhu Huang was led to the chariot, where he bowed and was presented as Zhu Huang of Hedong. The emperor recognized the achievement of the warrior. Then the cavalcade went forward, Yang Feng acting as an escort as far as the city of Huaying, the halting place for the night. The commander of the place, Duan Wei, supplied them with clothing and food. The emperor passed the night in Yang Feng's camp. Next day, Guo Si, having mustered his own troops, appeared in front of the camp, and Zhu Huang rode out to engage. But Guo Si threw his army out so that they entirely surrounded the camp, and the emperor was in the middle. The situation was very dire when help appeared in the person of a galloping general from the southeast, and the rebels fell away at his assault. Then Zhu Huang smote them, and so scored a victory. When they had time to see their helper, they found him to be Dong Cheng, the uncle of the emperor, or the state uncle. The emperor wept as he related his sorrows and dangers. Said Dong Cheng,
Be of good courage, sire. General Yang Feng and I have pledged ourselves to kill both the rebels Li Jue and Guo Si, and so purify the world.
The emperor bade them travel east as soon as possible, and so they went on night and day until they reached their destination, Hong Nong. Guo Si led his army back. Meeting Li Jue, he told Li Jue of the rescue of the emperor and whither they were going.
If they reach the Huashan Mountains and get settled in the east, they will send out proclamations to the whole country, calling up the nobles to attack us, and we and our whole clans will be in danger, said Guo Si. Zhang Ji is holding Chang'an, and we must be careful. There is nothing to prevent a joint attack on Hong Nong, during which we can kill the emperor and divide the empire between us, said Li Jue. Guo Si found this a suitable scheme. So their armies came together again in one place and united in plundering the countryside. As they proceeded to Hong Nong, they left destruction behind them. Yang Feng and Dong Cheng heard of the rebels' approach when they were yet a long way off, so Yang Feng and Dong Cheng turned back and decided to meet them at Dongjian. Li Jue and Guo Si had already made their plan. Since the loyal troops were few as compared with their own horde, they would overwhelm the loyal troops like a flood. So when the day of battle came, they poured out, covering the hills and filling the plains. Yang Feng and Dong Cheng devoted themselves solely to the protection of the emperor and empress.
The officials, the attendants, the archives and records, and all the paraphernalia of the court were left to care for themselves. The rebels ravaged Hongnong, but the two protectors got the emperor safely away into Shanbei. When the rebel generals showed signs of pursuit, Yang Feng and Dong Cheng had to play a double-edged sword. They sent to offer to discuss terms of peace with Li Jue and Guo Si. At the same time, they sent a secret edict to enlist help from the leaders of the White Wave rebels, Han Xian, Li Yue, and Hu Cai. The White Wave was a branch of the Yellow Scarves, and Li Yue was actually a brigand who had ravaged throughout the woods and hills. But the need for help was so desperate. These three, being promised pardon for their faults and crimes and a grant of official rank, naturally responded to the call, and thus the loyal side was strengthened so that Hongnong was recaptured. But meanwhile, Li Jue and Guo Si laid waste whatever place they reached, slaying the aged and weak, forcing the strong to join their ranks. When going into a fight, they forced these people soldiers to the front, and they called them the Dare-to-Die soldiers. Li Jue and Guo Si's force was overwhelming. When Li Yue, the White Wave leader, approached with his army, Guo Si bade his soldiers scatter clothing and valuables along the road. The former robbers could not resist the temptation, so a scramble began. Then Guo Si's soldiers fell upon the disordered ranks and did much damage. Yang Feng and Dong Cheng had to take the emperor away to the north. Li Jue and Guo Si pursued. Li Yue, leader of the White Wave, said,
"The danger is grave. I pray your majesty mount a horse and go in advance."
The emperor replied,
"I cannot bear to abandon my officers."
They wept and struggled on as best they could. The White Wave leader Hu Cai was killed in one attack. The enemy came very near, and the emperor left his carriage and went on foot. Yang Feng and Dong Cheng escorted him to the bank of the Yellow River. Li Yue sought a boat to ferry him to the other side. The weather was very cold, and the emperor and empress cuddled up close to each other, shivering. They reached the river, but the banks were too high, and they could not get down into the boat. So Yang Feng proposed to fasten together the horses' bridles and lower down the emperor slung by the waist. However, the empress's brother, Fu Dei, found some rolls of white silk from dead soldiers, and they rolled up the two imperial personages in the silk, and thus they lowered them down into the boat. Then Li Yue took up his position in the prow, leaning on his sword. Fu Dei carried the empress on his back into the boat. The boat was too small to carry everybody, and those unable to get on board clung to the cable, but Li Yue cut them down and they fell into the water. They ferried over the emperor and then sent back the boat for the others. There was a great scramble to get on board, and they had to chop off the fingers and hands of those who persisted in clinging to the boat. The lamentation rose to the heavens. When they mustered on the farther bank, many were missing. Only a dozen of the emperor's suite were left. Yang Feng found a bullock cart and transported the emperor and empress to Daiyang. They had no food, and at night sought shelter in a poor tile-roofed house. The cottagers gave them some boiled millet, but it was too coarse to be swallowed. Next day, the emperor conferred titles on those who had protected him. Li Yue was made general who conquers the north, and Han Xian was appointed general who conquers the east. The flight continued. Soon, two officers of rank came up with the cortege, and they bowed before His Majesty with many tears. They were Regent Marshal Yang Biao and Minister Han Rong. The Emperor and Empress lifted up their voices and wept with them. Said Han Rong to his colleague,
"The rebels have confidence in my words. You stay as guard of the Emperor, and I will take my life in my hands and try to bring about peace."
After Han Rong had gone, the Emperor rested for a time in Yang Feng's camp. But Yang Biao requested the Emperor to head for Anyi and make the capital there. When the train reached the town, they found it containing not a single lofty building, and the court lived in grass huts devoid even of doors. They surrounded these with a fence of thorns as a protection, and within this the emperor held council with his ministers. The soldiers camped around the fence. Now Li Yue and his fellow ruffians showed their true colors. They wielded the powers of the emperor as they wished, and officials who offended them were beaten or abused even in the presence of the emperor. They purposely sent thick wine and coarse food for the emperor's consumption. He struggled to swallow what they sent. Li Yue and Han Xian joined in recommending to the throne the names of convicts, common soldiers, sorcerers, leeches, and such people who thus obtained official ranks. There were more than 200 of such people. As seals could not be engraved, pieces of metal were hammered into some sort of shape. Now Han Rong went to see Li Jue and Guo Si. After listening to his vigorous persuasions, the two rebel generals agreed to set free the officials and palace people. A famine occurred that same year, and people were reduced to eating grass from the roadside. Starving, they wandered hither and thither, but food and clothing were sent to the emperor from the governor of Henei, Zhang Yang, and the governor of Hedong, Wang Yi, and the court began to enjoy a little repose. Dong Cheng and Yang Feng sent laborers to restore the palaces in Luoyang with the intention of moving the court thither. Li Yue was opposed to this. Dong Cheng argued,
Luoyang is the original capital, as opposed to the paltry town of Anyi. Removal would be but reasonable.
Li Yue wound up by saying,
You may get the court to remove, but I shall remain here.
But when the consent of the emperor had been given and a start made, Li Yue secretly sent to arrange with Li Jue and Guo Si to capture the emperor. However, this plot leaked out, and the escort so arranged as to prevent such a thing. Then they pressed on to the pass at Jiguan Hills as rapidly as possible. Li Yue heard this, and without waiting for his rebel colleagues to join him, set out to act alone. About the fourth watch, just as the cavalcade was passing Jiguan Hills, a voice was heard shouting,
Stop those carriages! Li Jue and Guo Si are here!
This frightened the emperor greatly, and his terror increased when he saw the whole mountainside suddenly light up. Indeed, the rebel party, erstwhile split in twain, to work their wicked will, now join three again. How the Son of Heaven escaped this peril will be told in the next chapter. Chapter 14. Cao Cao moves the court to Chuchang. Lu Bu night raids Suzhou. The last chapter closed with the arrival of Li Yue, who shouted out falsely that the army was that of the two arch-rebels, Li Jue and Guo Si, come to capture the imperial cavalcade. But Yang Feng recognized the voice of Li Yue and bade Zhu Huang go out to fight him. Xu Huang went, and in the first bout the traitor fell. The White Wave rebels scattered, and the travelers got safely through Jiguan Hills. Here, the governor of Henei, Zhang Yang, supplied them plentifully with food and other necessities, and escorted the emperor to Jidao. For his timely help, the emperor conferred upon Zhang Yang the rank of Grand Commander. Yang Feng moved his army to the northeast of Luoyang, and camped at Yewang. Capital Luoyang was presently entered. Within the walls, all was destruction. The palaces and halls had been burned. The streets were overgrown with grass and brambles and obstructed by heaps of ruins. The palaces and courts were represented by broken roofs and toppling walls. A small palace, however, was soon built, and therein the officers of the court presented their congratulations, standing in the open air among thorn bushes and brambles. The reign style was changed from prosperous stability to rebuilt tranquility, the first year, 196 A.D. The year was a year of grievous famine. The Luoyang people, even reduced in numbers as they were to a few hundreds, had not enough food to eat, and they prowled about, stripping the bark off trees and grubbing up the roots of plants to satisfy their starving hunger. Officers of the government of all but the highest ranks went out into the country to gather fuel. Many people were crushed by the falling walls of burned houses. At no time during the decadence of Han did misery press harder than at this period. A poem written in pity for the sufferings of that time says, "Mortally wounded, the white serpent poured forth its lifeblood at Mangdong hills. Blood-red pennons of war waved then in every quarter. Chieftain with chieftain strove and raided each other's borders. Midst the turmoil and the strife, the kingship even was threatened. Wickedness stalks in a country when the king is a weakling. Brigandage always is rife when a dynasty's failing. Had one a heart of iron, wholly devoid of feeling, yet one would surely grieve at the sight of such desolation." Regent Marshal Yang Biao memorialized the throne, saying,
"The decree issued to me some time ago has never been acted upon. Now, Cao Cao is very strong in the east of Huashang Mountains, and it would be well to associate him in the government, that he might support the ruling house."
The emperor replied,
"There was no need to refer to this matter again. Send a messenger when you will."
So the decree went forth, and a messenger bore it to the east of Huashang. Now when Cao Cao had heard that the court had returned to the capital, Luoyang, he called together his advisers to consult. Jun Yu laid the matter before Cao Cao and the council thus.
800 years ago, Duke Guan of Jin supported Prince Xiang of the declining Zhou dynasty, and all the feudal lords backed Duke Guan. The founder of the Hans, Liu Bang, won the popular favor by wearing mourning for Emperor Yi of Chu. Now Emperor Xian has been a fugitive on the dusty roads. To take the lead in offering an army to restore him to honor is to have an unrivaled opportunity to win universal regard. But you must act quickly, or someone will get in before you."
Cao Cao understood at once and prepared his army to move. Just at this moment, an imperial messenger was announced with the very command Cao Cao wanted, and Cao Cao immediately sent out. At Luoyang, everything was desolate. The walls had fallen, and there were no means of rebuilding them, while rumors and reports of the coming of Li Jue and Guo Si kept up a state of constant anxiety. The frightened emperor spoke with Yang Feng, saying, "What can be done? There is no answer from the east of Huashan, and our enemies are near." Then Yang Feng and Han Jian said,
"We, your ministers, will fight to the death for you."
But Dong Cheng said,
"The fortifications are weak, and our military resources small, so that we cannot hope for victory. And what does defeat mean? I can see nothing better to propose than a move into the east of the Huashan Mountains."
The emperor agreed to this, and the journey began without further preparation. There being few horses, the officers of the court had to march afoot. Hardly a bowshot out of the gate, they saw a thick cloud of dust, out of which came all the clash and clamor of an advancing army. The emperor and his consort were dumb with fear. Then appeared a horseman. He was the messenger returning from the east of Huashan Mountains. He rode up to the chariot, made no obeisance, and said,
"General Cao Cao is coming with all the military force of the east of Huashan. But hearing that Li Jue and Guo Si had again approached the capital, he has sent Xiahou Dun in advance. With Xiahou Dun are 10 capable leaders and 50,000 cavalry. They will guard your majesty."
All fear was swept away. Soon after, Xiahou Dun and his staff arrived. Xiahou Dun, Zhu Chu, and Yan Wei were presented to the emperor, who graciously addressed them. Then someone came to say a large army was approaching from the east, and at the emperor's command, Xiahou Dun went to ascertain who these were. He soon returned, saying they were Cao Cao's infantry. In a short time, Cao Hong, Li Dian, and Yue Jin came to the imperial chariot, their names having been duly communicated. Cao Hong said,
"When my brother Cao Cao heard of the approach of the rebels, he feared that the advance guard he had sent might be too weak.
So he sent me to march quickly for reinforcement.
General Cao Cao is indeed a trusty servant, said the emperor.
Orders were given to advance, Cao Hong leading the escort. By and by, scouts came to say that the rebels were coming very quickly. The emperor bade Xiahou Dun divide his force into two parts to oppose them. Xiahou Dun and Cao Hong's armies threw out two wings with cavalry in front and infantry behind. They attacked with vigor and beat off Li Jue and Guo Xi's cohorts with a severe loss of 10,000. Then Xiahou Dun and Cao Hong begged the emperor to return to Luoyang, and Xiahou Dun guarded the city. Next day, Cao Cao came with his great army, and having gotten them duly camped, he went into the city to audience. He knelt at the foot of the steps, but was called up hither to stand beside the emperor and be thanked. Cao Cao replied,
"Having been the recipient of a great bounty, thy servant owes the state much gratitude. The measure of evil of the two rebels is full, but I have 200,000 good soldiers to oppose them, and those soldiers are fully equal to securing the safety of your majesty and the throne. The preservation of the state sacrifice is the matter of real moment."
High honors were conferred on Cao Cao, and he was appointed commander of Capital District, Minister of War, and granted military insignia. The two rebels, Li Jue and Guo Xi, wished to attack Cao Cao's army while fatigued from its long march, but their advisor, Jia Zhu, opposed this, saying, "There is no hope of victory. He has both strong soldiers and brave leaders. Submission may bring us amnesty." Li Jue was angry at the suggestion, saying,
"Do you dare to dishearten the army?"
and he drew his sword on Jia Zhu, but the other officers interceded and saved the advisor. That same night, Jia Zhu stole out of camp and, quite alone, took his way home to his native village. Soon, the rebels decided to offer battle. In reply, Cao Cao sent out Zhu Shu, Cao Ren, and Yan Wei with 300 horsemen. These three leaders dashed into the rebels' army, but quickly retired. This maneuver was repeated again and again before the real battle array was formed. Then Li Xian and Li Bie, nephews of Li Jue, rode out. At once from Cao Cao's side dashed out Zhu Chu and cut down Li Xian. Li Bie was so startled that he fell out of his saddle. He too was slain. The victor Zhu Chu rode back to his own side with the two heads. When Zhu Chu offered them to the chief, Cao Cao patted him on the back, crying,
"You really are my Fan Kuai."
Next, a general move forward was made, Xiahou Dun and Cao Hong leading the two wings, and Cao Cao in the center. They advanced to the roll of the drum. The rebels fell back before them and presently fled. They pursued, Cao Cao himself leading, sword in hand. The slaughter went on till night. Tens of thousands were killed, and many more surrendered. Li Jue and Guo Xi went west, flying in panic like dogs from a falling house. Having no place of refuge, they took to the hills and hid among the brushwood. Cao Cao's army returned and camped again near the capital. Then Yang Feng and Han Xian said to one another,
"This Cao Cao has done a great service, and he will be the man in power. There will be no place for us."
So they presented to the emperor that they wished to pursue the rebels, and under this excuse withdrew their army and camped at Daliang. One day the emperor sent to summon Cao Cao to audience. The messenger was called in. Cao Cao noticed that the messenger looked remarkably well and could not understand it, seeing that everyone else looked hungry and famine-stricken. So Cao Cao said,
"You look plump and well, sir. How do you manage it?"
"Only this. I have lived meager for 30 years. Cao Cao nodded.
"What office do you hold?"
"I am a graduate recommended for filial piety and honesty. I had offices under Yuan Shao and Zhang Yang, but I came here when the emperor returned. Now I am one of the secretaries. I am a native of Dingtao. My name is Dong Zhuo." Cao Cao got up from his place and crossed over, saying,
"I have heard of you. How happy I am to meet you."
Then wine was brought into the tent, and Junyu was called in and introduced. While they were talking, a man came in to report that a party was moving eastward. Cao Cao ordered to find out who these people were, but Dong Zhuo knew at once. "They are the old leaders under the rebels, Yang Feng and the White Wave General Han Xian. They are running off because you have come, illustrious sir." "Do they mistrust me?" said Cao Cao. "They are not worthy of your attention. They are a poor lot." "What of this departure of Li Jue and Guo Si?" "Tigers without claws, birds without wings. They will not escape you very long. They are not worth thinking about." Cao Cao saw that he and his guest had much in common, so he began to talk of affairs of state. Said Dong Zhuo, "You, illustrious sir, with your noble army, have swept away rebellion and have become the mainstay of the throne, an achievement worthy of the ancient 5 protectors. But the officials will look at it in very different ways, and not all favorably to you. I think you would not be wise to remain here, and I advise a change of capital to Zhuchang. However, it must be remembered that the restoration of the capital has been published far and wide, and the attention of all the people is concentrated on Luoyang, hoping for a period of rest and tranquility. Another move will displease many. However, the performance of extraordinary deeds may mean the acquisition of extraordinary merit. It is for you to decide." "Exactly my own inclination," said Cao Cao, seizing his guest's hand. "But are there not dangers? Yang Feng at Daliang and the court officials?" "They are easily managed. Write to Yang Feng and set his mind at rest. Then say to the high officials plainly that there is no food in the capital here, and so you are going to another place where there is, and where there is no danger of scarcity. When they hear it, they will approve." Cao Cao had decided, and as his guests took leave, Cao Cao seized his hands once more, saying, "I shall need your advice in future affairs." Dong Zhuo thanked and left. Thereafter, Cao Cao and his advisers secretly discussed the change of capital. Court Counselor Wang Li, who was an astrologer, said to Liu Cai, royal clan recorder, "I have been studying the stars. Since last spring, Venus has been nearing the guard star in the neighborhood of the Measure, and the cowherd, the Great Bear and Vega, crossing the River of Heaven. Mars has been retrograding and came into conjunction with Venus in the Gate of Heaven, so that metal, Venus, and fire, Mars, are mingled. Thence emerge a new ruler. The era of the Hans is exhausted, and the ancient states of Jin and Wei must increase." A secret memorial was presented to the emperor, saying, "The mandate of heaven has its course, and the 5 elements, metal, wood, fire, and earth, are out of proportion. Earth attacking fire is Wei attacking Han, and the successor to the empire of Han is in Wei." Cao Cao heard of these sayings and memorials, and sent a man to the astrologer to say, "Your loyalty is well known, but the ways of heaven are past finding out. The less said, the better." Then Cao Cao discussed with Junyu. The adviser expounded the meaning thus. "The virtue of Han was fire. Your element is earth. Zhuchang is under the influence of earth, and so your fortune depends on getting there. Fire can overcome earth, as earth can multiply wood. Dong Zhuo and Wang Li agree, and you have only to bide your time." So Cao Cao made up his mind. Next day at court, he said, "Luoyang is deserted and cannot be restored, nor can it be supplied easily with food. Zhuchang is a noble city, resourceful and close to Luoyang, which is a grain basin. It is everything that a capital should be. I venture to request that the court move thither." The emperor dared not oppose, and the officials were too overawed to have any independent opinion, so they chose a day to set out. Cao Cao commended the escort, and the officials all followed. When they had traveled a few stages, they saw before them a high mound, and from behind this there arose the beating of drums. Then Yang Feng and Han Xian came out and barred the way. In front of all stood Zhu Huang, who shouted, "Cao Cao is stealing away the emperor!"
Cao Cao rode out and took a good look at this man. He seemed a fine fellow, and in his secret soul, Cao Cao greatly admired him, although he was an enemy. Then Cao Cao ordered Zhu Chu to go and fight Zhu Huang. The combat was battle-axe against broadsword, and the two men fought more than 100 bouts without advantage to either side. Cao Cao then beat the gongs and drew off his troops. In the camp, a council was called. Cao Cao said,
"The two rebels themselves need not be discussed, but Zhu Huang is a fine general, and I was unwilling to use any great force against him. I want to win him over to our side."
Then stepped out Man Chong, replying, "Do not let that trouble you. I will have a word with him. I shall disguise myself as a soldier this evening and steal over to the enemy's camp to talk to him. I shall incline his heart toward you." That night, Man Chong, duly disguised, got over to the other side and made his way to the tent of Zhu Huang, who sat there by the light of a candle. Zhu Huang was still wearing his coat of mail. Suddenly, Man Chong ran out in front and saluted, saying, "You have been well since we parted, old friend?" Zhu Huang jumped up in surprise, gazed into the face of the speaker a long time, and presently said,
"What? You are Man Chong of Shanyang. What are you doing here?"
"I am an officer in General Cao Cao's army. Seeing my old friend out in the front of the army today, I wanted to say a word to him, so I took the risk of stealing in this evening, and here I am." Zhu Huang invited Man Chong in, and they sat down. Then said Man Chong, "There are very few as bold as you on earth. Why then do you serve such as your present chiefs, Yang Feng and Han Xian? My master is the most prominent man in the world, a man who delights in wise people and appreciates soldiers, as everyone knows. Your valor today won his entire admiration, and so he took care that the attack was not vigorous enough to sacrifice you. Now he has sent me to invite you to join him. Will you not leave darkness for light and help him in his magnificent task?" Zhu Huang sat a long time, pondering over the offer. Then he said, with a sigh,
"I know my masters are doomed to failure, but I have followed their fortunes a long time and do not like to leave them."
"But you know, the prudent bird selects its tree, and the wise servant chooses his master. When one meets a worthy master and lets him go, one is very reckless." After a pause, Zhu Huang said,
"I am willing to do as you say," said Zhu Huang, rising.
"Why not put these two to death as an introductory gift?" said Man Chong.
"It is very wrong for a servant to slay his master. I will not do that."
"True. You really are a good man." Then Zhu Huang, taking only a few of his own horsemen with him, left that night and deserted to Cao Cao. Soon someone took the news to Yang Feng, who at the head of 1,000-strong horsemen set out to capture the deserter. As they drew close, Yang Feng called out,
"Betrayer! Stop there!"
But Yang Feng fell into an ambush. Suddenly, the whole mountainside was lit up with torches, and out sprang Cao Cao's troops, he himself being in command.
"I have been waiting here a long time. Do not run away,"
cried Cao Cao. Yang Feng was completely surprised and tried to draw off, but was quickly surrounded. Then Han Xian came to his rescue, and a confused battle began. Yang Feng succeeded in escaping, while Cao Cao kept up the attack on the two disordered armies. A great number of the rebels gave in, and the leaders found that they had too few men left to maintain their independence, so they betook themselves to Yuanshu. When Cao Cao returned to camp, the newly surrendered general was presented and well received. Then, again, the cavalcade set out for the new capital. In due time, they reached Zhushang, and they built palaces and halls, an ancestral temple and an altar, terraces and public offices. The walls were repaired, storehouses built, and all put in order. Then came the rewards for Cao Cao's adherents and others. Dong Cheng and 13 others were raised to the rank of lordship. All good service was rewarded. Certain others again who deserved it were punished,
all according to Cao Cao's sole decision. Cao Cao made himself Prime Minister, Regent Marshal, and Lord of Wuping. Zhun Yu was made Imperial Counselor and Chair of the Secretariat. Zhun You, Minister of War. Guo Jia, Minister of Rights and Religion. Liu Ye, Minister of Works. Mao Jie, Minister of Agriculture. And together with Ren Jun, they were put over the supervision of military farms and stores. Cheng Yu was appointed Lord of Dongping. Dong Zhuo, Magistrate of Luoyang. Man Chong, Magistrate of Zhuchang. Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Cao Ren, Cao Hong, Lu Qian, Li Dian, Yue Jin, Yu Jin, and Zhu Huang were all made commanders. Zhu Chu and Yan Wei, commanders of Capital District. All good service received full recognition. Cao Cao was then the one man of the court. All memorials went first to him and were then submitted to the throne. When state matters were in order, Cao Cao gave a great banquet in his private quarters to all his advisers, and affairs outside the capital were the subject of discussion. Then Cao Cao said, "Liu Bei has his army at Zhuzhou, and he carries on the administration of the region. Lu Bu fled to Liu Bei when defeated, and Liu Bei gave Lu Bu Xiaopei to live in. If these two agreed to join forces and attack, my position would be most serious. What precautions can be taken?" Then arose Zhu Chu, saying,
Give me 50,000 picked soldiers, and I will bring the Prime Minister their heads.
Zhun Yu said,
"Oh, leader, you are brave, but we must consider the present circumstance. We cannot start a sudden war just as the capital has been changed. However, there is a certain ruse known as rival tigers and one prey. Liu Bei has no decree authorizing him to govern the region. You, Sir Prime Minister, can procure one for him, and when sending it, and so conferring upon him the right in addition to his might, you can enclose a private note telling him to get rid of Lu Bu. If he does, then he will have lost a vigorous warrior from his side, and he could be dealt with as occasions serve. Should he fail, then Lu Bu will slay him. This is the rival tigers and one prey ruse. They will wrangle and bite each other."
Cao Cao agreed that this was a good plan, and he sent along a memorial for the formal appointment, which he sent to Liu Bei. Liu Bei was created General who conquers the East, Lord of Yicheng, and Imperial Protector of Zhuzhou as well. At the same time, a private note was enclosed. In Zhuzhou, when Liu Bei heard of the change of capital, he began to prepare a congratulatory address. In the midst of this, an imperial messenger was announced, and was met with ceremony outside the gate. When the epistle had been reverently received, a banquet was prepared for the messenger. The messenger said,
This decree was obtained for you by Prime Minister Cao Cao.
Liu Bei thanked him. Then the messenger drew forth his letter. After reading it, Liu Bei said, "This matter can be easily arranged." The banquet over, and the messenger conducted to his lodging to seek repose, Liu Bei, before going to rest, called in his counselors to consider the letter.
"There need be no compunction about putting him to death," said Zhang Fei. "Lu Bu is a bad man."
"But he came to me for protection in his weakness. How can I put him to death? That would be immoral," said Liu Bei.
"If he was a good man, it would be different," replied Zhang Fei.
Liu Bei would not consent. Next day, when Lu Bu came to offer congratulations, he was received as usual. He said, "I have come to facilitate you on the receipt of the imperial bounty." Liu Bei thanked him in due form, but then he saw Zhang Fei draw his sword and come up the hall as if to slay Lu Bu. Liu Bei hastily interfered and stopped Zhang Fei. Lu Bu was surprised and said, "Why do you wish to slay me, Zhang Fei?"
"Cao Cao says you are immoral and tells my brother to kill you," shouted Zhang Fei.
Liu Bei shouted again and again to Zhang Fei to go away, and he led Lu Bu into the private apartments out of the way. Then he told Lu Bu the whole story and showed him the secret letter. Lu Bu wept as he finished reading.
This is that miscreant's scheme for sowing discord between us.
"Be not anxious, elder brother," said Liu Bei. "I pledge myself not to be guilty of such an infamous crime." Lu Bu again and again expressed his gratitude, and Liu Bei kept him for a time. They remained talking and drinking wine till late. Asked Guan Yu and Zhang Fei later, "Why not kill him?" Liu Bei said, "Because Cao Cao fears that Lu Bu and I may attack him. He is trying to separate us and get us to swallow each other, while he steps in and takes the advantage. Is there any other reason?" Guan Yu nodded assent, but Zhang Fei said, "I want to get him out of the way, lest he trouble us later." "That is not what a nobleman should do," said his elder brother. Soon the messenger was dismissed and returned to the capital with a reply from Liu Bei. The letter only said the instruction would take time to plan and implement. But the messenger, when he saw Cao Cao, told him the story of Liu Bei's pledge to Lu Bu. Then said Cao Cao, "The plan has failed. What next?" Zhun Yu replied, "I have another trick called Tiger Against Wolf, in which the tiger is made to gobble up the wolf." "Let us hear it," said Cao Cao. "Send to Yuan Shu to say that Liu Bei has sent up a secret memorial to the throne, that he wishes to subdue the southern regions around the Huai River. Yuan Shu will be angry and attack him. Then you will order Liu Bei to dispose of Yuan Shu, and so set them to destroying each other. Lu Bu will certainly think that this is his chance and turn traitor. This is the tiger against wolf trick." Cao Cao thought this good, and sent the messenger with a false edict to Liu Bei. When this came, the messenger was received with all the ceremonies, and the edict ordered the capture of Yuan Shu. After the departure of the bearer, Liu Bei called Mi Zhu, who pronounced it a ruse. "It may be," said Liu Bei, "but the royal command is not to be disobeyed." So the army was prepared, and the day fixed. Sun Qian said, "A trusty man must be left on guard of the city." And Liu Bei asked which of his brothers would undertake this task. "I will guard the city," said Guan Yu. "I am constantly in need of your advice, so how can we part?" said Liu Bei. "I will guard the city," said Zhang Fei. "You will fail," said Liu Bei. "After one of your drinking bouts you will get savage and flog the soldiers. Besides, you are rash and will not listen to anyone's advice. I shall be uneasy all the time."
"Henceforth, I drink no more wine. I will not beat the soldiers, and I will always listen to advice," said Zhang Fei.
"I fear the mouth does not correspond to the heart," said Mi Zhu.
"I have followed my elder brother these many years and have never broken faith. Why should you be contemptuous?" said Zhang Fei.
Liu Bei said, "Though you say this, I do not feel quite satisfied. I will order advisor Chen Deng to help you and keep you sober. Then you will not make any mistake." Chen Deng was willing to undertake this duty, and the final orders were given. The army of 30,000 horse and foot left Shuzhou and marched toward Nanyang. When Yuan Shu heard that a memorial had been presented proposing to take possession of his territories, he broke out into abuse of Liu Bei.
"You weaver of mats! You plater of straw shoes! You have been smart enough to get possession of a large region and elbow your way into the ranks of the nobles. I was just going to attack you, and now you dare to scheme against me? How I detest you!"
So Yuan Shu at once gave orders to prepare an army of 100,000 under Ji Ling to attack Shuzhou. The two armies met at Shuyi, where Liu Bei was encamped in a plain with hills behind and a stream on his flank, for his army was small. Ji Ling was a native of the east of Huashang. He used a very heavy three-edged sword. After he had made his camp, he rode out and began abusing his opponents, shouting,
"Liu Bei, you rustic bumpkin! How dare you invade this land?"
"I have a decree ordering me to destroy the governor who behaves improperly. If you oppose, you will assuredly be punished," replied Liu Bei. Ji Ling angrily rode out, brandishing his weapon. But Guan Yu cried,
"Fool, do not attempt to fight!"
and Guan Yu rode out to meet him.
Then they two fought, and after 30 bouts, neither had an advantage. Then Ji Ling cried for a rest, so Guan Yu turned his horse away, rode back to his own array, and waited for Ji Ling. When the moment came to renew the combat, Ji Ling sent out one of his officers, Shun Zheng, to take his place. But Guan Yu said,
"Tell Ji Ling to come. I must settle with him who shall be tiger and who shall be deer."
"You are a reputationless leader and unworthy to fight with our general,"
replied Shun Zheng. This reply angered Guan Yu, who made just one attack on Shun Zheng and brought him to the ground. At this success, Liu Bei urged on the army, and Ji Ling's troops were defeated. They retired to the mouth of the river Huayin and declined all challenges. However, many of their troops were sent into Liu Bei's camp for harassment, and many of them were slain. The two armies thus stood facing each other. In Shuzhou, after Liu Bei had started on his expedition, Zhang Fei placed his colleague and helper, Chen Deng, in charge of the administration of the region, keeping military affairs under his own supervision. After thinking over the matter for some time, he gave a banquet to all the military officers, and when they were all seated, he made a speech.
"Before my brother left, he bade me keep clear of the wine cup for fear of accidents. Now, gentlemen, you may drink deep today, but from tomorrow wine is forbidden, for we must keep the city safe. So take your fill."
And with this, he and all his guests rose to drink together. The wine-bearer came to meet Cao Bao, who declined it, saying,
"I never drink, as I am forbidden of heaven."
"What? A fighting man does not drink wine?" said the host. "I want you to take just one cup."
Cao Bao was afraid to offend, so he drank. Now Zhang Fei drank huge goblets with all his guests on every hand, and so swallowed a huge quantity of liquor. He became quite intoxicated. Yet he would drink more, and insisted on a cup with every guest. It came to the turn of Cao Bao, who declined.
"Really, I cannot drink,"
said Cao Bao.
"You drank just now. Why refuse this time?"
Zhang Fei pressed him, but still Cao Bao resisted. Then Zhang Fei, in his drunken madness, lost control of his temper, and said,
"If you disobey the orders of your general, you shall be beaten 100 strokes."
And he called in his guards. Here Chen Deng interfered, reminding him of the strict injunctions of his brother.
"You civilians attend to your civil business and leave us alone," said Zhang Fei.
The only way of escape for the guest was to beg remission, and Cao Bao did so.
"Sir, if you saw my son-in-law's face, you would pardon me."
"Who is your son-in-law?"
"Lu Bu."
"I did not mean to have you really beaten, but if you think to frighten me with Lu Bu, I will. I will beat you as if I was beating him," said Zhang Fei.
The guests interposed to beg him off, but their drunken host was obdurate, and the unhappy guest received 50 blows. Then, at the earnest prayers of the others, the remainder of the punishment was remitted. The banquet came to an end, and the beaten Cao Bao went away burning with resentment. That night, he sent a letter to Xiao Pei, relating the insults he had received from Zhang Fei. The letter told Lu Bu of Liu Bei's absence, and proposed that a sudden raid should be made that very night before Zhang Fei had recovered from his drunken fit. Lu Bu at once summoned Chen Gong and told him.
"Xiao Pei is only a place to occupy temporarily," said Chen Gong. "If you can seize Shuzhou, do so. It is a good chance."
Lu Bu got ready at once, and soon on the way with 500 cavalrymen, ordering Chen Gong and Gao Shun to follow him with the main body. Xiao Pei being only about 15 miles away, Lu Bu was under the walls at the 4th watch. It was clear moonlight. No one on the ramparts saw him. Lu Bu came up close to the wall and called out,
"Liu Bei's secret messenger has arrived."
The guards on the wall were Cao Bao's people, and they called him. Cao Bao came, and when he saw who was there, he ordered the gates to be opened. Lu Bu gave the secret signal, and the soldiers entered, shouting. Zhang Fei was in his apartment, sleeping off the fumes of wine. His servants hastened to arouse him, and told him an enemy had got the gates open. They said,
Lu Bu got in, and there was fighting in the city.
Zhang Fei savagely got into his armor and laid hold of his mighty octane serpent halberd. But as he was mounting his horse at the gate, the attacking soldiers came up. He rushed at them, but being still half intoxicated, made but a poor fight. Lu Bu, knowing Zhang Fei's prowess, did not press him hard, and Zhang Fei made his way, with 18 leading guards of Yan, to the east gate, and there went out, leaving Liu Bei's family to their fate. Cao Bao, seeing Zhang Fei had but a very small force, and was still half drunk as well, came in pursuit. Zhang Fei saw who it was, and was mad with rage. He galloped toward Cao Bao and drove him off after a few passes. He followed Cao Bao to the moat, and wounded him in the back. Cao Bao's frightened steed carried its master into the moat, and he was drowned. Once well outside the city, Zhang Fei collected his troops, and they rode off to the south direction. Lu Bu, having surprised the city, set himself to restore order. He put a guard over the residence of Liu Bei, so that no one should disturb the family. Zhang Fei, with his few followers, went to his brother's camp and told his story of treachery and surprise. All were greatly distressed.
Success is not worth rejoicing over. Failure is not worth grieving over,
said Liu Bei with a sigh. Where are our sisters? Asked Guan Yu.
They shared the fate of the city.
Liu Bei nodded his head and was silent. Guan Yu, with an effort, controlled his reproaches, and said, What did you say when you promised to guard the city, and what orders did our brother give you? Now the city is lost, and therewith our sisters-in-law. Have you done well? Zhang Fei was overwhelmed by remorse. He drew his sword to kill himself. He raised the cup in pledge. None might say nay. Remorseful, drew the sword, himself to slay. Zhang Fei's fate will be told in the next chapter. Chapter 15. Tai Shi Ci fights with the little prince. Sun Ce cuts short the White Tiger King. Zhang Fei was overwhelmed with regret, and about to end his life with his own weapon in Shu Yi. But Liu Bei rushed forward and caught Zhang Fei in his arms, snatched away the sword, and threw it on the earth. Liu Bei said, The ancients had a saying, Brothers are as hands and feet, wives and children are as clothing. You may mend your torn dress, but who can reattach a lost limb? We three, by the oath of the peach garden, swore to seek the same death day. The city is lost, it is true, and my wives and little ones, but I could not bear that we should die ere our course be run. Beside, Zhuzhou was not really ours, and Lu Bu will not harm my family, but will rather seek to preserve them. You made a mistake, worthy brother, but is it one deserving of death? And Liu Bei wept. His brothers were much affected, and their tears fell in sympathy. As soon as news of Lu Bu's seizure of his protector's region reached Yuan Shu sent promises of valuable presents to Lu Bu in order to induce him to join in a further attack on Liu Bei. The presents are said to have been 50,000 carts of grain, 500 horses, 10,000 ounces of gold and silver, and 1,000 rolls of colored silk. Lu Bu swallowed the bait and ordered Gao Shun to lead forth 50,000 troops. But Liu Bei heard of the threatened attack, so he made inclement weather an excuse to move his few soldiers out of Shu Yi for Guangling before the attacking force came up. However, Gao Shun demanded the promised reward through Jiling, who put Gao Shun off, saying,
My lord has gone away. I will settle this as soon as I can see him and get his decision.
With this answer, Gao Shun returned to Lu Bu, who could not decide what to do. Then came a letter from Yuan Shu.
Although Gao Shun went to attack Liu Bei was not destroyed, and no reward can be given until he is actually taken.
Lu Bu railed at what he called a breach of faith, and was inclined to attack Yuan Shu himself. However, his advisor, Chen Gong, opposed this course, saying,
"You should not. Yuan Shu is in possession of Zhou and has a large army, well supplied. You are no match for him. Rather ask Liu Bei to take up his quarters at Xiaopei as one of your wings, and when the time comes, let him lead the attack, both north and south. Then Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao will fall before you, and you will be very powerful."
Finding this advice good, Lu Bu sent letters to Liu Bei asking him to return. After the flight of Liu Bei, Yuan Shu attacked Guangling and reduced Liu Bei's force by half. When the messenger from Lu Bu came, Liu Bei read the letter. He was quite content with the offer, but his brothers were not inclined to trust Lu Bu.
"Such a dishonorable man must have a motive," said Guan Yu and Zhang Fei.
"Since he treats me kindly, I cannot but trust him," replied Liu Bei. So Liu Bei went back to Shuzhou. Lu Bu, feeling that Liu Bei might doubt his sincerity, restored Liu Bei's family to him, and when Lady Gan and Lady Mi saw their lord, they told him that they had been very kindly treated and guarded by soldiers against any intrusion, and provisions had never been wanting. "I knew he would not harm my family," said Liu Bei to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Fei was not pleased, and would not accompany his brothers into the city when they went to express their thanks. He went to escort the two ladies to Xiaopei. At the interview, Lu Bu said,
"I did not wish to take the city, but your brother behaved very badly, drinking and flogging the soldiers, and I came to guard it lest some evil should befall."
"But I had long wished to yield it to you," said Liu Bei. Thereupon, Lu Bu wished to retire in favor of Liu Bei, who, however, would not hear of it. Liu Bei returned and took up his quarters in Xiaopei, but his two brothers would not take the situation kindly, and were very discontented. Said Liu Bei, "One must bow to one's lot. It is the will of heaven, and one cannot struggle against fate." Lu Bu sent presents of food and other stuffs, and peace reigned between the two houses. In Shouchun, Yuan Shu had prepared a great banquet for his soldiers, when it was announced that Sun Ce had subdued Lu Gang, the governor of Luoyang. Yuan Shu summoned the victor, who made obeisance at the foot of the hall of audience. Yuan Shu, sitting in state, asked for details of the campaign, and then invited Sun Ce to the banquet. After the unhappy death of his father, Sun Jian, Sun Ce had returned to the lower region of the Great River, where he had devoted himself to peaceful ends, inviting to his side good people and able scholars. Afterward, when a quarrel broke out between his mother's brother, Governor Wu Jing of Dangyang, and the late imperial protector of Zhuzhou, Tao Qian, Sun Ce removed his mother with all the family to Kue, he himself taking service under Yuan Shu, who admired and loved him greatly.
"If I had a son like Sun Ce," said Yuan Shu, "I should die without regret."
Yuan Shu appointed Sun Ce commander and sent him on various expeditions, all of which were successful. After this banquet to celebrate the victory over Lu Gang, Sun Ce returned to his camp very bitter over the arrogant and patronizing airs of his patron. Instead of retiring to his tent, Sun Ce walked up and down by the light of the moon.
"Here I am, a mere nobody, and yet my father was such a hero!"
And he cried out and wept in spite of himself. Then, suddenly, appeared one who said, laughing loudly,
"What is this, Sun Ce? While your noble father enjoyed the light of the sun, he made free use of me. If his son has any difficulty to resolve, why does he not refer to me also, instead of weeping here alone?"
Looking at the speaker, Sun Ce saw that it was Zhu Ji, a native of Danyang, who had been in Sun Jian's service. Sun Ce then ceased weeping, and they two sat down.
"I was weeping from regret at being unable to continue my father's work," said Sun Ce. "Why stay here bound to the service of a master? The governor of Dangyang is in distress. Why not get command of an army under the pretense of an expedition to relieve Wu Jing, escape the shadow of Yuan Shu, and take control of Dangyang?
Then you can accomplish great things."
While these two were talking, another man suddenly entered, saying,
"I know what you two are planning, noble sirs. Under my hand is a band of 100 bold fellows ready to help Sun Ce in whatever he wishes to do."
The speaker was one of Yuan Shu's advisors, named Lu Fan from Runan. They three then sat and discussed schemes.
"The one fear is that Yuan Shu will refuse to give you the troops," said Lu Fan.
"I still have the imperial hereditary seal that my father left me. That should be good security." "Yuan Shu earnestly desires that jewel," said Zhu Ji. "He will certainly lend you troops on that pledge."
The three talked over their plans, gradually settling the details. Not many days after, Sun Ce obtained an interview with his patron. Assuming the appearance of deep grief, Sun Ce said,
"I have been unable to avenge my father. Now the imperial protector of Yangzhou, Liu Yao, is opposing my mother's brother, and my mother and her family are in danger in Kuei. Wherefore, I would borrow a few thousand fighting men and rescue them. As perhaps, illustrious sir, you may lack confidence in me, I am willing to deposit the imperial hereditary seal left me by my late father as a pledge."
"Let me see if you have it," said Yuan Shu. "I do not want the jewel, really, but you may as well leave it with me. I will lend you 3,000 troops and 500 horses. Return as soon as peace can be made. As your rank is hardly sufficient for such powers, I will petition to obtain for you a higher rank with the title of General who exterminates brigands, and you can soon start."
Sun Ce thanked his patron most humbly, and soon put the army in motion, taking with him his two new advisors and his father's generals, Zhu Ji, Lu Fan, Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, Han Dang, and others. When Sun Ce reached Linyang, he saw a body of troops in front of him, and at their head a dashing leader of handsome and refined mien. As soon as this commander saw Sun Ce, he dismounted and made obeisance. It was Zhou Yu from Shucheng. When Sun Jian was opposing the tyrant Dong Zhuo, he moved his family to Shucheng, where the Zhou family had lived. And as Zhou Yu and Sun Ce were of the same age all but 2 months, they became exceedingly good friends and sworn brothers, Sun Ce being the elder in virtue of his 2 months' seniority. Zhou Yu was on his way to visit Sun Ce's uncle, Governor Wu Jing of Dangyang, when the happy meeting took place. Naturally, Sun Ce confided his projects and inmost ideas to his friend, who at once said,
"I shall put my whole life and energy to serve you in reaching that grand goal." "Now that you have come, the design is as good as accomplished," said Sun Ce.
Zhou Yu was introduced to Zhu Ji and Lu Fan. Zhou Yu said,
"Do you know of the 2 Zhangs of Guangling? They would be most useful people in working out your schemes."
"Who are the 2 Zhangs?" said Sun Ce.
"They are men of transcendent genius who are living near here for the sake of tranquility in these turbulent times. Their names are Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong. Why not invite them to help you, brother?"
Sun Ce lost no time in sending letters and gifts, but they both declined. Then he visited them in person, was greatly pleased with their speech, and by dint of large gifts and much persuasion, got them to promise to join him. Sun Ce appointed them both counselors and generals. The plan for the attack on Yangzhou region was the next matter for discussion. The imperial protector Liu Yao was of Dong Lai, a scion of the imperial family and brother of the imperial protector of Yanzhou, Liu Dai. Liu Yao had long ruled in Yangzhou and headquartered in Shuchun. But Yuan Shu had forced him to flee to the southeast of the Great River. He retired to Kuei and was now battling with Wu Jing in Lingyang. Hearing of the meditated attack on him, Liu Yao summoned his generals to take counsel. Said General Zhang Ying,
"I will take an army and entrench at Nuzhu. No army can get past that, whatever its strength."
Zhang Ying was interrupted by another, who shouted,
"And let me lead the van."
All eyes turned to this man. It was Taishi Ci, who, after helping Kong Rong raise the siege of Beihai, had been bidden in a letter to come and serve Liu Yao. Hearing him offer to undertake the hazardous post of van leader, Liu Yao said,
"But you are still young and not yet equal to such a charge. Rather stay by my side and await my orders."
Taishi Ci withdrew in disappointment. Soon, Zhang Ying led his army to Niuzhu, where the stores of grain were located. When Sun Ce approached, Zhang Ying went to meet him, and the two armies faced each other above the Bullock Rapid. Zhang Ying roundly abused his opponent, and Wang Gai rode out to attack him. But before the combat had proceeded far, there arose an alarm of fire in Zhang Ying's camp. Zhang Ying turned back, and then Sun Ce advanced in full force, compelling the enemy to abandon their possession. The defeated general fled to the hills. Now the incendiaries who had brought about this result were two named Jian Qin from Shouchun and Zhou Tai from Chujiang, who in these turbulent times had got together a band of kindred spirits and lived by plundering the country along the great river. They knew Sun Ce by reputation as a man who treated able people very liberally and wished to join him. So they came with their band, 300 strong, and helped him in this way as an introduction. Sun Ce welcomed them and gave the leaders rank. After taking possession of stores of all kinds abandoned by the runaways, and enlisting 4,000 of those who surrendered into his own ranks, Sun Ce moved forward to attack Shen Ting. After his defeat, Zhang Ying returned to his master and told of his misfortune. Liu Yao was going to punish his failure by death, but listened to his advisers, who asked for mercy for the unfortunate man, and sent him to command the garrison in Lingling. Liu Yao himself set out to meet the invaders. He camped south of the sacred hills, while Sun Ce camped on the north side. Sun Ce inquired of the natives, "Is there a temple of Liu Shu, the founder of the latter Han, in the vicinity?" They said, "There is a temple to the south, on the summit of the hills." "I dreamed last night that Liu Shu called me, so I will go and pray there," said Sun Ce. But the counselor Zhang Zhao advised, "My lord, you should not go, as the enemy is on the other side, and you may fall into an ambush."
"The spirit will help me. What need I fear?"
So Sun Ce put on his armor, took his spear, and mounted, taking with him 12 of his commanders as an escort. They rode up the hills, dismounted, burned incense, and all bowed in the shrine. Then Sun Ce knelt and made a vow, saying, "If I, Sun Ce, succeed in my task and restore the authority of my late father, then I will restore this temple and order sacrifices at the 4 seasons." When they had remounted, Sun Ce said, "I'm going to ride along the ridge and reconnoiter the enemy's position." His commanders begged him to refrain, but he was obstinate, and they rode there together, noting the villages below. A soldier of the other side, going along a by-road, quickly reported the presence of horsemen on the ridge, and Liu Yao said, "It is certainly Sun Ce trying to inveigle us to battle, but do not go out." Taishi Ci jumped up, saying, "What better chance to capture him?" So, without orders, he armed himself and rode through the camp, crying, "If there be any valiant men among you, follow me." No one moved, save a low-ranking commander who said, "He's a brave man, and I'll go with him." So he also went. The others only laughed at the pair. Now having seen all he wished, Sun Ce thought it time to return, and wheeled around his horse. But when he was going over the summit, someone shouted, "Stay, Sun Ce!" Sun Ce turned. 2 horsemen were coming at full speed down the next hill. Sun Ce halted and drew up his little escort right and left, he himself with his spear ready. "Which one is Sun Ce?" shouted Taishi Ci. "Who are you?" was the reply. "I, Taishi Ci of Lai Huang, come to take him prisoner." "Then I am he," said Sun Ce, laughing. "Both of you come together. I'm not afraid of you. If I were, I would not be Sun Ce." "You and all your crowd come, and I will not blench," cried Taishi Ci, putting his horse at gallop and setting his spear. Sun Ce braced himself for the shock, and the battle began. 50 bouts were fought, and still neither combatant had the advantage. Sun Ce's commanders whispered to each other their admiration and amazement. Taishi Ci saw that the spearmanship of his opponent showed no weak point whereby he could gain the advantage, so he decided to resort to guile. Feigning defeat, he would lead Sun Ce to pursue. Taishi Ci, however, did not retire along the road by which he had come, but took a path leading around the hill instead of over it. His antagonist followed, shouting, "He who retreats is no worthy soldier." But Taishi Ci thought within himself,
"He has 12 others at his back, and I only one. If I capture him, the others will retake him. I will unveil him into some secret spot, and then try."
So, flying and fighting by turns, he led Sun Ce, an eager pursuer, down to the plain. Here, Taishi Ci suddenly wheeled about and attacked. Again they exchanged 100 bouts, without result. Then Sun Ce made a fierce thrust, which his opponent evaded by gripping the spear under his arm, while he himself did the same with his opponent's spear. Neither was wounded, but each exerting his utmost strength to pull the other out of the saddle, and they both came to the ground. Their steeds galloped off, and they knew not whither, while the two men, each dropping his spear, began a hand-to-hand struggle. Soon their fighting robes were in tatters. Sun Ce gripped the short lance that Taishi Ci carried on his back, while Taishi Ci tore off Sun Ce's helmet. Sun Ce tried to stab with the short lance, but Taishi Ci fended off the blow with the helmet as a shield. Then arose a great shouting. Liu Yao had come up with 1,000 soldiers. Sun Ce seemed now in sore straits. His 12 followers came, and each combatant let go his hold. Taishi Ci quickly found another steed, seized the spear, and mounted. Sun Ce, whose horse had been caught by Cheng Pu, also mounted, and a confused battle began between the handful of men on one side and a whole 1,000 troops on the other. It swayed and drifted down the hillside. However, soon Zhou Yu, leading his troops, came to the rescue, and as evening drew on, a tempest put an end to the fight. Both sides drew off and returned to camp. Next day, Sun Ce led his army to the front of Liu Yao's camp, and the challenge was accepted. The armies were drawn up. Sun Ce hung the short lance that he had seized from Taishi Ci at the end of his spear, waved it in front of the line of battle, and ordered his soldiers to shout, "If the owner of this had not fled, he would have been stabbed to death." On the other side, they hung out Sun Ce's helmet, and the soldiers shouted back, "Sun Ce's head is here already." Both sides thus yelled defiance at each other, one side boasting, the other bragging. Then Taishi Ci rode out, challenging Sun Ce to a duel to the death, and Sun Ce would have accepted. But Cheng Pu said,
"My lord should not trouble himself. I will take him."
And Cheng Pu rode forth.
"You are no antagonist for me," said Taishi Ci. "Tell your master to come out."
This incensed Cheng Pu, who rode at his opponent, and they fought 30 bouts. The duel was stopped by the gongs of Liu Yao.
"Why did you sound the retreat?" said Taishi Ci. "I was just going to capture the wretch."
"Because I have just heard that Kue has been captured. Zhou Yu led a surprise force thither, and Chen Wu was in league with him to betray the city. We have no home now. I will hasten to Mo Ling to get the help of Xue Li and Zhe Rong to retake the city."
The army retired, Taishi Ci with it, without being pursued. On the other side, Zhang Zhao said to Sun Ce,
"Zhou Yu's attack is the cause of this move. They are in no mood to fight. A night raid on their camp would finish them."
The army was divided into 5 divisions for the night surprise, and hastened toward the camp, where they scored a victory. Their opponents scattered in all directions. Taishi Ci alone made a determined stand, and as he could not withstand a whole army, he fled with 10 horsemen to Jingxian. Now Sun Ce had acquired a new adherent in the person of Chen Wu. He was a fighter of 7-span height, sallow of complexion, and red-eyed, an odd-looking man. But Sun Ce held him in high esteem, appointed him commander, and put him in the van of the attack on Xue Li. As van leader, Chen Wu and a dozen horsemen made a dash into the enemy's formation, where they slew 100 men. so Xue Li would not fight, but remained within his defenses. When Sun Ce was attacking the city, a spy came in with news that Liu Yao and Zhe Rong had gone to attack Niuzhu, which made Sun Ce move thither in haste. His two opponents were ready for battle. "I'm here," said Sun Ce. "You'd better give in." A general came out from behind Liu Yao to accept the challenge. It was Yu Mi. But in his third bout, Sun Ce made him prisoner and carried him off to the other side. Seeing his colleague thus captured, Fan Neng rode out to the rescue and got quite close, but just as he was going to thrust, all Sun Ce's soldiers shouted,
"There's a man behind you going to strike secretly."
At this, Sun Ce turned and shouted so thunderously loud that Fan Neng fell out of his saddle from mere fright. He split his skull and died. When Sun Ce reached his standard, he threw the prisoner to the ground, and Yu Mi was also dead, crushed to death between the arm and body of his captor. So in a few moments, Sun Ce had disposed of two enemies, one crushed to death and one frightened to death. Thereafter, Sun Ce was called the Little Prince. Liu Yao had suffered a defeat. The greater portion of his force surrendered, and the number of those slain exceeded 10,000. Liu Yao himself fled to Yuzhang and sought safety with Liu Biao, imperial protector of Jingzhou. An attack on Mo Ling was the next move. As soon as Sun Ce arrived at the moat, he summoned Commander Xue Li to surrender. Someone let fly a furtive arrow from the wall, which wounded Sun Ce in the thigh so severely that he fell from his steed. Hastily his officers picked up their wounded chief and returned to the camp, where the arrow was pulled out and the wound dressed with medicines suitable for injuries by metals. By Sun Ce's command, the story was spread abroad that the hurt had been fatal, and all the soldiers set up cries of lamentation. The camp was broken up. Xue Li, Zhang Ying, and Chen Heng made a night sortie, but fell into a carefully prepared ambush. Presently, Sun Ce himself appeared on horseback, shouting, "Sun Ce is here still!" His sudden appearance created such a panic that the soldiers dropped their weapons and fell on their faces. Sun Ce gave orders not to kill them, but their leaders fell. Zhang Ying from Chen Wu's spear thrust as he turned to run away. Chen Heng was killed by Jian Qing's arrow, and Commander Xue Li was slain in the turbulence. Thus, Sun Ce got possession of Mo Ling. Having calmed the people, he sent his soldiers away to Jinxiang, where Taishi Ci was in command. Taishi Ci had assembled 2,000 recruits in addition to his own troops for the purpose of avenging his master. Sun Ce and Zhou Yu, on the other hand, had consulted how to capture him alive. Zhou Yu planned,
"Attack the city on 3 sides, leaving the east gate free for flight. Some distance off an ambush shall be prepared. When Taishi Ci, his men fatigued and horses spent, shall fall an easy victim."
The latest recruits under Taishi Ci's banner were mostly hillmen and unaccustomed to discipline. Besides, the walls of the city were pitiably low. One night, Sun Ce ordered Shen Wu to strip off his long dress, leave his arms save a dagger, clamber up the ramparts, and set fire to the city. Seeing the flames spreading, Taishi Ci made for the east gate, and as soon as he got outside, Sun Ce followed in pursuit. The pursuit was maintained for some 15 miles, when the pursuers stopped. Taishi Ci went on as long as possible, finally halting to rest in a spot surrounded by reeds. Suddenly, a tremendous shouting arose. Taishi Ci was just starting when tripping ropes arose all around. His horse was thrown, and he found himself a prisoner. Taishi Ci was taken back to camp. As soon as Sun Ce heard the news, he himself rode out to order the guards to leave the prisoner, whose bonds he loosened with his own hands. Then he took off his own embroidered rope and put it on the captive. They entered the camp together. "I knew you were a real hero," said Sun Ce. "That worm Liu Yao had no use for such as you, and so he got beaten." Taishi Ci, overcome by this kindness and good treatment, then formally surrendered. Sun Ce seized his hand and said, laughing, "If you had taken me at that fight we had near the shrine, would you have killed me?" "Who can say?" said Taishitsi, smiling. Sun Ce laughed also, and they entered his tent, where Taishitsi was placed in the seat of honor at a banquet. Taishitsi said,
"Can you trust me so far as to let me go to muster as many as I can of the soldiers of my late master? Under the smart of this defeat, they will turn against him, and they would be a great help to you."
"Exactly what I most desire. I will make an agreement with you that at midday tomorrow you will return."
Taishitsi agreed and went off. All the generals said he would never return.
"He's trustworthy and will not break his word," said the chief.
None of the officers believed he would come back, but the next day they set up a bamboo rod in the gate of the camp, and just as the shadow marked noon, Taishitsi returned, bringing with him about 1,000 troops. Sun Ce was pleased, and his officers had to confess that he had rightly judged this man. Sun Ce thus marched his army to the southland, and his enemies fled or surrendered before his force. He had now several legions, and the southeast of the great river was his. He improved the conditions of the people and maintained order so that his adherents and supporters daily increased. He was called Sun Ce the Bright. When Sun Ce's army approached, the people used to flee in terror, but when it arrived and they saw that no one was permitted to loot and not the least attempt was made on their houses, they rejoiced and presented the soldiers with oxen and wine, for which they were in turn duly rewarded. Gladness filled the countryside. The soldiers who had followed Liu Yao were kindly treated. Those who wished to join Sun Ce's army did so. Those who preferred not to be soldiers were sent home with presents. And thus Sun Ce won the respect and praise of everyone and became very powerful. Sun Ce then settled his mother and the remainder of the family in Kue, setting his brother Sun Quan and Zhou Tai over the city of Xuancheng. Then he headed an expedition to the south to reduce Wu Jun. At that time, there was a certain Yan Bai Hu, or the White Tiger, who styled himself King of East Wu and ruled over Wu Jun. His armies stationed at Wu Cheng and Xiaxing. Hearing of Sun Ce's approach, Yan Bai Hu sent his brother Yan Yu with an army against Sun Ce, and they met at Maple Bridge. Yan Yu, sword in hand, took his stand on the bridge, and this was reported to Sun Ce, who prepared to accept the challenge. Zhang Hong tried to persuade him, saying,
"For as much as my lord's fate is bound up with that of the army, he should not risk a conflict with a mere robber. I wish that you would remember your own value." "Your words, O wise one, are as gold and precious stones, but I fear that my soldiers will not carry out my commands unless I myself share their dangers."
However, Sun Ce sent forth Han Dang to take up the challenge. Just as Han Dang reached the bridge, Jian King and Chen Wu, who had dropped down the river in a small boat, pushed under the bridge. Though arrows fell in clouds on the bank, the two men rushed up and fiercely attacked Yan Yu as he stood on the bridge. Yan Yu fled, and Han Dang went in pursuit, but Yan Yu smote up to the west gate of the city, into which he entered. Sun Ce laid siege to Wu Jun by both land and water. For 3 days no one came out to offer battle. Then at the head of his army, Sun Ce came to the west gate and summoned the warden. An officer of inconsiderable rank came out and stood with one hand resting on a beam, while, with the other, he gave point to his abuse of those below. Quickly, Taishitsi's hands sought his bow, and an arrow was on the string.
"See me hit that fellow's hand,"
said he, turning to his companions. Even as the sound of his voice died away, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow sped and lodged in the beam, firmly pinning thereto the officer's hand. Both sides, those on the wall and those below it, marveled and acclaimed at such marksmanship. The wounded man was taken away. When Yan Bai Hu, the White Tiger, heard of the exploit, he said,
"How can we hope to withstand an army with such leaders as this in it?"
And his thoughts turned toward peace. He sent his brother Yan Yu out to see Sun Ce, who received him civilly, invited him into the tent, and set wine before him.
"And what does your brother propose?"
said Sun Ce.
"He is willing to share his region with you,"
was the reply.
"The rat! How dare he put himself on a level with me? Cried Sun Ce. Sun Ce commanded to put the messenger to death. Yan Yu started up and drew his sword, but out flew Sun Ce's blade, and the unhappy messenger fell to the ground. His head was hacked off and sent into the city to his brother. This had its effect. Yan Baihu saw resistance was hopeless, so he abandoned Wu Jun and fled. Sun Ce pressed the attack. Huan Gai captured Jiaxing, and Taishi Ci took Wucheng. Several other southern cities also fell. The territory was quickly subdued. Yan Baihu rushed off toward Yuhang in the east, plundering on all sides, till a band of villagers under the leadership of one Ling Cao checked his career of robbery there. Yan Baihu then fled toward Kuai-ji. Ling Cao and his son then went to meet Sun Ce, who took them into his service, and appointed them commanders as a reward for their service, and the joint forces crossed the great river. The White Tiger Yan Baihu gathered his scattered forces and took up a position at Western Ford, but Cheng Pu attacked him there and scattered the defenders, chasing them as far as Kuai-ji. The governor of the place, Wang Lung, was on Yan Baihu's side and inclined to support him actively. But when Wang Lung proposed this, one of his officers stood forth, saying,
No, no, Sun Ce as a leader is humane and upright, while the White Tiger is a savage ruffian. Rather capture him and offer his person as a peace offering to Sun Ce.
The governor turned angrily toward the speaker, who was an official named Yu Fan from Kuai-ji, and bade him to be silent. Yu Fan withdrew, sighing deeply. The governor went to help the White Tiger, with whom he joined forces at Shanyin. Sun Ce arrived. When both sides were arrayed, Sun Ce rode out and addressed Wang Lang, saying,
Mine is an army of good soldiers, and my aim is to restore peace to this region, but you give your support to a rebel.
Wang Lang replied,
Your greed is insatiable. Having got possession of Wu Jun, you also want my territory. I shall avenge the Yans.
This response greatly angered Sun Ce. Just as battle was to be joined, Taishi Ci advanced, and Wang Lang came toward him, waving a sword. Before they had exchanged many passes, Zhou Jin dashed out to help Wang Lang. Thereupon, Huang Gai rode out to make the sides more equal. These latter two were just engaging when the drums rolled on both sides, and a general battle began. Suddenly, confusion was caused in the rear of Wang Lang's army by the sudden onslaught of a new small army. Wang Lang galloped off to see the attackers were Zhou Yu and Cheng Pu. Then an attack was made on his flank, so that he was in a hopeless position, and he and Yan Baihu and Zhou Jin, fighting desperately to cut an alley out, only just managed to reach the shelter of the city. The drawbridges were raised and the gates closed, and preparations made to sustain a siege. Sun Ce followed right up to the walls, and then divided his troops so as to attack all four gates. Seeing that the city was being fiercely attacked, Wang Lang was for making a sortie, but Yan Baihu opposed this as hopeless against so strong a force outside.
We can only strengthen our position and remain behind the shelter of the ramparts until hunger forces the besiegers to retire,
said Yan Baihu. Wang Lang agreed, and the siege went on. For several days, a vigorous attack was maintained, but with little success. In a council, Sun Jing, who is the uncle of Sun Ce, said,
Since they are holding the city with such resolution, it will be difficult to dislodge them, but the bulk of their supplies is stored at Chadu, distant only some 10 miles. Our best plan is to seize this place, thus attacking where the enemy is unprepared and doing what they do not expect.
Sun Ce approved, saying, My uncle's plan is admirable, and will crush the rebels. So he issued orders to kindle watchfires at all gates and leave the flags standing to maintain the appearance of soldiers in position, while the expedition went south. Zhou Yu came to utter a warning.
When you, my lord, go away, the besieged will surely come out and follow you. We might prepare a surprise for them.
Sun Ce replied, My preparations are complete, and the city will be captured tonight. So the army set out. Wang Long heard that the besiegers had gone, and he went up to the tower to reconnoiter. He saw the fires blazing, the smoke rising, and the pennons fluttering in the breeze as usual, and hesitated. Zhou Jin said,
"He is gone, and this is only a strategy. Let us go out and smite them."
Yan Baihu said,
If he has gone, it is to attack Chadu. Let us pursue.
"The place is our base of supply," said Wang Long, "and must be defended. You two lead the way, and I will follow with reserves."
So Yan Baihu and Zhou Jin went forth with 5,000 soldiers and drew near their enemy about the first watch, 7 miles from the city. The road led through dense forest. Then suddenly the drums beat, and lighted torches sprang up on all sides. Yan Baihu was frightened, turned his horse, and started to retreat. At once a leader appeared in front, whom, by the glare of the torches, he recognized as Sun Ce. Zhou Jin made a rush at him, but fell under Sun Ce's spear. The men surrendered. However, Yan Baihu managed to cut his way out and fled to Yuhang. Wang Long soon heard of the loss, and not daring to return to the city, fled in all haste to the coastal regions, and so Sun Ce got possession of the city of Kuai-ji. Order having been restored, a few days later, a man came bringing the head of the white tiger as an offering to Sun Ce. This man was a native of the county. He was of 8-span height, with a square face and wide mouth. His name was Dong Zhuo. Sun Ce appointed him commander. After this, peace reigned in all the southeast. Sun Ce placed his uncle Sun Jing in command of the city, and made Zhu Ji commander of Wujun. Then Sun Ce returned to his own place, south of the great river. While Sun Ce was absent, a band of brigands suddenly attacked Zhuan Cheng, left in the care of his brother Sun Quan and the leader Zhou Tai. As the onslaught was made on all sides at once, and in the middle of the night, the brigands got the upper hand. Zhou Tai took the youth in his arms and mounted a horse, but when the robbers came on with swords to attack him, he dismounted, and though without mail, met the robbers on foot and slew them as they came up. Then came a horseman armed with a spear, but Zhou Tai laid hold of the spear and pulled him to the earth. Next, Zhou Tai mounted the robber's horse, and thrusting this way and that with the spear, fought his way out. So Sun Quan was preserved, but his savior had received more than a dozen wounds. However, the bandits went away. These wounds, being due to metal, would not heal, but swelled enormously, and the brave soldier's life hung in the balance. Sun Ce returned and was deeply grieved. Then Dong Zhuo said,
"Once, in an engagement with some coastal pirates, I received many spear wounds, but a certain wise man named Yufan recommended a surgeon who cured me in half a month."
"Surely this must be Yufan of Kuai-ji," replied Sun Ce. "That is he. He is so called."
"Yes, a truly wise man. I would employ him."
So Sun Ce sent his 2 officers to invite Yufan, and he came at once. He was treated in most friendly fashion and appointed an official forthwith. Then the question of treating the wounded man was brought up.
"The surgeon is one Hua Tuo from Kiao, who has perfectly marvelous medicine skill. I will get him to come," said Yufan.
Shortly, the famous Hua Tuo arrived, a man with the complexion of youth and a snowy beard. He looked more like a saint who had passed the gates of this life. He was treated very warmly and taken to see the sick general's wounds.
"The case is not difficult," said the surgeon.
And he prepared certain drugs that healed the wounds within a month. Sun Ce suitably acknowledged his care and skill, and he was allowed to leave with rich rewards. Next, Sun Ce attacked the brigands and destroyed them, so restoring complete tranquility to the Southland. After this, he set garrisons at all the strategic points in the old state of Wu, and this done, informed the throne of what he had achieved. He came to an understanding with Cao Cao, and sent letters to Yuan Shu demanding the return of the imperial hereditary seal he had left in pledge. But Yuan Shu, secretly cherishing the most ambitious designs, wrote excuses and did not return the state jewel. In his own place, Yuan Shu hastily summoned about 30 of his officers to a council. Among them were advisor Yang Dajiang and generals Zhang Jun, Ji Ling, Qiao Rui, Lei Bo, and Chen Lan. Yuan Shu said,
Sun Ce borrowed an army from me and set out on an expedition which has made him master of the Southland. Now he says nothing of repayment, but demands the token of his pledge. Truly he is a bore, so what steps can I take to destroy him?
Yang Dajiang replied,
You cannot do anything against him, for he is too strongly placed. The great river is the shield. You must first remove Liu Bei in revenge for having attacked you without a cause. Then you may think about Sun Ce. I have a scheme to put the former into your hands in a very short time.
Yuan Shu went not to destroy the tiger, but instead, against a dragon, forth his enemy led. The means Yang Dajiang employed will be made plain in the next chapter. Chapter 16. In the camp gate, Lu Bu shoots the halberd. At River Yu, Cao Cao suffers a defeat. Advisor Yang Dajiang knew how to remove Liu Bei.
What is your plan of attack on Liu Bei?
Said Yuan Shu. Yang Dajiang replied,
Though Liu Bei, now camped at Xiaopei, could easily be taken, Lu Bu is strongly posted at the chief city nearby, and I think Lu Bu would help Liu Bei, if it was only for the grudge he bears against you for not having given him the gold and studs, grain and horses you promised. First of all, you should send Lu Bu a present, whereby to engage his affections and keep him quiet, while you deal with Liu Bei. You can see to Lu Bu after this is done, and Zhuzhou is yours.
Thereupon, 200,000 carts of millet were sent, with letters, by the hand of Han Yin. The gift pleased Lu Bu greatly, and he treated the messenger with great cordiality. Feeling sure of no trouble from that quarter, Yuan Shu sent off 100,000 troops against Xiaopei. The army was led by Ji Ling as commanding general, and Lei Bo and Chen Lan as generals. When Lu Bu heard these things, he called his officers to take counsel. Zhang Fei was for open war forthwith. But Sun Qian said, Our resources are too small. Therefore we must lay the position before Lu Bu and ask help.
Do you think that fellow will do anything?
Said Zhang Fei cynically. Liu Bei decided in favor of Sun Qian's proposal, and wrote as follows. Humbly I venture to remind you that I am here by your orders, and enjoy repose at the result of your kindness, extensive as the heavens. Now Yuan Shu, moved by a desire for revenge, is sending a force against this place, and its destruction is imminent, unless you intervene to save it. I trust you will send an army quickly to protect the town, and our happiness will be inexpressible. Receiving this, Lu Bu called in Chen Gong, to whom he said, I have just received gifts from Yuan Shu and a letter, with the intention of restraining me from helping Liu Bei. Now comes a letter from Liu Bei asking for help. It seems to me that Liu Bei, where he is, can do me no harm. But if Yuan Shu overcomes Liu Bei and comes to an understanding with the leaders around the Huashan Mountains, then the power of the north is so much nearer, and I should be unable to resist the attacks of so many leaders, and should never sleep secure. I will aid Liu Bei. That is the better course for me. Now Yuan Shu's force against Xiaopei went thither as quickly as possible, and soon the country to the southeast fluttered with pennons by day and blazed with watchfires by night, while the rolling of drums reverberated from heaven to earth. The 5,000 troops at Liu Bei's disposal were led out of the city and arranged to make a brave show, but it was good news to him to hear that Lu Bu had arrived and was quite near. Lu Bu camped only a half a mile away to the southwest. When Yuan Shu's general, Ji Ling, heard of his arrival, he wrote letters reproaching Lu Bu for his treachery. Lu Bu smiled as he read them. I know how to make both of them love me, said Lu Bu. So he sent invitations to both Liu Bei and Ji Ling to come to a banquet. Liu Bei was for accepting the invitation and going, but his brothers dissuaded him, saying, There is some treachery in his heart. I have treated him too well for him to do me any harm. said Liu Bei. So he mounted and rode away, the two brothers following. They came to the camp. The host said, "Now, by a special effort, I have got you out of danger. I hope you will not forget that when you come into your own." Liu Bei thanked him heartily and was invited to take a seat. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei took up their usual place as guards. But when Ji Ling was announced, Liu Bei felt a spasm of fear and got up to go away. "You two are invited for the particular purpose of a discussion," said the host. "Do not take it amiss." Liu Bei, being quite ignorant of his intentions, was very uneasy. Presently, his fellow guest entered. Seeing Liu Bei in the tent and in the seat of honor, Ji Ling was puzzled, hesitated, and tried to withdraw, but the attendants prevented this, and Lu Bu, advancing, laid hold of him and drew him into the tent as if he had been a child.
"Do you wish to slay me?" asked Ji Ling.
"Not at all," replied Lu Bu.
"Then are you going to slay Long Ears?"
"No, not that."
"Then what does it mean?"
"Liu Bei and I are brothers. Now, General, you are besieging him, and so I have come to the rescue."
"Well, then slay me,"
said Ji Ling. "There would be no sense in that. All my life I have disliked fighting and quarrels, but have loved making peace. And now I want to settle the quarrel between you two."
"May I ask how you think of doing so?"
"I have a means, and one approved of heaven itself." Then Lu Bu drew Ji Ling within the tent and led him up to Liu Bei. The two men faced each other, full of mutual suspicion, but their host placed himself between them, and they took their seats, Liu Bei on the right hand of the host. The banquet began. After a number of courses, almost in silence, Lu Bu spoke, saying, "I wish you two gentlemen to listen to me, and put an end to your strife." Liu Bei made no reply, but Ji Ling said,
"I have come with an army of 100,000 at the express bidding of my master to take Liu Bei. How can I cease the strife? I must fight."
"What?"
exclaimed Zhang Fei, drawing his sword.
"Few as we are, we regard you no more than a lot of children. What are you compared with 1,000,000 yellow scarves? You dare hurt our brother?"
Guan Yu urged him to be silent, saying, "Let us see what General Lu Bu has to say first. After that, there will be time to go to our tents and fight." "I beg you both to come to an understanding. I cannot let you fight," said Lu Bu. Now on one side, Ji Ling was discontented and angry. On the other, Zhang Fei was dying for a fight, and neither of the two chiefly concerned would signify assent. Then, suddenly, the host turned to his attendants, saying, "Bring my trident halberd." They did so, and he sat there, gripping that graceful but effective weapon in his right hand. Both guests felt very ill at ease and turned pale. Lu Bu went on, saying, "I have tried to persuade you to make peace, for that is the command of the Most High. It shall be put to the test." He then bade his servants take the halberd outside beyond the gate and set it up. Then, speaking to his two guests, he said, "That gate is 150 paces distant. If I can hit that left branch of the halberd head with an arrow, you will both withdraw your armies. If I miss, you can go away and prepare for immediate battle. I shall stand against either of you who does not abide by what I say." Ji Ling thought to himself, "That small mark at that distance, how could anyone hit it?" So he assented, thinking he would have plenty of fighting after his host had missed the mark. Of course, Liu Bei was willing. They all sat down again, and wine was served. When this had been drunk, the host called for his bow and arrows. Liu Bei silently prayed that Lu Bu would hit the mark. Lu Bu turned back his sleeves, carefully fitting an arrow to the string, and pulled the bow to its utmost stretch. A slight exclamation escaped him as the bow curved like the harvest moon sailing through the sky. Twang went the bowstring, and the arrow sped like a falling star, and it struck the slender tongue of the halberd head full and square. A roar of acclamation from all sides greeted the exploit. The multitude people often hailed their praise. Lu Bu was a wonderful archer, and the arrow he shot sped straight. By hitting the mark he saved his friend, that day at his camp gate. Yi, the archer of ancient days, brought down each mocking sun, and the apes that gibbered to fright young Yuji were slain by him one by one. But we sing of Lu Bu that drew the arrow, and his feathered shaft that flew. for 100,000 soldiers could doff their mails when he hit the mark so true. Lu Bu laughed aloud at the success of his shot. Dropping his bow, he seized his guests by the hands, saying, "The command of heaven indeed, and now you cease from fighting." He ordered the soldier attendants to pour out great goblets of wine, and each drank. Liu Bei, in his innermost heart, felt rather lucky. His fellow guest sat silent, nodding his head. Presently, Zhiling said,
"I cannot disobey your command, General, but let me depart. What will my master say, and will he believe me?"
"I will write a letter and confirm it," said Lu Bu. After a few more rounds of the wine, Zhiling asked that he might have the letter, and after that departed. When the brothers took their leave, Lu Bu again reminded Liu Bei, saying, "Do not forget that I have delivered you today." Liu Bei thanked him and departed. Next day, the leaders broke camps, and the soldiers were gone. When Ji Ling got back to the south of River Huai and told the story of the feat of archery and the peacemaking that followed, and had presented the letter, his lord was very wroth.
"Lu Bu repays me for all my grain with this bit of play-acting," cried Yuan Shu. "He has saved Liu Bei, but I will lead a large army myself and settle both Liu Bei and him."
"Be careful, my lord," said Ji Ling. "Lu Bu is braver and stronger than most leaders, and has a wide territory. He and Liu Bei together make a powerful combination, not easy to break. But there is another course. I have found out that his wife, Lady Yan, has a daughter just of marriageable age, and you have a son. You could arrange a marriage alliance with Lu Bu. If his daughter wedded your son, Lu Bu would certainly slay your enemy for you. This is called the relative above stranger plan."
This scheme appealed to Yuan Shu, who set about its accomplishment. He sent presents by the hand of Han Yin, who was to discuss the question. When Han Yin saw Lu Bu, he said,
"My master has an immense respect for you, illustrious sir, and he desires to ensure perpetual peace between the two families by marriage, an alliance such as existed between the ancient states of Qin and Jin."
Lu Bu was well disposed toward the scheme, but went in to consult his wife. Now Lu Bu had 2 wives and 1 concubine. He first married a lady of the Yan family, and she was the legal wife. Then he took Diao Chan as a concubine, and while he was living at Xiaopei, he had married a secondary wife, a daughter of Cao Bao. Lady Cao had died quite young, leaving no issue. Neither had Diao Chan borne any children, so that Lu Bu had but 1 child, this daughter, of whom he was dotingly fond. When he broached the subject, his wife said, "The Yuans have dominated the regions around the River Huai these many years. They have a large army and are very prosperous. One day a Yuan will become emperor, and our daughter may hope to be an empress. But how many sons has Yuan Shu?"
"Only this one."
"Then we must accept the offer. Even if our daughter does not become empress, Zhuzhou has a new ally." Lu Bu decided to accept, and so treated the messenger with extreme generosity. Han Yin went back with a favorable answer. The wedding gifts were then prepared ready for Han Yin to take to the bride's family. They were received, and banquets and merrymaking filled the whole time. Next day, Chen Gong went to see the messenger in his lodging, and when the usual ceremonies and greetings had been exchanged, the 2 men sat down to talk. When the servants had been sent out of earshot, Chen Gong said, "Who originated this scheme by which Yuan Shu and Lu Bu are to become connections by this marriage, so that Liu Bei's head may fall?" Han Yin was terrified.
"I pray that you do not let it get abroad," said he.
"I certainly shall keep it a secret, but if there be any delay, some other person will find it out, and that spells failure," said Chen Gong.
"What would best be done?"
"I will see Lu Bu and get him to send the girl immediately, so that the marriage may be concluded quickly."
"If it happens thus, my master would indeed hold you in high respect."
With this, Chen Gong took his leave and sought an interview with Lu Bu.
"I hear your daughter is to be married to Yuan Shu's son. That is capital, but no one knows when." "That is yet to be considered," said Lu Bu. "There were certain fixed rules as to the period between sending presents and consummation of the marriage. Emperors a year, nobles half a year, high officers 3 months, and common people 1 month."
Lu Bu replied. As to Yuan Shu, heaven has already put into his hands the imperial hereditary seal, and he will surely arrive at the dignity one day. So I should think the imperial rule would apply. No, it would not. The nobles' rule, then? No, nor that. The high officers? Not even that. Lu Bu laughed, saying, Then you mean me to go by the rule for common people? Nor that either. Then what do you mean? Chen Gong said, In the midst of the present troubles, when there is great rivalry among the nobles, do you not see that the others will be exceedingly jealous of your marriage alliance with such a high family as the Yuans? Suppose you postpone the choice of the day. Most likely, when your fine morning arrives, the wedding party will fall into an ambush on the road, and the bride be carried off. Then what could be done? My opinion is that you would have done better to refuse. But since you have consented, then carry out the plan at once before the lords hear of it, and so send the girl over without delay to Shochun. You can hire a lodging there until you have selected the wedding day, and the odds are greatly against any failure. What you say is quite to the point, replied Lu Bu. He went into the private apartments to see his wife, and told her the bride-elect would be sent immediately, and the trousseau was to be prepared as far as it could be. On his side, he chose some good horses and had a wedding carriage readied. The escort consisted of Han Yin and two of Lu Bu's generals, Song Xian and Wei Shu. The procession went out of the city to the sound of music. Now at this time, Chen Gui, father of Chen Deng, the officer who initially was to keep watch over Zhang Fei under Liu Bei, was placidly waiting till the evening of his life passed into night. Hearing this burst of music, he inquired as to the occasion, and the servants told him.
They are working on the relative above stranger device, then, said Chen Gui. Liu Bei is in danger.
Thereupon, in spite of his many infirmities, he went to see Lu Bu. Noble sir, what brings you here? Said Lu Bu.
I heard you were dead, and I came to mourn,
quavered the old man. Who said that? Exclaimed his host.
Once upon a time, you received grand presents from Yuan Shu that you might slay Liu Bei, but you got out by that clever shot at your halberd. Now they suddenly seek a marriage alliance, thinking to hold your daughter as a pledge. The next move will be an attack on Xiao Pei, and, that gone, where are you? Whatever they ask in the future, grain or troops or anything else, and you yield, will bring your own end nearer and make you hated all round. If you refuse, then you are false to the duties of a relative, and that will be an excuse to attack you openly. Beside this, Yuan Shu intends to call himself emperor, which would be rebellion, and you would be of the rebels' family, something abominable, which the multitude people would not suffer.
Lu Bu was much disturbed to hear this. I have been misled by Chen Gong, he cried. So he hurriedly sent Zhang Liao to bring the wedding party, which had been 10 miles away, back to the city. When they came, Lu Bu threw Han Yin into prison and sent a reply to Yuan Shu saying curtly that the girl's trousseau was not ready and that she could not be married till it was. Chen Gui wanted Han Yin to be sent to the capital Zhuchang, but Lu Bu was hesitating what course to adopt when he heard that Liu Bei was enlisting soldiers and buying horses for no apparent reason. He is simply doing his duty. There is nothing to be surprised at, said Lu Bu at first. Then came 2 officers, Song Xian and Wei Shu, saying, As you ordered us, we went into the Huashan mountains to purchase horses. We had got 300 when, on our way back, on the borders of Xiao Pei, some robbers stole half of them. We hear that the real robbers were Zhang Fei and his soldiers, who had taken on the guise of brigands. Lu Bu was very angry at this, and began to prepare an expedition against Xiao Pei. When Liu Bei heard that an attack threatened, he led out his army to oppose it, and the 2 armies were arrayed. Liu Bei rode to the front and said, Elder brother, why have you brought an army against me? Lu Bu began abusing him, saying, That shot of mine at the archery feast saved you from grave danger. Why then did you steal my horses? I wanted horses, and I sent out to buy them. Why would I dare to take yours? Said Liu Bei. You stole 150 in the person of your brother Zhang Fei. You only used another man's hand. Thereupon, Zhang Fei with his spear set rode out, saying,
"Yes, I stole your good horses, and what more do you expect?"
Lu Bu replied,
"You goggle-eyed thief! You're always treating me with contempt." "Yes, I took your horses, and you get angry. You did not say anything when you stole my brother's Zhu Zhou."
Lu Bu rode forward to give battle, and Zhang Fei advanced. A reckless fight began, and the two warriors kept it up for 100 bouts without a decisive stroke. Then Liu Bei, fearing some accident to his brother, hastily beat the gongs as a signal to retire and led his army into the city. Lu Bu then invested it. Liu Bei called his brother and chided him as the cause of all this misfortune. "Where are the horses?" said Liu Bei.
"In some of the temples and courts," replied Zhang Fei.
Liu Bei sent a messenger out to speak softly and offer to restore the stolen horses if hostilities were to cease. Lu Bu was disposed to agree, but Chen Gong opposed. "You will suffer by and by if you do not remove this Liu Bei." Under Chen Gong's influence, the request for peace was rejected, and the attackers on the city pressed harder. Liu Bei called Mi Zhu and Sun Qian to him to ask advice. Said Sun Qian,
"The one person that Cao Cao detests is Lu Bu. Let us then abandon the city and take refuge with Cao Cao, from whom we may borrow troops to destroy him."
"If I try to get away, who will lead the van?"
"I will do my best," said Zhang Fei.
So Zhang Fei led the way, Guan Yu was rearguard, and in the center was Liu Bei with the non-fighting portion. The cavalcade started and went out at the north gate under the bright moon. They met opposition from Song Xian and Wei Shu's men, but the soldiers were driven off by Zhang Fei, and the besieging force was passed without difficulty. Zhang Liao pursued but was held off by Guan Yu's rearguard. It seemed Lu Bu was not dissatisfied at the flight, for he took no personal trouble to prevent it. He made formal entry into the city, settled local affairs, and appointed Gao Shun as governor. Liu Bei approached Zhu Shang and encamped outside the city, whence he sent Sun Qian to see Cao Cao and relate the events that had brought him there. Cao Cao was very friendly and said,
"Liu Bei is as my brother."
Then Cao Cao invited Liu Bei to enter the city. Leaving his brothers at the camp, Liu Bei, with Sun Qian and Mi Zhu, went to Cao Cao, who received him with the greatest respect. The story of Lu Bu's perfidy was again related.
"He has no sense of right," said Cao Cao. "You and I, my brother, we will attack him together."
Liu Bei was very grateful. A banquet was then prepared, and it was late evening before the visitor left for his own camp. Shun Yu then had a conference with his master and said,
"If you are not on your guard, Liu Bei will be our undoing. You ought to destroy him. He is too much of a hero."
Cao Cao made no reply, and his adviser retired. Presently, Guo Jia came, and Cao Cao said,
"I have been advised to kill Liu Bei. What of such a scheme?"
"A bad scheme," said Guo Jia. "You are the popular champion, pledged to relieve the people from oppression, and only by truth and rectitude can you secure the support of the noble-minded. Your only fear is lest they stay away. Now Liu Bei is a clear hero. He has come to you for help and protection, and to put him to death would be to alienate all good people and put fear into the hearts of all able advisers. Hampered by these difficulties, where will you find those whose help you need? To remove the dangers represented by one man and thereby injure yourself in the eyes of all humankind is a sure means of destruction. These conditions need careful consideration."
"What you say exactly fits what I think,"
said Cao Cao, greatly pleased with these remarks. His next step was to petition the emperor to give Liu Bei the imperial protectorship of Yuzhou. Again, Cheng Yu said,
"Liu Bei is certain to rise to the top. He will never remain in a subordinate position. You had better remove him."
Cao Cao answered,
"Now is just the time to make use of good people. I will not forfeit the regard of the world for the sake of removing one individual. Guo Jia and I both see this in the same light."
Wherefore, Cao Cao rejected all persuasion to work against Liu Bei, but sent him 3,000 soldiers and 10,000 carts of grain, and sent him on his way to Yuzhou. Liu Bei was to march to Xiaopei, occupy it, call together his former soldiers and attack Lu Bu. When Liu Bei reached Yuzhou, he sent to inform Cao Cao, who prepared to march an army to subjugate Lu Bu. Just then, hasty news came that Zhang Ji, who had gone to the attack of Nanyang, had been wounded by a stray arrow and had died. His nephew, Zhang Zhu, had succeeded to the command of his army, and with Jia Shu as strategist, Zhang Zhu had joined Liu Biao and camped at Wancheng. They intended to attack the capital and get possession of the emperor's person. Cao Cao was placed in a quandary. He would go to attack this combination, but he feared that Lu Bu would attack the capital if he left it. So he sought the advice of Xun Yu. Said the adviser,
Lu Bu has no notion of a policy. He is led astray by any little advantage that presents itself to his eyes. All you need to do is obtain a promotion for him, giving him some additional title, and tell him to make peace with Liu Bei, and he will do it. Lu Bu is no threat then.
Good, said Cao Cao, and he acted upon the hint and sent an imperial legate, Wang Zhe, to Shuzhou with the official announcement and a letter urging peace, while he went on with preparations to meet the other danger from Shangxiu. When ready, Cao Cao marched out with 150,000 troops in 3 divisions. Xiahou Dun was the van leader, and they went to the river Yu and camped there. Jia Shu succeeded in persuading Zhang Xiu of the hopelessness of resistance. You would do well to surrender, since Cao Cao's army is too large for you to oppose, said Jia Shu. Seeing the truth of this, Zhang Xiu sent his adviser to propose submission. Cao Cao was greatly pleased with the messenger, admiring his ready and fluent repartee, and tried to win him to his service. I was formerly with Li Jue and was guilty with him. Now I am with Zhang Zhu, who esteems my advice, and I should not like to abandon him, said Jia Shu. Jia Shu left, and, next day, conducted his master into Cao Cao's presence. Cao Cao was very generous. Then he entered Wancheng with a small force, the greater part of the army being in a camp outside, where the lines extended some 3 miles. Great banquets were given every day by Zhang Xiu, and Cao Cao was always being entertained. One day, when Cao Cao returned to his quarters in a more than usual merry mood, he asked the attendants, Are there singing girls in the city? His nephew, Cao Amin, heard the question and said, Peeping through one of the partitions last evening, I saw a beautiful woman in one of the courts. They told me that she was the wife of Zhang Ji, Zhang Xiu's uncle. She is very lovely. Cao Cao, inflamed by the description given him of the beauty, told his nephew to go and bring her to visit him. Cao Amin did so, supported by an armed escort, and, very soon, the woman stood before Cao Cao. She was a beauty indeed, and Cao Cao asked her name. She replied, The handmaid was wife to Zhang Ji. I was born of the Zhou family. Do you know who I am? I have known the Prime Minister by reputation a long time. I am happy to see him and be permitted to bow before him, said she. It was for your sake that I allowed Zhang Xiu to submit. Otherwise I would have slain him and cut off root and branch, said Cao Cao. Indeed, then, I owe you my very life. I am very grateful, said she. To see you is a glimpse of paradise, but there is one thing I should like better. I hope this night we can share the same pillow together, and tomorrow go to the capital, where we can enjoy all the luxuries of life. What do you say to that, my lady? She could but thank him. But Zhang Xiu will greatly wonder at my prolonged absence, and gossips will begin to talk, said she. If you like, you can leave the city tomorrow. She did so, but instead of going at once to the capital, she stayed with him among the tents, where Dian Wei was appointed as a special guard over her apartments. Cao Cao was the only person whom she saw, and he passed the days in idle dalliance with the lady, quite content to let time flow by. But people told Zhang Xiu what had gone amiss, and he was angry at the shame brought upon the family. He confided his trouble to Jia Shu, who said, Keep this secret. Wait until he appears again to carry on business, and then do so-and-so. A plan was arranged quite secretly. Next day, Zhang Xiu went into Cao Cao's tent, saying, Since the surrendered troops are deserting in great number,
It would be well to camp them in the center of your camp to prevent this. Cao Cao gave the permission, and Zhang Xu moved and placed his army in 4 camps. But Dian Wei, the special guard of Cao Cao's tent, was a man to be feared, being both brave and powerful. It was hard to know how to attack him, so counsel was taken with Hu Juer, the commander of one camp and a man of enormous strength and activity. He could carry a burden of 600 pounds 200 miles in a day. Hu Juer proposed a plan. He said,
"The fearsome thing about Dian Wei is his double halberds. But get him to come to a party and make him quite drunk before you send him back. I will mingle among his escort, and so get into his tent and steal away his weapons. One needs not fear him then."
So the necessary arms were prepared, and orders given in various camps. This done, Zhang Xu gave a banquet, and the intended victim was invited and plied vigorously with wine, so that he was quite intoxicated when he left. And as arranged, Hu Juer mingled with his escort and made away with his weapons. That night, when Cao Cao was at supper with Lady Zhou, he heard the voices of men and neighing horses, and sent out to ask what it meant. They told him it was the night patrol going the rounds, and he was satisfied. Near the second watch of the night, again was heard some noise in the rear of his tent, and one of the fodder carts was reported to be burning.
"One of the soldiers has dropped a spark. There is nothing to be alarmed at," said Cao Cao.
But very soon the fire spread on all sides and became alarming. Cao Cao called Dian Wei, but he, usually so alert, was lying down quite intoxicated. However, the beating of gongs and rolling of drums mingling with his dreams awoke Dian Wei, and he jumped up. His trusty halberds had disappeared. The enemy was near. He hastily snatched up an infantryman's sword and rushed out. At the gate, he saw a crowd of spearmen just bursting in. Dian Wei rushed at them, slashing all around him, and 20 or more fell beneath his blows. The others drew back, but the spears stood around him like reeds on the riverbank. Being totally without mail, he was soon wounded in several places. He fought desperately till his sword snapped and was no longer of any use. Throwing it aside, he seized a couple of soldiers and, with their bodies as weapons, felled 10 of his opponents. The others dared not approach, but they shot arrows at him. These fell thick as rain, but he still maintained the gate against the assailants. However, the mutineers got in by the rear of the camp, and they wounded Dian Wei in the back with spear thrusts. Uttering a loud cry, he fell. The blood gushed from the wound in torrents, and he died. Even after he was dead, not a man dared to come in by the main gate. Cao Cao, relying on Dian Wei to hold the main gate, had fled in haste by the rear gate. Cao Armin accompanied on foot. Then Cao Cao was wounded by an arrow in the arm, and 3 arrows struck his horse. However, fortunately, the horse was a fine Dawan beast full of spirit, and in spite of its wounds, it bore its master swiftly and well as far as the bank of River Yu. Here some of the pursuers caught up, and Cao Armin was hacked to pieces. Cao Cao dashed into the river and reached the far side, but there an arrow struck his steed in the eye, and it fell. Cao Cao's eldest son, Cao Ang, dismounted and yielded his horse to his father, who galloped on. Cao Ang was killed by arrows, but Cao Cao himself got away. Soon after, he met several of his officers who had rallied a few troops. The soldiers of King Zhou under Xiahou Dun seized the occasion to plunder the people. Yu Jin took his army, fell upon them, and slew many. Thus he protected and appeased the people. The plunderers, meeting Cao Cao on the road, knelt down howling and said Yu Jin had mutinied and attacked them. Cao Cao was surprised, and he gave order to Xiahou Dun, Zhu Chu, and Li Jian, and Yue Jin to attack Yu Jin. Now when Yu Jin saw his master and a great company approaching, he at once stopped the attack and set his troops to make camp. An officer asked him, "The King Zhou soldiers say you have turned traitor. Why do you not explain now that the Prime Minister has arrived? Why first make camp?" Yu Jin replied, "Our enemies are coming up in our rear and are very close. It is necessary to prepare for defense, or we shall not withstand them. Explanation is a small matter, but defense is very important." Soon after the camp was finished, Zhang Xiu fell upon them. Yu Jin himself rode out to face them. Zhang Xiu drew back. The other generals of Yu Jin, seeing him advance thus boldly, also attacked, and Zhang Xiu was overcome. They pursued him a great distance until his force was almost annihilated. With the miserable remnant, he finally fled to Liu Biao. Cao Cao's army reformed, and the commanders mustered. Then Yu Jin went to see his master and told him of the conduct of the King Zhou soldiers and their looting, and why he had attacked them.
"Why did you not tell me before you made the camp?"
Yu Jin related what had occurred. Said Cao Cao,
"When the first thought of a leader in the time of greatest stress is to maintain order and strengthen his defenses, giving no thought to slander, but shouldering his burdens bravely, and when he thereby turns a defeat into a victory, who even of the ancient leaders can excel Yu Jin?"
Cao Cao rewarded Yu Jin with golden armor and the lordship of Yishou, but Cao Cao reprimanded Jiahu Dun for the lack of discipline among his soldiers. Sacrifices in honor of the dead warrior Jian Wei were instituted. Cao Cao himself led the wailing and paid due honors. Turning to his officers, he said,
"I have lost my firstborn son, but I grieve not so heavily for him as for Jian Wei. I weep for him."
All were sad at the loss of this general. Then orders were issued to return to the capital. When Imperial Legate Wang Zi, bearing the imperial decree, reached Zhuzhou, he was met by Lu Bu, who conducted him into the residence, where the decree was read. It conferred upon Lu Bu the title of General who Pacifies the East, and a special seal accompanied the mandate. The private mediating letter was also handed over, and the messenger detailed the high appreciation in which Lu Bu was held by the chief minister of state. Lu Bu was greatly pleased. Next came news that a messenger from Yuan Shu had arrived. When he had been introduced, he said, "My master's project of declaring himself emperor is advancing. He has already built a palace, and will speedily choose empress and concubines, and would come to the south of River Huai. He is looking forward to receiving the fiancée of the heir apparent."
"Has the rebel gone so far?"
cried Lu Bu in a rage. He put the messenger to death, and Han Yin into the cage. He drafted a memorial of thanks and sent it to the capital, at the same time sending to Han Yin, the unfortunate agent who had arranged the marriage alliance. He also replied to Cao Cao's private mediating letter, asking to be confirmed in his protectorship of Zhuzhou. The letter was sent by the hand of Chen Deng. Cao Cao was pleased to hear of the rupture of the marriage arrangement between the houses of Yuan's and Lu's, and forthwith put Han Yin to death in the marketplace. However, Chen Deng secretly told Cao Cao, "Lu Bu is cruel, stupid, and facile. The longer he remains, the worse."
"I know Lu Bu quite well," replied Cao Cao. "He is a wolf with a savage heart, and it will be hard to feed him for long. If it had not been for you and your father, I should not have known all the circumstances. You must help me to get rid of him."
"Anything the Prime Minister wishes to do shall have my assistance," was the reply. As a reward, Cao Cao obtained an annual grant of 2,000 carts of grain for Chen Gui and the governorship of Guangling for Chen Deng, who then took his leave. As he was saying farewell, Cao Cao took him by the hand, saying,
"I shall depend upon you in the eastern affairs."
Chen Deng nodded acquiescence. Then he returned to Lu Bu, who asked him how the visit was. Chen Deng told him, "My father has received a generous annuity, and I was made governor of Guanling." Lu Bu enraged, saying,
"You did not ask Zhuzhou for me, but you got something for yourself. Your father advised me to help Cao Cao by breaking off the marriage, and now I get nothing at all of what I asked, while you and your father get everything. I have been victimized by your father."
He threatened Chen Deng with his sword. Chen Deng only laughed, saying, "Oh, General, how unwary you are."
"I unwary?"
"When I saw Cao Cao, I said that to keep you going was like feeding a tiger. The tiger must be kept fully fed, or he would eat humans." But Cao Cao laughed and replied, "No, not that. One must treat the commander like a falcon, not feed it till the foxes and hares are done. Hungry, the bird is of use. Full fed, it flies away."
I asked who were the quarry. He replied,
Yuan Shu of the south of River Huai, Sun Sei of the Southland, Yuan Shao of Jizhou, Liu Biao of Jingzhou, Liu Zhang of Yizhou, and Zhang Lu of Hanzhong. These are the foxes and hares.
Lu Bu threw aside his sword and laughed, saying, Yes, he understands me. But just at that time came news of the advance of Yuan Shu on Zhuzhou, and that frightened Lu Bu. When discord arose between Qin and Jin, they were attacked by Yue and Wu, and when a promised bride never came, an army marched to enforce the claim. How all this fell out will be shown in the next chapter. Chapter 17. Yuan Shu marches out an army of 7 divisions. Cao Cao and 3 generals join forces. The south of River Huai was very fruitful, and Yuan Shu, as governor of such a large territory, was very influential. He was not a little puffed up. The possession of the imperial hereditary seal, pledged by Sun Ce, added to his pride, and he seriously thought of assuming the full style. As a preliminary, he assembled all his officers and addressed them thus.
The supreme ancestor, the founder of Han Dynasty, was only a very minor official, and yet he became the ruler of the empire. The dynasty has endured 4 centuries, and its measure of fortune has run out. It no longer possesses authority. The cauldron is on the point of boiling over. My family held the highest offices of state for 4 generations and is universally respected. Wherefore I wish, in response to the will of heaven and the desire of the people, to assume the imperial dignity. What think ye of the proposal, my officers?
Secretary Yan Xiang rose in opposition at once, saying,
You may not do this. Prince Wen, the ancestor of the Zhou, was of distinguished virtue and held many offices. To the last years of Shang Dynasty, he had 2/3 of the empire. Still, he served and was loyal to the ruling house. Your house is honorable, but it is not so glorious as that of Zhou. The Hans may be reduced, but they are not so abominably cruel as those of the Shang Dynasty that they are to be overthrown. Indeed, this should not be done.
Yuan Shu did not hear this with pleasure. Said he,
We Yuans came from the Chen family, the same ancestry with King Shun. By rule of interpreting the signs of fate, the day has come when Earth Chen receives fire Liu. Besides, there is an oracle saying, One who replaces the Hans must wade through the deep mire. My name means the high road. It fits exactly. Further than this, I possess the imperial hereditary seal, and must become lord of all, or I turn from heaven's own way. Finally, I have made up my mind, so if anyone says too much, that person will simply suffer death.
Yuan Shu arrogated himself the insignia of royalty, and assigned second glory to the reign title. He set up officials with titles only given by an emperor, and rode in a chariot decorated with the dragon and phoenix, and offered sacrifices after the manner of an emperor in the north and south suburbs. Also, he appointed the daughter of Feng Feng his empress, and his son heir apparent, and he pressed for the early wedding of Lu Bu's daughter with his son, so that the palace entourage might be complete. But when Yuan Shu heard of the fate of his marriage ambassador, Han Yin, who was sent to the capital and was executed, Yuan Shu was very angry, and began at once to plan for revenge. He made Zhang Shun his grand commander, and gave Zhang Shun the command of more than 200,000 soldiers with the instruction to invade Zhushou. The army consisted of 7 divisions under 7 commanders. Zhang Shun led the center army, Qiao Rui the first left army, Lei Bo the second left army, Han Xian the third left army, Chen Ji first right army, Chen Lan second right army, and Yang Feng the third right army. Each commander was instructed to make a certain town his objective. The imperial protector of Yangzhou, Jin Shang, was ordered to superintend the commissariat, but he declined the office, and so Yuan Shu put Jin Shang to death. Ji Ling was in command of the reserves to help wherever he was required. Yuan Shu led 30,000 troops, and he appointed 3 generals, Li Feng, Liang Gang, and Yue Jiu, to go up and down and coordinate the grand march. Lu Bu found out from his scouts that his own Zhuzhou city was the objective of Zhang Shun, the other towns to be first attacked being Xiaopei, Yidu, Langye, Jiexi, Xiapi, and Junshan. The invading armies were marching 20 miles a day and plundering the countryside as they advanced. Lu Bu summoned his advisers to go to a council, to which came Chen Gong, Chen Deng, and Chen Gui. When they had all assembled, Chen Gong said, "This misfortune that has come to us is due to the two Chens, who fawned upon the central government in order to obtain rank and appointments. Now remove the evil by putting these two to death and sending their heads to Yuan Shu. Then he will retire and leave us in peace." Lu Bu acquiesced and had the two arrested, but the son, Chen Deng, only laughed, saying, "What is this anxiety about? These 7 armies are no more to me than so many heaps of rotting straw. They are not worth thinking about." "If you can show us how to overcome them, I will spare your life," said Lu Bu. "General, if you will listen to poor me, the region will be perfectly safe." "Let us hear what you have to say." "Yuan Shu's troops are numerous, but they are only a flock of crows. They are not an army under a leader. There is no mutual confidence. I can keep them at bay with the ordinary guards of the palace, and could overcome them by some unexpected stratagem. If I should fail, I have another plan, by which I can not only protect the region, but capture our enemy." "Let us have it." Chen Deng said, "Han Xian and Yang Feng, 2 leaders of our enemies, are old servants of the Han dynasty who fled from fear of Cao Cao, and, being homeless, sought refuge with Yuan Shu. He despises them, and they are dissatisfied with his service. A little letter from the court will secure their help as our allies, and with Liu Bei to help us on the outside, we can certainly overcome Yuan Shu." "You shall take the letters yourself," said Lu Bu. Chen Deng agreed, and a memorial detailing his intentions was sent to the capital. Letters to Yu Zhou to Liu Bei, and finally Chen Deng was sent with a small escort to wait for Han Xian on the road to Xiapi. When Han Xian's army had halted and pitched camp, Chen Deng went to see Han Xian, who said,
"What are you here for? You belong to Lu Bu."
"I am a noble of the court of the great Hans. Why do you call me a Lu Bu's man? If you, General, hitherto a minister of state, now serve a traitor, you will nullify the grand services you rendered in protecting the emperor in the flight from Chang'an. Besides, the suspicious Yuan Shu will assuredly do you some harm, and you will regret not having taken this opportunity to work against him." Han Xian sighed, saying,
"I would return to my allegiance if there should be any opportunity."
Thereupon Chen Deng gave him Lu Bu's letter, asking for cooperation. Han Xian read it and said,
"Yes, I know. You may return to your master and say General Yang Feng and I will turn our weapons and smite Yuan Shu. Look out for a signal flare, and let your master come to our aid."
As soon as Chen Deng got back and reported his success, Lu Bu divided his troops into 5 divisions, each of 10,000, and sent them to 5 threatened towns to meet his enemies. Gao Shun led one army to Xiaopei against Xiao Rui, Chen Gong to Yidu against Chen Shi, Zhang Liao and Zhang Ba to Langye against Lei Bo, Song Xian and Wei Zhu to Jiexi against Chen Lan, and Lu Bu himself led against the main body under Zhang Shun, leading a small guard in Zhuzhou city. Lu Bu camped 10 miles from the walls. When the enemy came up, Zhang Shun thought Lu Bu too strong to attack with the force he had, so he retired 7 miles to wait reinforcements. That night, in the second watch, Han Xian and Yang Feng arrived, and soon the flare was lighted as arranged. Lu Bu's troops were admitted to the camp and caused great confusion. Then Lu Bu gave a full attack, and Zhang Shun was routed and fled. Lu Bu pursued till daylight, when he fell in with one of the other bodies led by Ji Ling. Both sides faced each other, but at the very beginning of the engagement, Yang Feng and Han Xian also attacked, and Ji Ling was forced to fly. Lu Bu went in pursuit, but soon another force came out of the rear of some hills. These looked very imposing. As the ranks opened, Lu Bu saw a leader's guard with flags bearing dragons and phoenixes and representations of the sun and moon, the stars and the 4 groups of the Great Bear constellation, the 5 directions of the earth, golden gourds, silver axes, yellow halberds, white yak's tails, all imperial emblems. and beneath a yellow silken parasol sat Yuan Shu on horseback, clad in silver mail with a sword handle showing at each wrist. Standing out in front of the array, Yuan Shu railed at his opponent, calling him a traitor and a bastard. Lu Bu said nothing, but rode forward ready for battle, and Li Feng, one of Yuan Shu's leaders, advanced to take the challenge. They met, but at the third bout, Li Feng was wounded in the hand, whereupon his spear fell to the ground and he fled. Lu Bu waved on the advance, and his men prevailed. The other side fled, leaving much spoil, clothing, mail, and horses. Yuan Shu's defeated troops had not gone far when a strong army, led by Guan Yu, appeared barring his way.
"Traitor, why have they not slain you?"
said Guan Yu. Whereat Yuan Shu fled in great trepidation, and his army melted into fugitives in all directions. The new army fell upon them with great slaughter. Yuan Shu and the remnant of his army retreated into the regions below the river of Huai. Victory being now secure, Lu Bu, in company with Guan Yu, Yang Feng, and Han Xian, returned to Zhuzhou, where there were banquets and feasting and rewards for the soldiers and generals of 5 divisions. These over, Guan Yu took his leave and returned to Yuzhou, while Han Xian was appointed governor of Yidu and Yang Feng governor of Langye. There had been a question of keeping these two in Zhuzhou city, but Chen Gui opposed it, saying,
"Let them hold those places in Huashang Mountains, which will be all yours within a year."
So Han Xian and Yang Feng were sent to these 2 cities in the meantime to await orders. "Why not retain them here?" asked Chen Deng secretly of his father. "They would be a basis for our conspiracy against Lu Bu."
"But if they helped him, on the other hand, we should lengthen the tiger's claws and teeth," said Chen Gui.
So Chen Deng could only approve of his father's precautions. Yuan Shu returned home, burning to avenge his defeat, so he sent to the Southland to ask a loan of troops from Sun Ce. But Sun Ce said, "On the strength of holding the state's seal, he secretly calls himself emperor and rebels against the Hans. I would rather punish such a renegade than help him." So Sun Ce refused. The letter refusing help added to Yuan Shu's anger.
"What next from this callow youth?" cried Yuan Shu. "I will smite him before I deal with the others."
But his adviser, Yang Dajiang, dissuaded him from this service. Having refused help to his powerful rival, Sun Ce thought it wise to take measures for his own safety. So he stationed an army at Jiangkou. Soon after came a messenger from Cao Cao, bearing Sun Ce's appointment as governor of Kuaiji, with orders to raise an army and reduce Yuan Shu. Sun Ce was inclined to carry out these orders, but he called a council at which Zhang Zhao opposed this course. Said he, "Although recently defeated, Yuan Shu has a large army and ample supplies. He is not to be attacked lightly. You would do better to write to Cao Cao persuading him to attack the south of River Huai, and we will be auxiliaries. Between the 2 armies, Yuan Shu must certainly be defeated. If by the remotest chance we lose, we have Cao Cao to come to our rescue." This plan was adopted, and a messenger was sent to lay it before Cao Cao. In the meantime, after the defeat at River Yu, Cao Cao had reached Zhushang, where his first thought was to institute sacrifices to his beloved lost leader, Dian Wei. He conferred rank upon his son Dian Man and took him into his own palace to be cared for. Presently arrived Sun Ce's messenger with letters, and next came a report that Yuan Shu, being short of food, had made a raid on Chen Liu. Cao Cao thought the moment opportune, so he issued orders for the south expedition, leaving Cao Ren to hold the capital. The army marched, horse and foot, 170,000, with commissariat wagons of food to the number of over 1,000. Messages were sent to summon Sun Ce, Liu Bei, and Lu Bu. Liu Bei was the first to welcome the grand army at his Yuzhou borders, and he was called in to the prime minister's tent. After the usual salutations, 2 human heads were produced by Liu Bei. "Whose heads are these?" asked Cao Cao in surprise. "The heads of Han Xian and Yang Feng." "Why did this happen?" "They were sent to control Yidu and Langye, but they allowed their soldiers to plunder the people. Bitter complaints arose, so I invited them to a banquet, and my brothers dispatched them when I gave the signal by dropping a cup. Their armies gave in at once. Now I have to apologize for my fault."
You have removed an evil, which is a grand sacrifice. Why talk of fault?
And Cao Cao praised Liu Bei's action. When the joint army reached Lu Bu's Zhuo borders, he came to meet it. Cao Cao spoke graciously to him and conferred upon him the title of General of the Left Army, promising him an official seal as soon as he returned to the capital. Lu Bu was very pleased. Then the three armies were made into one force, Cao Cao being in the center, Lu Bu to the left wing, and Liu Bei to the right wing. Xiahou Dun and Yu Jin were leaders of the van. On Yuan Shu's side, General Qiao Rui, with 50,000 troops, was appointed van leader. The armies met on the confines of the city of Shouchun. Qiao Rui and Xiahou Dun rode out and opened battle, but Qiao Rui fell in the third bout, and his troops fled into the city. Then came news that Sun Ce's fleet was near and would attack on the west. The other three land corps took each one face, Cao Cao on the north, Lu Bu on the east, and Liu Bei on the south. The city of Shouchun was in a perilous state. At this juncture, Yuan Shu summoned his officers. Yang Dajiang explained the case.
Shouchun has suffered from drought for several years, and the people are on the verge of famine. Sending an army would add to the distress and anger the people, and victory would be uncertain. I advise not to send any more soldiers there, but to hold on till the besiegers are conquered by lack of supplies. Meanwhile, Your Highness, with regiment of guards, we will move over to the other side of the river Huai, which is quite ready, and we shall also escape the enemy's ferocity.
So due arrangements were made. 100,000 troops under Li Feng, Yue Jiu, Liang Gang, and Chen Ji were appointed to guard Shouchun. Then a general move was made to the other side of the river Huai. Not only the remaining army went over, but all the accumulated wealth of the Yuan family, gold and silver, jewels and precious stones were moved also. Cao Cao's army of 170,000 needed daily no inconsiderable quantity of food, and as the country around had been famine-stricken for several years, nothing could be got there. So he tried to hasten the military operations and capture the city. On the other hand, the defenders knew the value of delay and simply held on. After a month's vigorous siege, the fall of Shouchun seemed as far off as it was at first, and supplies were very short. Letters were sent to Sun Ce, who sent 100,000 carts of grain. When the usual distribution became impossible, the chief of the commissariat, Ren Jun, and the controller of the granaries, Wang Ho, presented a statement, asking what was to be done.
Serve out with a smaller measure, said Cao Cao. That will save us for a time.
But if the soldiers murmur, what then?
I shall have another device.
As ordered, the controller issued grain in a short measure. Cao Cao sent secretly to find out how the army took this, and when he found that complaints were general and the soldiers were saying that the prime minister was fooling them, he sent a secret summons to the controller. When Wang Ho came, Cao Cao said,
I want to ask you to lend me something to pacify the soldiers with. You must not refuse.
What does the prime minister wish?
I want the loan of your head to expose to the soldiery.
But I have done nothing wrong, exclaimed the unhappy man.
I know that, but if I do not put you to death, there will be a mutiny. After you are gone, your wife and children shall be my care, so do not grieve on their account.
Wang Ho was about to remonstrate further, but Cao Cao gave a signal. The executioners hustled Wang Ho out, and he was beheaded. His head was exposed on a tall pole, and a notice said, in accordance with military law, Wang Ho had been put to death for peculation and the use of a short measure in issuing grain. This appeased the discontent. Next followed a general order threatening death to all commanders if the city was not taken within 3 days. Cao Cao in person went up to the very walls to superintend the work of filling up the moat. The defenders kept up constant showers of stones and arrows. 2 inferior officers, who left their stations in fear, were slain by Cao Cao himself. Thereafter he went on foot to work with his soldiers, and see that work went on continuously, and no one dared to be a laggard. Thus encouraged, the army became invincible, and no defense could withstand their onslaught. In a very short time the walls were scaled, the gates battered in, and the besiegers were in possession. The officers of the garrison, Li Feng, Yue Jiu, Liang Gang, and Chen Ji, were captured alive and were executed in the marketplace. All the paraphernalia of the imperial state were burned, and the whole city wrecked. When the question of crossing the river in pursuit of Yuan Shu came up, Shun Yu opposed it, saying,
"The country has suffered from short crops for years, and we should be unable to get grain. An advance would weary the army, harm the people, and possibly end in disaster. I advise a return to the capital to wait there till the spring wheat shall have been harvested, and we have plenty of food."
Cao Cao hesitated, and before he had made up his mind, there came an urgent message.
Zhang Xiu, with the support of Liu Biao, was ravaging the country all around. There were rebellions in Nanyang and Jiangling, and Cao Hong could not cope with it. Cao Hong had been worsted already in several engagements and was in sore straits.
Cao Cao at once wrote to Sun Ce to command the great river so as to prevent any move on the part of Liu Biao, while he prepared his army to go deal with Zhang Zhu. Before marching, Cao Cao directed Liu Bei to station at Xiaopei, as he and Lu Bu, being as brothers, might help each other. When Lu Bu had left for Zhuzhou, Cao Cao said secretly to Liu Bei,
"I am leaving you at Xiaopei to dig a pitfall for the tiger. You will only take advice from Chen Deng and Chen Gui, and there can be no mishap. You will find so-and-so your ally when needed."
So Cao Cao marched to Zhuchang, where he heard that Duan Wei had slain Li Jue, and Wu Shi had killed Guo Si, and they presented the heads of these two. Besides, the whole clan of Li Jue, more than 200, had been arrested and brought to the capital. They were all put to death at various gates, and their heads exposed as a warning. The people cheered the end of these two rebels. In the emperor's palace, a large number of officials were assembled at a peace banquet. The emperor rewarded the two successful leaders, Duan Wei with the title of General who Destroys Rebellion, and Wu Shi, General who Wrecks Villainy, and sent to guard Chang'an. They came to audience to express their gratitude and marched away. Then Cao Cao sent in a memorial that Zhang Xiu was in rebellion and an army must be sent against him. The emperor in person arranged the chariot and escorted Cao Cao out of the city when he went to take command of the expedition. It was the summer, the 4th month of the year of rebuilt tranquility, 198 A.D. Shun Yu was in chief military command in Xuchang. The army marched away. In the course of the march, they passed through a wheat region, and the grain was ready for harvesting, but the peasants had fled for fear, and the corn was uncut. Cao Cao sent proclamations to all villages and towns.
"I am sent on the expedition by command of the emperor to capture a rebel and save the people. I cannot avoid moving in the harvest season, but if anyone trample down the corn, he shall be put to death. Military law is strict without exception, and the people need fear no damage."
The people were very pleased and lined the road, wishing success to the expedition. When the soldiers passed wheat fields, they dismounted and pushed aside the stalks so that none were trampled down. One day, when Cao Cao was riding through the fields, a dove suddenly got up, startling the horse so that it swerved into the standing grain, and a large patch was trampled down. Cao Cao at once called the provost marshal and bade him decree the sentence for the crime of trampling down corn.
"How can I deal with your crime?"
asked the provost marshal.
"I made the rule and I have broken it. Can I otherwise satisfy public opinion?"
Cao Cao laid hold of the sword by his side and made to take his own life. All hastened to prevent him, and Guo Jia said, "In ancient times, the days of spring and autumn history, the laws were not applied to the persons of the most important. You are the supreme leader of a mighty army, and must not wound yourself." Cao Cao pondered for a long time. At last he said,
"Since there exists the reason just quoted, I may perhaps escape the death penalty."
Then with his sword he cut off his hair and threw it to the ground, saying,
"I cut off the hair as touching the head."
Then he sent messengers to exhibit the hair throughout the whole army, saying, "The Prime Minister, having trodden down some corn, ought to have lost his head by the terms of the order. Now here is his hair, cut off as an attack on the head." This deed was a stimulus to discipline all through the army, so that not a single person dared be disobedient. A poet wrote, A myriad of soldiers marching along, and all are brave and bold, and their myriad inclinations by one leader are controlled. That crafty leader shore his locks when forfeit was his head. O full of guile were thou, Cao Cao, as everyone has said. On the first news of the approach of Cao Cao with an army, Zhang Xiu wrote to Liu Biao for help. Then Zhang Xiu led out his troops with his two generals, Lei Shu and Zhang Xian. When the array was complete, Zhang Xiu took his station in front and, pointing at Cao Cao, railed at him, saying,
"O false and pretended supporter of benevolence and justice! O shameless one! You are just a beast of the forest and absolutely devoid of humanity!"
This annoyed Cao Cao, who sent out Zhu Chu against the insulter. Zhang Xian came out to meet him and fell in the third bout. Thence Zhang Xiu's troops fled and were pursued to the very walls of Nangyang, only managing to get within just before the pursuit came up. The city was then closely besieged. Seeing the moat was so wide and deep that approach to the walls would be difficult, Cao Cao's commanders began to fill up the ditch with earth. Then with sandbags, brushwood, and bundles of grass, they built a great mound near the wall, and on this erected steps so that they could look over into the city. Cao Cao rode around the city closely inspecting the defenses. 3 days later, he issued an order to make a mound of earth and brushwood at the northwest corner, as he would mount the walls at that point. He was observed within the city by Jia Shu, who went to Zhang Xiu and said, "I know what Cao Cao intends, and I can defeat him by a countermove." Even amongst the very foremost, there is one who leads the way. Someone sees through your devices, be as crafty as ye may. What the countermove was will be told in the next chapter. Chapter 18. Giving counsels, Jia Xu directs a great victory. Braving battlefield, Jia Hudun loses an eye. Jia Xu, as he had guessed the enemy's intention, had also devised a countermove. So he went to his chief and said, "I saw Cao Cao very carefully reconnoitering about the city. He certainly noticed that the southeast corner of the wall had been lately restored with mud bricks of a different kind, and that the fencing barrier is badly out of repair. He will try to effect an entrance there. Wherefore he is making a feint attack at the opposite point. He is piling up straw and making an ostentatious preparation whereby to cajole us into withdrawing from the real point of attack to defend the northwest. His troops will scale the walls in the darkness and try to enter at the southeast."
"Supposing you surmise correct, what do you advise?"
asked Zhang Xiu. "The countermove is plain. You issue an order from our best and bravest soldiers to fill their bellies, to take the lightest outfit and conceal themselves in the houses near the southeast corner. Then disguise the townspeople as soldiers, and send them to pretend to defend the northwest. Tonight we will let the enemy climb up the walls and enter the city, and once they are fairly within, give the signal, and the concealed soldiers will rush out upon them. We may even capture Cao Cao himself." The stratagem was decided upon. Soon the scouts told Cao Cao, "The defenders of the city have moved to the northwest, where noisy preparations for defense are going on. The opposite corner is left undefended." "They have fallen into my trap," said Cao Cao gleefully. He ordered his troops to prepare shovels and hooks and all the gear needed for scaling walls, and all day they kept up the attack on the northwest angle. But at the second watch, they dispatched the veterans to the opposite corner, where they climbed the wall, broke up the fencing barrier, and got into the city apparently without disturbing any of the guards. There was no sign of life anywhere as they entered, but just as they were leaving the wall, suddenly a bomb exploded, and they found themselves in an ambush. They turned to retire, but Zhang Xiu immediately fell on the rear and began a slaughter. Cao Cao's troops were totally defeated and fled out of the gate into the country. Zhang Xiu kept up the pursuit till daybreak, when he retired into the city again. Then Cao Cao rallied his army and mustered his soldiers. He had lost 50,000 and much baggage, while 2 of his generals, Lu Qian and Yu Jin, were wounded. Cao Cao, being thus worsted, Jia Shu advised Zhang Xiu to ride off to Liu Biao to cut off Cao Cao's retreat, so that he might be utterly destroyed. Liu Biao was preparing an army for this purpose when a scout came to say that Sun Ce had encamped in the river at Hukou. Kuai Liang said,
"This move of Sun Ce in the river is part of Cao Cao's strategy, and there will be never-ending regret if Cao Cao is allowed to escape. An immediate expedition is necessary."
Wherefore, Liu Biao moved out with his army to Anzhong to block Cao Cao, leaving Huang Zu to hold Jingzhou's points of vantage. Zhang Xiu, having been informed of the movement of Liu Biao, went with Jia Shu to smite Cao Cao on the rear. In the meantime, Cao Cao's army, marching very leisurely, had arrived at Xiangyang. Walking one day beside River Yu, he suddenly uttered a great cry, and when his officers asked what the reason thereof, he replied,
"I remembered that here, only a year ago, I lost my great general, Dian Wei. Is that not reason to grieve?"
Thereupon, Cao Cao gave orders to halt while he should make a great sacrifice and mourn for his lost leader. At the ceremony he himself burned incense and wailed and prostrated himself. The army was much affected by his devotion. After the sacrifices to the lost hero, he sacrificed to the names of his nephew Cao Amin and his eldest son Cao Ang, both of whom had died at the same time. He also sacrificed to his lost soldiers and even to his Dawan steed, which had been killed by an arrow. Next day, Jun Yu wrote to tell Cao Cao that Liu Biao had gone up to help Zhang Xiu and was camped at Anzhong, thereby cutting off his road of retreat. Cao Cao replied to the letter, saying,
"I have been marching only a short distance each day, and of course knew of the pursuit. But my plans are laid, and, as I am near Anzhong, my enemy will be broken. You need not have any fears."
Then Cao Cao hastened his march till he came near where Liu Biao had taken position. Zhang Xiu still shortened the distance. Cao Cao ordered his men during the night to open a secret way through a pass, where he laid an ambush. With the first light of dawn, Liu Biao and Zhang Xiu met. As Cao Cao's force looked small, they thought he had retired, so they boldly advanced into the pass to smite him. Then the ambush was opened, and both the attackers' forces were cut up. The fighting ended. Cao Cao's soldiers went outside the pass and encamped. The two leaders on the other side restored order among their beaten troops and then held a conference.
"How could we have foreseen such a wicked ruse?" said Liu Biao.
"Let us try again,"
said Zhang Xiu. Wherefore they joined forces at Anzhong. But Shun Yu discovered through his spies that Yuan Shao was preparing an attack on capital Zhuchang, so he at once wrote to Cao Cao, who, much disturbed by this news, set homeward straight away. When Zhang Xiu heard this through his scouts, he wished to follow the retreating army. Jia Shu opposed it and said, "It will lead to a defeat." However, Liu Biao said, "It is wrong to lose such a chance." And so, finally, pursuit was decided upon. They had not marched more than 4 miles before they came upon Cao Cao's rear guard, who fought with great vigor and bravery, so that the pursuers were beaten off and went home discomfited. Zhang Xiu said to Jia Shu,
"This defeat comes from my not following your advice."
"Now set your army in order and pursue," said Jia Shu.
"But we have just suffered defeat," cried both leaders. "Do you now counsel pursuit?"
"Yes, and the result will be great victory if you go now. I will venture my head on that," said Jia Shu. Zhang Xiu had confidence, but Liu Biao was afraid and would not accompany him. So one army only started in pursuit. However, this was enough. Cao Cao's rear guard was thoroughly routed and abandoned their wagons and their baggage in their hasty flight. Zhang Xiu pursued, but suddenly a troop came out of the shelter of some hills and checked him. Fearful to try any further, he hastened back to Anzhong. The other general, Liu Biao, asked the adviser to explain his apparent inconsistency, saying, "When our veteran and brave soldiers were going to pursue those who retreated, you said our men would lose the day, and when defeated men pursued the victors, you foretold victory. You were right in both cases, but we wish you would enlighten us." "It is easy to explain. You, generals, although skilled leaders, are not a match for our enemy. Though Cao Cao had lost the battle, he had able generals to keep the rear and guard in pursuit. Our soldiers are good, but not a match for them. That is how I knew.
For as much as Cao Cao's hurried retreat was due to trouble in the capital, and he had beaten off our attack, I knew he would retire at his utmost speed and not take his usual precautions. I ventured to take advantage of his laxity. Liu Biao and Zhang Xiu could not but affirm his complete understanding of the conditions. On the advice of Jia Shu, then, Liu Biao returned to Qingzhou, while Zhang Xiu took up his position at Xiangyang, so that each strengthened the other, as the lips protect the teeth from the cold. When Cao Cao, during his retreat, heard that his army was being pursued, he hastily turned back to support the rear guard. Then he saw the pursuing army draw off. The soldiers of the beaten rear guard said, "Had it not been for the troops that came out of the hills, we should all have been lost." "What troops?" asked Cao Cao in surprise. The leader of the troops then advanced, slung his spear, and, dismounting, made a low obeisance. He was Li Tong, imperial commander from Xiangsha. Cao Cao asked him why he had come. Li Tong replied, "I was in command at Runan when I heard the struggle going on, so I came to lend you any help I could." To show his gratitude, Cao Cao conferred upon Li Tong the title Lord who renders high services, and confirmed him in his command as the defense of Runan against Liu Biao and Zhang Xiu. Then Li Tong expressed his thanks and took his leave. On his return to the capital, Cao Cao presented a memorial on the good services rendered by Sun Ce, and the emperor made him Lord of Wu, with the title General who destroys rebels. The messenger bearing the decree bore also the order to repress Liu Biao. Cao Cao went to his palace, and there received the ceremonial calls of congratulation. These finished, Shun Yu asked,
"You, sir, marched very leisurely to Anzhong. How came it that you felt certain of victory?"
Cao Cao replied, "My soldiers who retire and find their retreat cut off fight vigorously and desperately. I retired slowly to entice the enemy into following, whereby I could do as I wished with them. Basing my movements on these considerations, I felt secure."
Shun Yu bowed his head in admiration. When Guo Jia entered, Cao Cao said,
"Why so late, sir?"
The visitor drew a letter from his sleeve, saying to his master,
"Yuan Shao sends this, expressing he desires to send an army to attack Gunsung Zan, and wishes you to lend provisions and troops."
"I heard Yuan Shao was going to attack Xuchang. I suppose my return has made him change his intention," said Cao Cao.
Then he opened the letter and read it. It was couched in very arrogant terms.
"Yuan Shao is so exceedingly rude that I will attack him," said Cao Cao. "Only I think I am not quite strong enough. What should be done?"
Guo Jia said,
"My lord, you know well who lost and why in the conflict between Liu Bang, the supreme ancestor, and Xiang Yu, his rival. The former won only by superior wisdom. Zhang Yu was the stronger, but in the end he was overcome. Your rival has 10 weak points, whereas you have 10 strong ones, and though his army is large, it is not terrible."
Then Guo Jia continued,
"Yuan Shao is overmuch devoted to ceremony and deportment, while you are sympathetic and natural. This is an excellence in conduct. He is antagonistic and drives. You are conciliatory and lead. So you have the advantage of popular approval. For many years the government has been lax, and he makes it more so. You strive vigorously after efficiency. This is the excellence of able administration. He is outwardly liberal, but grudging at heart, and too given to nepotism. You appear exacting, but you understand and use people after their ability. This is the advantage of correct appreciation. He is a visionary, but lacking in decision. You are a man of prompt decision and direct action. This is an advantage in policy. He loves to gather about him people of renown. You treat people as you find them, regardless of their reputation. This is where you excel in moral virtue. He is compassionate to those at hand, but careless about those out of sight. Your care is all-embracing. This is where you excel in humanity. He lends a ready ear to calumny and is misled. You may be fooled with evil counsel, but you preserve independence. This is where you excel in perspicacity. His sense of right and wrong is confused. Your appreciation is accurate and clear. This is where you excel in administrative capacity. He loves the make-believe force, but is ignorant of military essentials. You would overcome with far inferior numbers as you possess military genius. This is where you excel in war. With your 10 superiorities, you will have no difficulty in overcoming Yuan Shao."
"How can I be worth as much as you say?" said Cao Cao, smiling.
"What Guo Jia has said about the 10 points in your favor agrees exactly with what I think," said Junyu. "Yuan Shao's army is not formidable in spite of its size."
"The real and dangerous enemy is Lu Bu," said Guo Jia. "When Yuan Shao has gone north to destroy Gunsong Zan, we ought to sweep away Lu Bu and so clear away our danger from that side. For if this is not done, our attack on Yuan Shao will be the signal for an attempt on the capital. That would be most serious." Cao Cao saw things in the same light as his advisers, and began to discuss plans for an attack on Lu Bu. Xun Yu was of the opinion that they should first secure the fidelity and aid of Liu Bei. So letters were written, and they awaited his assurance before moving a soldier. Then, in order to reassure Yuan Shao, his emissary was treated with great kindness, and a memorial presented to the emperor, asking extra honors for him. Yuan Shao was made imperial protector of the 4 northern regions, Jizhou, Qingzhou, Youzhou, and Bingzhou. With all this, a private letter was written by Cao Cao, urging upon him to attack Gunsong Zan, and promising assistance. So, Yuan Shao's army started. In the meantime, the two Chen Deng and Chen Gui were playing their game. At every feast and gathering in Jushou, they uttered the most fulsome praises of Lu Bu. Chen Gong was greatly displeased and took an opportunity to talk about them to his master.
"They flatter you to your face, but what is in their hearts? You ought to be most carefully on your guard."
"Hold your tongue," was the angry reply. "You are simply slandering them without the slightest excuse. You want to harm good people."
"No ears for loyal words," said Chen Gong as he went away sad at heart, "and we shall suffer." He thought seriously of abandoning Lu Bu, but that would be too painful a wrench. Besides, he feared people would laugh at him. So the days passed sorrowfully for him. One day, with a few horsemen, he rode out to the country near Xiaopei to hunt. On the high road, he saw a messenger galloping along in hot haste and began to wonder what it might mean. He left the hunt, rode across country, and intercepted the rider.
"Where are you from? Who sent you?"
asked Chen Gong. The messenger made no reply, for he knew to what party his captors belonged. They searched him and found a letter, the secret reply to Cao Cao's letter from Liu Bei. The messenger and the letter were both taken straight to Lu Bu. He questioned the man, who said,
"The Prime Minister sent me to bear a letter to Imperial Protector Liu Bei. I was now taking back the reply. I know nothing more, and I am ignorant to the contents of the letters."
So Lu Bu tore it open and read, "I have received your commands concerning the destruction of Lu Bu, and dare I for a moment venture to disregard them? But my force is weak, and I must act with extreme circumspection. If you move your main body, then I will hasten forward, and in the meantime my army shall be got ready and weapons prepared. I await your command." Lu Bu was really alarmed.
"The wretches!" cried he. "To dare act thus!"
The unhappy messenger was put to death, and countermoves planned. Chen Gong and Zhang Ba went to enlist the help of the Taishan mountain bandits, Sun Guan, Wu Dun, Yin Li, and Chang Xi, so that they would take Yangzhou in the east of the Huashang Mountains. Gao Shun and Zhang Liao went to attack Liu Bei in Xiaopei. Song Xian and Wei Shu went west to attack Runan and Yingshuan, and Lu Bu took command of a large body of troops ready to afford help wherever needed. The departure of the army under Gao Shun against Xiaopei was reported to Liu Bei, who assembled his officers at a council. Sun Qian advised sending a message to the capital to inform Cao Cao of their danger. In response to the chief's call, Jian Yong, a fellow townsman of Liu Bei, offered to take the message. Up to that moment, Jian Yong had served as a secretary, so a letter was written, and Jian Yong set out at once on his journey. Then preparations were made for defense. Liu Bei, commanding at the south gate, Sun Qian at the north gate, Guan Yu at the west gate, and Zhang Fei at the east gate. Mi Zhu and his brother Mi Fang commanded the family guard in the center. The two Mis were put in command of the house guard because they were Liu Bei's brothers-in-law.
He had taken a sister of Mi Zhu as a second wife. Hence, they were suitable men to guard the family. In due course, Gao Shun came to the south gate. Liu Bei ascended the tower and said, "I have no quarrel with your master. Why do you come here with an army?" "You have plotted with Cao Cao to injure my master as we know now. Why should I not bind you?" So saying, Gao Shun gave the signal to attack, but Liu Bei did not go out to repulse Gao Shun. He only kept the gate fast closed. Soon after, Zhang Liao led an attack on the west gate, then kept by Guan Yu, who addressed Zhang Liao from the wall. "You are too good a man to waste yourself on rebels," said Guan Yu. Zhang Liao hung his head and made no reply. Guan Yu knew that Zhang Liao had a sound heart and high principles, and said no more, as he was unwilling to wound Zhang Liao. Nor did he go out to attack. Zhang Liao then drew off and proceeded to the east gate, and Zhang Fei went out to give battle. Soon it was told to Guan Yu, who came over quickly. He saw Zhang Fei going out, but Zhang Liao was already withdrawing. Zhang Fei wished to pursue, but his brother held him back.
"He is afraid and so has gone away. It would be best to pursue," said Zhang Fei.
"No," said Guan Yu. "As a warrior he is not inferior to either of us. But I have spoken a few straight words and he has sunk deep. He is repentant, and that is why he will not meet us." So Zhang Fei understood, and the gates were shut, and orders given for careful defense. When Jian Yong, Liu Bei's messenger, reached the capital, he saw Cao Cao and told him what had happened. The advisors were called to discuss a plan. Cao Cao said, "I wish to attack Lu Bu. I fear not Yuan Shao, but Liu Biao and Zhang Xiu may attack me in the rear." Jun Yo, the nephew of Jun Yu, replied, "Both these latter have been too recently defeated to do anything so rash. But Lu Bu is a fighting man, and if he joined forces with Wan Shu and they set themselves to conquer River Huai and River Xi, the problem would be difficult." Then spoke Guo Jia, "Let us take advantage of the moment before they have fully made up their mind. Smite before they are fully prepared." And Cao Cao did so. An army of 50,000 were sent in advance with 4 commanders, Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Lu Qian, and Li Dian. Cao Cao commanded the center army, which marched by divisions, and Jian Yong brought up the rear. Soon the scouts informed Gao Shun. He sent flying messengers to Lu Bu, who detached 200 horse with Hou Cheng, Cao Xing, and He Meng to assist him. Gao Shun posted this reinforcement and his army about 10 miles from Xiaopei to meet Cao Cao's army. Lu Bu and the main army also followed close. When Liu Bei saw the army retiring from the city, he knew Cao Cao's army was close at hand. So, making arrangements for the guarding of the city within, he and his 2 brothers marched their troops out of the city and made a camp, that they might be ready to assist. Now the division of Cao Cao's army under Xiahou Dun, having marched out in advance, first came into touch with Gao Shun. Xiahou Dun at once rode out with his spear and offered a challenge. It was accepted, and the 2 leaders fought 100 bouts. Then Gao Shun began to weaken and had to turn back. He rode round to the rear of his array. Xiahou Dun was not the man to quail, so he followed right into the enemy's country. Then Cao Xing, one of Lu Bu's generals, secretly strung his bow, fitted an arrow, and, when Xiahou Dun had come quite near, shot at him. The arrow hit Xiahou Dun full in the left eye. He shrieked, and putting up his head, pulled out the arrow, and with it the eye.
"Essence of my father, blood of my mother, I cannot throw this away,"
cried Xiahou Dun, and he put the eye into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, resuming his firm grip of his spear, Xiahou Dun went after his new enemy. There was no escape for Cao Xing. He was overtaken and fell with a fatal spear wound full in the face. Both sides were stricken dumb with amazement. Having thus slain the man who had wounded him, Xiahou Dun rode back toward his own side. Gao Shun went in pursuit, and, waving on his enemy, attacked so vigorously that he won the day. Xiahou Yuan defended his elder brother as they fled. Lu Qian and Li Dian led various divisions back to Jibei and made a camp. Gao Shun, having scored this victory, returned to attack Liu Bei, and as Lu Bu opportunely arrived with Zhang Liao, these 3 arranged their forces so that each attacked one of the brothers. Dauntless was Jiahudun, that warrior bold. His courage had been proved of old. But smitten sore one hapless day, he might not in the battle stay. The fate of Liu Bei will be told in the next chapter. Chapter 19. Cao Cao fights at Xiapi. Lu Bu perishes at the White Gate Tower. As was stated before, Gao Shun and Zhang Liao together went to smite Guan Yu, while Lu Bu attacked Zhang Fei. Both brothers went out to give battle, while Liu Bei's force was held in reserve. But then, Lu Bu attacked both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei from the rear, and the brothers were forced to flee. Liu Bei, with a few score of horsemen, rushed back to Xiaopei. As he approached the gate, with Lu Bu pressing him close, he shouted to the soldiers on the wall to lower the drawbridge. Lu Bu was so close behind that the archers on the wall feared to shoot, lest they should wound their lord, and so Lu Bu got into the gate. The gate guards could not force him back, so they scattered in all directions. Lu Bu led his force into the city. Liu Bei saw that the position was too desperate for him to reach his residence, and he must abandon all his family. So he hastened through the city and left by the west gate, out at which he and his scanty following fled for very life. When Lu Bu reached the residence, he was met by Mi Zhu, who said, "The hero does not destroy a person's family. Your rival for the empire is Cao Cao, and my master, always mindful of the good turn you did him at the archery feast, would not be ungrateful. But he could not help going to Cao Cao, and I think you will pity him." Lu Bu replied, "We two are old friends. How could I bear to harm his wives and children?" Whereupon he sent the family to Shuzhou with Mi Zhu to take care of them. Next, Lu Bu led his army into Huashang Mountains to Yanzhou, leaving Gao Shun and Zhang Liao to guard Xiaopei. During these troubles, Sun Qian had also fled out of the city. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, each with a handful of soldiers, had got away to the hills. As Liu Bei with his few horsemen was making the best of their way from the scene of his defeat, he heard someone coming up behind him. When he got closer, the person proved to be Sun Qian. "Alas, I do not know the fate of my brothers, whether they be alive or dead, and my wife and children are lost to me. What can I do?" said Liu Bei. Sun Qian replied, "I see nothing better than getting away to Cao Cao, whence we may be able to plan our future moves." Liu Bei had no better plan to propose, and the two men directed their way to Zhuchang, choosing byroads rather than highways. When their small supplies ran out, they entered a village to beg. But when the people of any place heard that Liu Bei of Yuzhou was the man who needed help, they vied with each other in offering all that was required. One day, they sought shelter at a house, whence a youth came out and made a low obeisance. They asked his name, and he gave it as Liu An, of a well-known family of hunters. Hearing who the visitor was, the hunter wished to lay before him a dish of game, but though he sought for a long time, nothing could be found for the table. So Liu An came home, killed his wife, and prepared a portion for his guest. While eating, Liu Bei asked, "What flesh is it?" Liu An told him, "Wolf." Liu Bei knew no better and ate his fill. Next day at daylight, just as Liu Bei was leaving, he went to the stables in the rear to get his horse, and passing through the kitchen, he saw the dead body of a woman lying on the table. The flesh of one arm had been cut away. Quite startled, he asked what this meant, and then he knew what he had eaten the night before. He was deeply sorry at this proof of his host's regard, and the tears rained down as he mounted his steed at the gate. "I wish I could go with you," said Liu An, "but as my mother still lives, I cannot go so far from home." Liu Bei thanked him and went his way. The party took the road by Liangcheng, and as they were going out, they saw, not far off, a thick cloud of dust. When the troop came nearer, they found the troops were of Cao Cao's army, and with them they traveled to the main camp, where they found Cao Cao himself. Cao Cao shed tears at the sad story of Liu Bei's distress, the loss of the city, his brothers and wives and children. When Liu Bei told him of the hunter who had sacrificed his wife to feed them, Cao Cao sent the hunter a present of 100 ounces of silver as a reward. The march then was continued to Jibei, where Xiahou Yuan welcomed them. They heard that his brother Xiahou Dun was still ill from the wound he had received in the eye. Cao Cao went to the sick man's bedside to see him, and had him removed to Zhuchang for skilled treatment. Presently, scouts, sent out particularly for tidings of Lu Bu, returned, saying,
Lu Bu has allied himself with the bandits in the east, and they are attacking Yanzhou.
At this, Cao Cao dispatched Cao Ren with 3,000 soldiers to retake Xiaopei, while he, in conjunction with Liu Bei, moved against Lu Bu. They went east. As they reached the Mandang Hills near Xiao Pass, they met a band of 30,000 Taishan Mountains brigands barring their road. The chieftains of the bandits were Sun Guan, Wu Dun, Yin Li, and Chang Shi, who rode out with their spears set. However, Zhu Chu plunged into the battle and easily beat them back and chased them right up to the pass. The scouts told Lu Bu, who was then in Zhuzhou, whither he had gone to start an expedition to save Xiaopei. He left the protection of Zhuzhou to Chen Gui and set out with Chen Deng. As this latter was starting, Chen Gui said to him,
"Remember the words of Cao Cao, that the business of the East is in our hands. Now is our moment, for Lu Bu is about to suffer defeat."
"Father, I can look after the outside, but when Lu Bu returns beaten, you must arrange with Mi Zhu to keep him out of the city. I shall find the means of escape," said Chen Deng.
"His family is here, and he has many friends. How about them?"
"I also have a scheme to settle them." Then Chen Deng went to see Lu Bu, to whom he said, "Zhuzhou is surrounded, and this city will be fiercely attacked. We ought to provide for possible retreat, and I advise storing grain and money in Xiapi. We could retreat there if the day went adversely. Why not see about this in good time?"
"Your words are indeed wise. I will send my wives and little ones thither," said Lu Bu.
The family left under escort of Wei Shu and Song Xian, and with them was sent much grain and treasures and coins. And then the soldiers marched to the relief of the pass. About halfway there, Chen Deng said, "Let me go first to reconnoiter, so that you, my lord, may advance with confidence." Thus Chen Deng parted company with his chief and preceded him to the pass, where he was received by Chen Gong. Chen Deng said, "The general greatly wonders why you do not advance. He is going to inquire into it."
"The enemy is in great force. We cannot be too careful," said Chen Gong. "We are holding the pass, and you should persuade our master to take steps to guard Xiaopei."
Chen Deng said, "Your words are true." That evening he went up to the heights from which he could see Cao Cao's army, which was quite close to the pass. Then he wrote 3 notes, tied them to arrows, and shot them into Cao Cao's camp. Next day he left and hastened back to Lu Bu and said, "Those bandits are about to give up the pass to the enemy, but I have left Chen Gong to hold it. You had better make an attack tonight and hold him."
"Had it not been for you, the pass would have been lost," said Lu Bu.
Then he sent Chen Deng back to arrange a fire signal with Chen Gong for simultaneous action. So Chen Deng returned to Chen Gong, to whom he said, "Cao Cao's troops have found a secret way through the pass, and I fear Zhuzhou is already lost. You ought to go back at once." At this, the pass was abandoned, and Chen Gong began to retreat. Then Chen Deng gave the prearranged signal. Lu Bu saw the fire and advanced in the darkness to the relief of the pass. Presently he met Chen Gong's army, and as neither was recognized in the darkness, a fierce battle ensued. Nor was the trick discovered until daylight came. While these things were going on, Cao Cao had noted the signal and advanced as fast as possible. The bandits, who alone remained to hold the pass, were easily driven out and scattered in all directions. When daylight came and the trick was discovered, Lu Bu and Chen Gong set off together for Zhuzhou. But when they arrived and summoned the gate, instead of opening the doors, the guards on the wall saluted them with a thick flight of arrows. At the same time, Mi Zhu appeared on the defense tower and shouted, "You stole our master's city, and now we are going to give it back to him. He will not enter here again."
"Where is Chen Gui?"
cried Lu Bu angrily. "We have slain him," was the reply.
"Where is Chen Deng?"
said Lu Bu, turning to Chen Gong.
Do you still hold to your delusion, General, that you ask where this precious rogue is?
Was not to be found. Then they decided to go to Xiaopei, but ere they had got halfway there, suddenly appeared the troops under the command of Gao Shun and Zhang Liao. They said,
Chen Deng came to us saying you, General, were surrounded and wanted help, so we came at once.
Another trick of that false rogue, said Lu Bu.
Surely he shall die for this.
They went with all speed to Xiaopei, only to see as they drew near the ensigns of the enemy displayed along the walls, for the city had been taken by Cao Ren. While Lu Bu stood at the foot of the rampart reviling the traitor, Chen Deng himself appeared on the wall and pointed to Lu Bu, crying,
Did you think that I, a minister of the dynasty, would serve a rebel like you?
Lu Bu, in his wrath, was about to make a desperate attack, but suddenly a great noise was heard, and an army came up behind him. It was led by no other than Zhang Fei. Gao Shun went to engage him, but he had no chance of success. Lu Bu then joined the fray. Another army appeared, and the leader this time was Cao Cao himself, and his army rushed to the attack. Seeing that he had no hope of victory, Lu Bu went away toward the east, with Cao Cao in pursuit. Lu Bu's army marched until they were worn out. Then appeared a new force under Guan Yu. Holding his sword ready to strike, Guan Yu called out,
Do not flee, O Lu Bu. Guan Yu is waiting for you.
Lu Bu joined battle. He was flurried and scarcely knew what was happening. And soon Zhang Fei came up once more. By desperate efforts, Lu Bu and his troops cut an arterial alley through the press and got free. After this, they started for Xiaopei as fast as they could travel, and Ho Cheng helped to keep the pursuers at bay and welcomed them into the city. So the two brothers, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, were together again after their separation. Both shed tears of joy as they told each other what they had seen and suffered.
I was on the Haizhou road when I heard of you, said Guan Yu. I lost no time in starting.
And I had been camped in the Mangdong Hills for a time. It is happiness to be together again.
So they talked. Then they marched off together to find their elder brother and made their salutations with tears. In Liu Bei's heart, sadness and joy intermingled. Next, they were presented to Cao Cao, and with him they went into the captured Zhuzhou city. Mi Zhu soon came with welcome news of the safety of the family, and Chen Gui and Chen Deng came to present their salutations. A grand banquet was prepared for the officers, at which Cao Cao presided as host, and Chen Gui and Liu Bei occupied the seats of honor to his right and left. At the close of the banquet, Cao Cao paid the two Chens the highest compliments on their success, and rewarded them with the revenues of 10 counties, beside giving the son the title of General who quells the waves. Cao Cao was very pleased with his success, and at once began to scheme for the taking of Xiaopei, the sole place now left to Lu Bu, where he had taken refuge. Cheng Yu said the course was inadvisable.
If Lu Bu be pressed too hard, he may get clear by desperate effort and throw himself into the arms of our special enemy Yuan Shu. These two as allies would be difficult to overcome. Rather send a capable man to guard the south of River Huai, one able to secure you against Lu Bu on one hand, and to hold Yuan Shu on the other. Moreover, the bandits are in Huashang Mountains and still our enemies. They must be watched.
Cao Cao replied, I can keep the whole of Huashang Mountains, and I will request Liu Bei to take the south. Could I dare withstand your command? Said Liu Bei. So forthwith Liu Bei, leaving Mi Zhu and Jian Yong at Zhuzhou, went south, taking in his train Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Sun Qian, and Cao Cao led his army to Xiaopei. Lu Bu felt very secure in his refuge. He had good stores of grain, and he had the protection of the river sea, so he sat quiet, satisfied that he could maintain his defense. So he allowed Cao Cao's army to approach without molestation.
You ought to attack Cao Cao's army as they come up, before they have time to make camps and defenses. They will only have a fatigued army to oppose your fresh troops, and you will certainly defeat them.
So said Chen Gong, but Lu Bu replied, I have suffered too many defeats lately to take any risk. Wait till they actually attack, and you will see them floating away on the waters. So Lu Bu neglected the confidant's advice, and waited till the enemy had settled into their camp. This done, the attackers advanced against the city. From the foot of the wall, Cao Cao called to Lu Bu to listen while he spoke. Lu Bu ascended to the wall where he stood. Cao Cao addressed him, saying,
When I heard that your family and that of Yuan Shu were likely to be united by marriage, I sent an army against you. Yuan Shu was guilty of treason, while you had to your credit on the destruction of Dong Zhuo. For what reason have you sacrificed all your merits to throw in your lot with a rebel? It will be over late to regret when this city shall have fallen, but if you surrender and help me to support the ruling house, you shall not lose your rank.
Lu Bu replied,
If the Prime Minister will retire, we may be able to discuss the matter.
But Chen Gong, standing near his master, began to rail at Cao Cao for a rebel, and shot an arrow that struck his plumed helmet.
My oath, but I will slay you at least,
cried Cao Cao, pointing his finger at Chen Gong. Then the attack on the walls began.
They have come from far and cannot maintain this for long, said Chen Gong. General, go out with your horse and foot and take up position outside, leaving me to maintain the defense with the remainder of our troops. If he engages you, I will come out and strike at his rear ranks. If he attacks the city, you can come to our aid. In 10 days their stores will fail, and we can beat them off. This will place them between the ox horns.
The advice seems good, said Lu Bu. Lu Bu went back to his palace and prepared his weapons. As it was the depth of winter, he made his army take plenty of wadded clothing to keep them warm. Lady Yan, his wife, heard of it and came to ask whither he was going. He told her of Chen Gong's plan. She said,
My lord, you are leaving an undamaged city, abandoning your wife and little ones, and going with a paltry force. Should any untoward event happen, will your handmaid and her lord ever meet again?
Lu Bu hesitated, and for 3 days made no move. Then Chen Gong came to see him again and said,
The enemy are all around the city, and unless you go out soon, you will be quite hemmed in.
I am thinking it would be better to maintain a stubborn defense, said Lu Bu.
Our enemies are short of food and have sent supplies to Xuchang. These will soon arrive, and you should go out with some veterans and intercept the convoy. That loss would be a heavy blow.
Lu Bu agreed and went in to tell his wife the new plan. She wept, saying,
If you go, do you think Chen Gong and others equal to the defense of this city? Should anything go wrong, you would be very sorry. You abandoned me at Chang'an, and it was only through the fortunate kindness of Pang Shu that I was hidden from our enemies and rejoined you. Who would have thought you would leave me again? But go your way as far as you wish, and do not mind your wife.
And she wept bitterly. Lu Bu very sadly went to take leave of Diao Chan, who said,
You are my lord and my life. You must not be careless and ride out alone.
You need not fear. With my mighty trident halberd and red hair, who dare come near me?
He went out, but when he met Chen Gong, he said,
That story about supplies for Cao Cao is all false, one of his many ruses. I am not going to stir.
Chen Gong sighed. He felt all was lost.
We shall die, and no person shall know our burial place, said he.
Thereupon, Lu Bu remained in his own quarters with his ladies, drinking freely to dissipate his sorrows. 2 of his advisers, Zhu Si and Wang Kai, went in and proposed,
Yuan Shu in the south of River Huai is very powerful. Why not write to him to renew the marriage alliance? Yuan Shu can hardly refuse to rescue the affianced bride of his son.
So Lu Bu wrote and bade these 2 take the letter. Zhu Si said,
You ought to send a strong escort with us to force a way through.
Lu Bu told off 1,000 troops and 2 of his generals, Zhang Liao and He Meng, to conduct his messenger beyond the pass. They started that same night at the second watch, Zhang Liao leading and He Meng bringing up the rear. They got out of the city, crept past Liu Bei's camp, and got beyond the danger zone. Then half the escort went on, and Zhang Liao led the remainder back toward the city. At the pass, he found Guan Yu waiting. However, at that moment, Gao Shun came to his help, and they all returned and re-entered the gates. The 2 messengers presently reached Shou Chun, saw Yuan Shu, and presented the letter.
How is this? Said Yuan Shu. Formerly he slew my messenger and repudiated the marriage. Now he sends to ask for it.
It is all due to the vile plans of that monster Cao Cao. If, pray you, illustrious sir, consider it carefully, replied Shu Si.
But if your master was not hemmed in by his enemy and in imminent danger, he would never have thought of renewing this proposal of marriage.
The messenger said,
You may decide not to help him, but the teeth are cold when the lips are gone. It will not make for your happiness and comfort, said Yuan Shu.
Lu Bu is unreliable. Tell him that I will send soldiers after the girl has arrived here.
This was final, and the two messengers took leave and headed back to Xiaopi. When the party reached Liu Bei's camp, Zhu Si decided,
We must wait until the night falls, and Wang Kai and I will get through in the darkness, the escort of He Meng remaining behind to protect our rear.
They tried that very night, and the two messengers crept across without discovery. But the escort found themselves faced by Zhang Fei. He Meng tried to fight, but was captured in the very first bout, and the 500 troops of his half-company were either killed or they fled. The prisoner was taken to Liu Bei, who forwarded him to the main camp. There he told the story of the marriage and the scheme to save the city. Cao Cao was angry and ordered the execution of He Meng at the main gate. Then Cao Cao sent orders to each camp to exercise the greatest diligence with threats of rigorous punishment of the officers of any corps that permitted any communication between the besieged and the outer world. Every soldier felt mightily afraid. Liu Bei returned to camp and cautioned his brothers, saying, We are in the most important place with regard to the south of River Huai, and you must be very careful not to allow any breach of this command. Zhang Fei was inclined to grumble, saying,
We have just captured one of the enemy's leaders, and there is no word of praise or reward for us. Nothing but new orders and threats. What do you make of that?
You are wrong to complain, said Liu Bei. These are orders of the commander-in-chief, and what would happen were there no orders? Do not disobey them, brother. They promised obedience and withdrew. In the meantime, Shu Si and Wang Kai had got back to Lu Bu and told him what Yuan Shu had said, that if the girl came, the soldiers should go. But how can she be sent? Said Lu Bu. Shu Si said,
That is the difficulty. He Meng's capture means that Cao Cao knows the whole plan of getting help from the south of River Huai. I do not see how anyone but you yourself could hope to get through the close siege.
Suppose we tried today, said Lu Bu.
This is an ill-omened day. You must not try today. Tomorrow is a very lucky day, especially in the evening, for any military action.
Then Lu Bu ordered Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, Get ready 3,000 troops for the venture, and prepare a light carriage. I will lead the first 70 miles. Thence, you can escort the bride-elect the remainder of the way to her new home. Next evening, toward the second watch, Lu Bu wrapped his daughter in soft wadded garments, bound her about with a mailed coat, and took her on his back. Then, with his mighty trident halberd in hand, he mounted Red Hair and rode at the head of the cavalcade out of the city gate. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun followed. In this order, they approached Liu Bei's camp. The drums at once beat the alarm, and Guan Yu and Zhang Fei barred the way.
Stop!
They shouted. Lu Bu had no desire to fight. All he wished was to get through, so he made for a side road. Liu Bei came in pursuit, and the two parties engaged. Brave as he might be, Lu Bu was almost helpless now that he was hampered by a girl on his shoulders, whom he was desperately anxious to preserve from hurt. Beside, other parties came up all shouting and attacking, and he had no alternative but to give up his project and return into the city of Xiaopi. He reached his palace very sad at heart. The besiegers returned to camp, well pleased that no one had got beyond their lines. Lu Bu found consolation in the wine cup. The siege had gone on for 2 months, and still the city stood. Then they heard that Zhang Yang, governor of Heinei, had been inclined to come to the help of Lu Bu. But one of his subordinates, Yang Chou, had assassinated him, and was bringing his head as an offering to Cao Cao when he also had been slain by Kui Gu, one of the governor's adherents. Kui Gu had then led the force to Guan. In the camp of the besiegers, there now arose much murmuring. Cao Cao sent Shi Huan to intercept and kill Kui Gu. Then he called a council, saying,
Though Zhang Yang, who meant to hurt us, is happily no more, yet we are threatened on the north by Yuan Shao, and on the east Liu Biao and Zhang Xu are a menace. Here we are met with no success against the city of Shapi. We are leaving Lu Bu to his fate and returning home. What do you think?"
Among them, Shun Yo fought against the idea, saying,
"You must not act like this. Lu Bu has lost much, and his spirit is broken. The spirit of the leader expresses that of his army, and when the leader fails, his soldiers do not fight. Chen Gong is clever, but nothing is done. Lu Bu broken, Chen Gong without decision. It only needs a sharp attack, and we shall succeed."
"I have a plan to propose," said Guojia. "A plan to overcome the city at once. It is better than 200,000 troops."
"I suppose you mean drowning the city by River Xi and River Yi," said Jun Yu.
"That is it," said Guojia, smiling. Cao Cao accepted the suggestion with joy and set his troops to cut the banks of River Yi and River Xi, and moved his army to the high ground, whence they watched the drowning out of Xiapi. Only the east gate remained clear of water. The besieged soldiers hastened to their leader. Lu Bu said, "Why should I fear? My good horse can go as well through the water as over the land." And he returned again to the wine cup for consolation, drinking deeply with his wife and concubine. The continual drinking bouts took hold at last, and Lu Bu began to look dissipated. Seeing himself in a mirror one day, he was startled at the change, and said to himself, "I am injuring myself with wine. No more from this day forward." He then issued an order that no one should drink wine, under the penalty of death. Now one of his generals, Ho Cheng, lost 15 horses, stolen by one of his subordinates, Ho Cao, who intended to resell them to Liu Bei. Ho Cheng found out where the horses were, went out after them, and recovered them after killing Ho Cao. And Ho Cheng's colleagues congratulated him on his success. To celebrate the occasion, Ho Cheng brewed a few barrels of wine to be drunk at the feast. But thinking his chief might find him in fault, Ho Cheng sent the bottles of wine to Lu Bu's palace, with a petition explaining, "By your virtue of warlike renown, I have recovered my horses, and as my comrades come with their congratulations, I brew some bottles of wine, first to offer your lordship, and second to ask your permission to have a little wine at the feast." Lu Bu took it very angrily, saying, "When I have forbidden all wine, you brew some and begin to give feasts. You are simply defying me." Whereupon he ordered the officer to instant execution. However, Song Xian, Wei Shu, and other officers came in and interceded, and after a time Lu Bu softened. "You ought to lose your head for this disobedience, but for the sake of your colleagues, the punishment shall be reduced to 100 strokes." They tried to beg him off this, but only succeeded in reducing the number of blows to 1/2. When the sentence had been carried out, and Ho Cheng was permitted to return home, his colleagues came sadly to console him. "Had it not been for you, I should have been put to death," said Ho Cheng. Song Xian replied, "All Lu Bu cares for is his family. There is no pity for anyone else. We are no more than the weeds by the roadside." Wei Shu said, "The city is besieged. The water is drowning us out. There will not be much more of this, for we may die any day." "He is a beast, with neither a sense of humanity nor of right. Let us leave him," said Song Xian. "He is not worth fighting for. The best we could do would be to seize him and hand him over to Cao Cao," said Wei Shu. "I was punished because I got my horses back again, yet all he trusts in is his own red hair. If you two will betray the gate and seize Lu Bu, I will steal the horse and go out to Cao Cao's camp." They settled how to carry out the plot, and that very night Ho Cheng sneaked into the stables and got Red Hair away. He hastened to the east gate, which was open to let him through. The guard made a pretense of pursuing him, but only a pretense. Ho Cheng reached the besiegers' camp, presented the horse, and told Cao Cao what had been arranged. They would show a white flag and open the gates to his army. Hearing this, Cao Cao had a few notifications written out, which were attached to arrows and shot over the walls. This was one of them. Regent Marshal Cao Cao has received a command from the Emperor to destroy Lu Bu. Those who interfere with the operations of his grand army, whatever their rank, shall be put to death in the gate on the day that the city shall be captured. Should anyone capture Lu Bu or bring his head, he shall be well rewarded. Let all take note of this." Next day, at daylight, a tremendous hubbub was heard without the city, and Lu Bu, halberd in hand, hastened to the wall to see what it meant. As he went from gate to gate, inspecting the defenses and guards, he censured Wei Shu for letting Ho Cheng escape and get away with his horse. Lu Bu threatened to punish Wei Shu, but just then the besiegers began a fierce attack as the white flag had just appeared, and Lu Bu had to turn all his energies to defense. The assault lasted till noon, when the attacking force drew off for a time. Lu Bu was taking a rest in the tower and fell asleep in his chair. Song Xian sent away Lu Bu's attendants, and when they had gone, he stole Lu Bu's weapon, the trident halberd in which he trusted. Then Song Xian and Wei Shu fell upon Lu Bu together, and before he was well awake, they had him bound with cords, trussing him so that he could not move. Lu Bu shouted for his guards, but they were driven off by the two traitor generals and could not come near. Then a white flag was shown, and the besiegers again approached the city. The traitors shouted out, "Lu Bu has been captured alive!" But Jiahu Yuan could hardly believe it till they threw down the famous halberd. The gates were flung open, and the enemy entered the city. Gao Shun and Zhang Liao, who were at the opposite gate, were surrounded and cut off by the water and helpless. They were captured. Chen Gong made a dash to the south gate, but was also taken by Zhu Huang. Presently, Cao Cao entered, and at once gave orders to turn the streams back to their usual courses. He put out proclamations, soothing the people. Cao Cao and Liu Bei, with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei behind, seated themselves side by side in the White Gate Tower. The captives, to the number of 1,000, were brought before them. Lu Bu looked a pitiable object. Although a very tall man, he was tied up in a veritable ball.
"The bonds are very tight," cried he. "I beseech you to loosen them."
"Bindings for a tiger must be bound tight, of course," replied Cao Cao.
Seeing Ho Cheng, Song Xian, and Wei Shu standing there, looking pleased at their success, Lu Bu said,
"I treated you all well enough. How could you turn against me?"
Said Song Xian,
"You listened to the words of your women, but rejected the advice of your generals. Was not that mean?"
Lu Bu was silent. Then Gao Shun was brought forward.
"What have you to say?"
asked Cao Cao. Gao Shun sulkily held his tongue and was ordered out to execution. Next, Chen Gong was led in.
"I hope you have been well since we last saw each other, Chen Gong," said Cao Cao.
"Your ways were crooked, and so I left you," said Chen Gong.
"You say I was crooked, and what of you serving Lu Bu?"
"Though he was a fool, he did not resemble you in deceit and wickedness."
"You say you are able enough and clever, but what about your position today?"
Turning toward Lu Bu, Chen Gong said,
"This man would not follow my advice. Had he done so, he would not now be a captive."
"What think you ought to be done about this day's work?"
said Cao Cao.
"There is death for me today, and that is the end," said Chen Gong undauntedly.
"Very well for you, but what of your mother and wife and children?"
"It is said that one who rules with due regard and filial piety does not harm a person's family. One who would show benevolence does not cut off the sacrifices at a person's tomb. My mother and wife and children are in your hands, but since I am your prisoner, I pray you slay me quickly, and not to try to harrow my feelings."
Cao Cao's heart still leaned towards mercy, but Chen Gong turned and walked away, repulsing the attendants who would stop him. Cao Cao rose from his place and walked with Chen Gong, the tears falling from his eyes. Chen Gong never looked at him. Turning to his guards, Cao Cao said,
"Let his mother and family be taken to Chuchang and looked after immediately. Any postponement will be punished."
The condemned man heard him, but uttered no word. He stretched out his neck for the blow. Tears sprang to the eyes of all present. His remains were honorably coffined and buried in Xuchang. A poem pitying Chen Gong's fate says, "Neither hope of life nor fear of death moved him. How brave was he, a hero indeed. But his lord heeded not his words, wherefore in vain possessed he great talents. Nevertheless, in that he stood by his master, to parting with wife and mother, He merits our pity and profound respect. Who would resemble Chen Gong that day he died at the White Gate Tower? While Cao Cao sadly escorted Chen Gong on the way to death, Lu Bu appealed to Liu Bei.
Noble sir, you sit there an honored guest, while poor I lie bound at your feet. Will you not utter one word to alleviate my lot?
Liu Bei nodded. As Cao Cao returned to his place, Lu Bu called out,
Your only trouble, illustrious sir, is myself, and I am now on your side. You take the lead, I will help you, and together the world is at our feet.
What do you think? Said Cao Cao, turning to Liu Bei. You are willing to forget the episodes of Ding Yuan and Dong Zhuo?
Truly the lout is not to be trusted,
said Lu Bu, looking at Liu Bei.
Strangle and expose,
said Cao Cao. As he was led away, Lu Bu turned once more to Liu Bei.
You long-eared lout, you forget now the service I rendered you that day at my camp gate, when my arrow hit the mark.
Just then, someone shouted,
Lu Bu! Oh, fool! Death is but death. Why are you scared at it?
Everyone turned to look. The guards were hustling Zhang Liao to the place of judgment. Cao Cao ordered Lu Bu's execution. A poet has written upon the death of Lu Bu. The flood spreads wide, the city drowns, its lord captive, naught avails. His courser's speed or halberd's thrust, the tiger, erstwhile fierce, now whines for mercy. Cao Cao had meted him full well, a falcon had flown at will, and hungry kept. Poor fool, he let Chen Gong's advice be overborne by harem tattle. Vainly now he rails against the long-ear's faith. Another poem says, Round is the hungry tiger, eater of men, for whom is no pity, since the blood of his victims is fresh and not yet dry. Liu Bei spoke no word in favor of Lu Bu, to whom even a father's life was not sacred. It was recorded earlier that the executioners were hustling Zhang Liao forward. Pointing to him from above, Cao Cao said, He has a familiar face.
You are not likely to forget me. You saw me before in Puyang, said Zhang Liao.
Oh, so you remember me, eh?
Yes, more the pity.
Pity for what?
That the fire that day was not fierce enough to burn you up, rebel that you are.
Cao Cao began to get angry.
How dare you insult me?
Cried he, and lifted his sword to kill the bold speaker. The undaunted Zhang Liao never changed color, but stretched out his neck for the blow. Then a man behind Cao Cao caught his arm, and in front of him another dropped on his knees, saying,
O Prime Minister, I pray thee, stay thy hand.
Lu Bu whining was not spared. Railing, Zhang Liao far better fared. Who was it that saved Zhang Liao? The next chapter will show. Chapter 20. Cao Cao organizes a hunting expedition in Shuqian. Dong Cheng receives a secret command in the palace. The last chapter said that Cao Cao was checked in his angry attack upon Zhang Liao. They were Liu Bei who held his arm, and Guan Yu who knelt before him.
A man as generous-hearted as he should be saved,
said Liu Bei. Guan Yu said,
I know him well as loyal and righteous. I will vouch for him with my own life.
Cao Cao threw aside his sword and smiled.
I also know Zhang Liao to be loyal and good. I was just testing him, said he.
Cao Cao loosed the prisoner's bonds with his own hands, and had a change of dress brought in, and clothed him therewith. Then he was led to a seat of honor. This kindly treatment sank deep into Zhang Liao's heart, and he hastened to declare formally that he yielded. And then he was given the rank of imperial commander and the title of lordship. Zhang Liao was sent on a mission to win over the bandit leader Zhang Ba, who, hearing what had happened, came forthwith and gave in his submission. He was graciously received, and his former colleagues Sun Guan, Wu Dun, and Yin Li also yielded, with the exception of Chang Xi, who remained obdurate. All these former enemies who came over were kindly treated, and given posts of responsibility, where they might prove the reality of their conversion. Lu Bu's family were sent to the capital. After the soldiers had been rewarded with feasting, the camp was broken up and the army moved away to Shuchang. Passing through Shuzhou, the people lined the roads and burned incense in honor of the victors. They also petitioned that Liu Bei should be their protector. Cao Cao replied,
Liu Bei has rendered great services. You must wait until he has been received in audience and obtained his reward. After that, he shall be sent here.
The people bowed low to the ground to express their thanks. Che Zhou, general of the flying cavalry, was given command of Shuzhou for the moment. After the army had arrived in the capital, rewards were granted to all the officers who had been in the expedition. Liu Bei was retained in the capital, lodging in an annex to the prime minister's palace. Next day, a court was held, and Cao Cao memorialized the services of Liu Bei, who was presented to Emperor Xian. Dressed in court robes, Liu Bei bowed at the lower end of the audience arena. The emperor called him to the hall and asked his ancestry. Liu Bei replied,
Thy servant is the son of Liu Hong, grandson of Liu Xiong, who is a direct descendant of Liu Sheng of Zhongshan, who is the son of His Majesty the Emperor Jing, around 150 B.C.
The emperor bade them bring forth the books of the genealogies, and therefrom a secretary read.
Liu Jing, the filial emperor, begot 14 sons, of whom the 7th was Liu Sheng, prince of Zhongshan. Sheng begot Liu Zhen, lord of Luchang. Zhen begot Liu Ang, lord of Pei, an ancient state. Ang begot Liu Lu, lord of Zhang, another ancient state. Liu begot Liu Lian, lord of Yishui. Lian begot Liu Ying, lord of Qingyang. Ying begot Liu Jian, lord of Angguo. Jian begot Liu Ai, lord of Guangling. Ai begot Liu Xian, lord of Xiaoshui. Xian begot Liu Shu, lord of Zuyi. Shu begot Liu Ziang, lord of Qiyang. Ziyang begot Liu Bi, lord of Wanxi. Bi begot Liu Da, lord of Yingshuan. Da begot Liu Buyi, lord of Fengling. Buyi begot Liu Hui, lord of Jishuan. Hui begot Liu Xiong, governor of Zhuo. Xiong begot Liu Hong, who held no office or rank, and Liu Bei is his son.
The emperor compared this with the registers of the imperial house, and found by them that Liu Bei was his uncle by descent. The emperor seemed greatly pleased, and requested Liu Bei to go into one of the side chambers, where he might perform the ceremonial obeisance prescribed for a nephew to his uncle. In his heart, he rejoiced to have this heroic warrior uncle as a powerful supporter against Cao Cao, who really held all the power in his own hands. The emperor knew himself to be a mere puppet. He conferred upon his uncle the rank of General of the Left Army and the title of Lord of Yicheng. When the banquet was concluded, Liu Bei thanked the emperor and went out of the palace, and from this time he was very generally styled the imperial uncle. When Cao Cao returned to his palace, Jun Yu and his fellow advisers went in to see him. Jun Yu said,
It is of no advantage to you, illustrious sir, that the emperor recognizes Liu Bei as an uncle.
Liu Bei may be recognized as an uncle, but he is under my orders, since I control the decrees of the throne. He will be all the more ready to obey. Besides, I will keep him here under the pretense of having him near his sovereign, and he will be entirely in my hands. I have nothing to fear. The man I fear is Yang Biao, who is a relative of the 2 Yuan brothers. Should Yang Biao conspire with them, he is an enemy within and might do much harm. He will have to be removed.
Hence, Cao Cao sent a secret emissary to say that Yang Biao was intriguing with Yuan Shu, and on this charge, Yang Biao was arrested and imprisoned, and his death would have been compassed had his enemy dared. But just then, the governor of Beihai, Kong Rong, was at the capital, and he remonstrated with Cao Cao, saying, Yang Biao comes from a family famed for virtue for at least 4 generations. You cannot trump up so foolish a charge as that against him.
It is the will of His Majesty,
retorted Cao Cao. If the child Emperor Cheng of Zhou dynasty had put Duke Chao to death, could the people have believed Duke Zhou, the regent marshal, had nothing to do with it? So Cao Cao had to relinquish the attempt, but he took away Yang Biao's offices and banished him to his family estate in the country. Court Councilor Zhao Yan, an opponent of the Prime Minister, sent up a memorial impeaching Cao Cao for having removed a Minister of State from office without a decree. Cao Cao's reply to this was the arrest of Zhao Yan and his execution, a bold stroke which terrified the bulk of officers and reduced them to silence. Cheng Yu advised Cao Cao to assume a more definite position. He said,
"Illustrious sir, your prestige grows daily. Why not seize the opportunity to take position of chief of the feudatory princes?"
"There are still too many supporters of the court," was the reply. "I must be careful. I'm going to propose a royal hunt to try and find out the best line to follow."
This expedition being decided upon, they got together fleet horses, famous falcons, and pedigree hounds, and prepared bows and arrows in readiness. They mustered a strong force of guards outside the city. When the Prime Minister proposed the hunting expedition, the Emperor said he feared it was an improper thing to do. Cao Cao replied,
"In ancient times, rulers made 4 expeditions yearly at each of the 4 seasons in order to show their strength. They were called So, Miao, Xian, and Shou, in the order of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Now that the whole country is in confusion, it would be wise to inaugurate a hunt in order to train the army. I am sure your majesty will approve."
So the Emperor, with the full paraphernalia for an imperial hunt, joined the expedition. He rode a saddled horse, carried an inlaid bow, and his quiver was filled with gold-tipped arrows. His chariot followed behind. Liu Bei and his brothers were in the imperial train, each with his bow and quiver. Each party member wore a breastplate under the outer robe and held his especial weapon, while their escort followed them. Cao Cao rode a dun horse called Flying Lightning, and the army was 100,000 strong. The hunt took place in Zutian, and the legions spread out as guards round the hunting arena, which extended over some 100 square miles. Cao Cao rode even with the Emperor, the horses' heads alternating in the lead. The imperial attendants immediately following were all in Cao Cao's confidence. The other officers, civil and military, lagged behind, for they dared not press forward into the midst of Cao Cao's partisans. One day, the Emperor was riding toward the hunting grounds, and noticed his newly found uncle respectfully standing by the roadside.
"I should like to see my uncle display his hunting skill,"
said the Emperor. Liu Bei mounted his steed at once. Just then, a hare started from its form. Liu Bei shot it and hit it with the first arrow. The Emperor, much struck by this display, rode away over a slope. Suddenly, a deer broke out of the thicket. He shot 3 arrows at it, but all missed.
"You try,"
said the Emperor, turning to Cao Cao.
"Lend me your majesty's bow,"
Cao Cao replied, and taking the inlaid bow and the golden-tipped arrows, he pulled the bow and hit the deer in the shoulder at the first shot. It fell in the grass and could not run. Now the crowd of officers, seeing the golden-barbed arrow sticking in the wound, concluded at once that the shot was the Emperor's, so they rushed up and shouted, "O King, live forever!" Cao Cao rode out, pushing past the Emperor, and acknowledged the congratulations. They all turned pale. Guan Yu, who was behind Liu Bei, was especially angry. The silkworm eyebrows stood up fiercely, and the red phoenix eyes glared as, sword in hand, he rode hastily forth to cut down the audacious Prime Minister for his impertinence. However, Liu Bei hastily waved him back and shot at him a meaningful glance, so that Guan Yu stopped and made no further move. Liu Bei, bowing toward Cao Cao, said, "Most sincere felicitations. A truly supernatural shot, such as few have achieved."
"It is only the enormous good fortune of the Son of Heaven," said Cao Cao with a smile.
Then he turned his steed and felicitated the Emperor, but he did not return the bow. He hung it over his own shoulder instead. The hunt finished with banqueting, and when the entertainments were over, they returned to the capital, all glad of some repose after the expedition. Guan Yu was still angry of the Prime Minister's breach of decorum. One day, Guan Yu said to Liu Bei,
"Brother, why did you prevent me from killing that rebel, and so ridding the world of a scoundrel?
He insults the emperor and ignores everyone else.
When you throw stones at a rat, beware of the vase, quoted Liu Bei. Cao Cao was only a horse's head away from our lord, and in the midst of a crowd of his partisans. In that momentary burst of anger, if you had struck and failed, and harm had come to the emperor, what an awful crime would have been laid to us.
If we do not rid the world of him today, a worse evil will come of it, said Guan Yu.
But be discreet, my brother. Such matters cannot be lightly discussed.
The emperor sadly returned to his palace. With tears in his eyes, he related what had occurred in the hunt to his consort, Empress Fu.
Alas for me, said he. From the first days of my ascension, one vicious minister has succeeded another. I was the victim of Dong Zhuo's evil machinations. Then followed the rebellion of Li Jue and Guosi. You and I had to bear sorrows such as no others have borne. Then came this Cao Cao as one who would maintain the imperial dignity, but he has seized upon all real authority and does as he wishes. He works continually for his own glorification, and I never see him but my back pricks. These last few days in the hunting field he went in front of me and acknowledged the cheers of the crowd. He's so extremely rude that I feel he has sinister designs against me. Alas, my wife, we know not when our end may come. In a whole court full of nobles who have eaten the bread of Han, is there not one who will save his country?
Said she. Thus spoke the empress, and at the same time there stepped in a man, who said, Grieve not, O imperial pair, I can find a savior for the country. It was none other than the father of the empress, Fu Wan.
Have you heard of Cao Cao's wanton and perverse behavior?
Said the emperor, drying his eyes. You mean the deer shooting? Who did not see that indeed? But the whole court is full of his clan or his creatures. With the exception of the relatives of your consort, there is not one loyal enough to deal with a rebel. I have no authority and can do nothing, but there is General Dong Cheng, the state uncle, who could do it.
Could the uncle Dong Cheng come in to consult about this? I know he has had much experience of state troubles.
Fu Wan replied,
Every one of your attendants is a partisan of Cao Cao, and this sort of thing must be kept profoundly secret, or the consequence will be most serious.
Then what can be done?
Said the emperor.
The only plan I can think of is to send gifts of a robe and a jade girdle to Dong Cheng, and in the lining of the girdle hide a secret edict authorizing him to take certain steps. When he gets home and has read the edict, he can elaborate plans as quickly as possible, and neither the spirits above nor the demons below will know anything about them.
The emperor approved, and Fu Wan went out. The emperor then with his own hand drew up a decree, writing it with blood drawn by biting his finger. He gave the document to Empress Fu to sew into the purple lining of the girdle. When all this was done, he put on the robe and girded it with the girdle. Next, he bade one of the attendants summon State Uncle Dong Cheng to the palace. Dong Cheng came, and after the ceremonies were finished, the emperor said,
A few nights ago I was talking with the empress of the terrible days of the rebellion, and we thought of your good services then. Therefore, we have called you in to reward you.
The minister bowed his head in thanks. Then the emperor led Dong Cheng out of the reception hall to the Temple of Ancestors, and they went into the gallery of worthy ministers, where the emperor burned incense and performed the usual ceremonies. After this, they went to see the portraits, and among them was one of the founder of the dynasty, Liu Bang, the supreme ancestor.
Whence sprang our great ancestor, and how did he begin his great achievement? Said the emperor.
Your Majesty is pleased to joke with thy servant,
said Dong Cheng, rather startled at the question.
Who does not know the deeds of the sacred ancestor? He began life as a minor official in Xishang. There, gripping his sword, he slew a white serpent, the beginning of his struggle for the right. Speedily he mastered the empire. In 3 years he had destroyed Qin, and in 5 also Chu. Thus he set up a dynasty that shall live forever.
Such heroic forefathers, such weakling descendants. How sad it is, said the emperor. Pointing to the portraits right and left, he continued. Are not those two Zhang Liang, Lord of Liu, and Xiao He, Lord of Zhuo?
Certainly, the supreme ancestor was greatly assisted by these two.
The emperor glanced right and left. His attendants were rather far away. Then he whispered to Dong Zhuo.
You, like these two, must stand by me.
My poor services are of no worth. I do not compare with those men, said the uncle.
I remember that you saved me at the western capital, Chang'an. I have never forgotten, and I could never reward you properly.
Then, pointing to his own robe, the emperor continued.
You must wear this robe of mine, girded with my own girdle, and it will be as though you were always near your emperor.
Dong Zhuo bowed his gratitude, while the emperor, taking off the robe, presented it to his faithful minister. At the same time, he whispered,
Examine it closely when you get home, and help your emperor carry out his intention.
Dong Zhuo understood. He put on the robe and girdle, took leave, and left the chamber. The news of the audience for Dong Zhuo had been taken to the prime minister, who at once went to the palace and arrived as Dong Zhuo was passing out to the Donghua gate. They met face to face, and Dong Zhuo could in no wise avoid him. Dong Zhuo went to the side of the road and made his obeisance.
Where are you coming from, state uncle?
Asked Cao Cao.
His Majesty summoned me into the palace and has given me this robe and beautiful girdle.
Why did he give you these?
He had not forgotten that I saved his life in the old days.
Take it off and let me see it.
Dong Zhuo, who knew that a secret decree was hidden away somewhere in the garments, was afraid Cao Cao would notice a breach somewhere in the material, so he hesitated and did not obey. But Cao Cao called his guards, and they took off the girdle. Then Cao Cao looked it over carefully.
It certainly is a very handsome girdle, said he. Now take off the robe and let me look at that.
Dong Zhuo's heart was melting with fear, but he dared not disobey. So he handed over the robe. Cao Cao took it and held it up against the sun with his own hand, and minutely examined every part of it. When he had done this, he put it on, girded it with the girdle, and turning to his attendants, said,
How is it for length?
Beautiful,
they chorused. Turning to Dong Zhuo, he said,
Will you give these to me?
My prince's presents to me I dare not give to another. Let me give you another robe instead, said Dong Zhuo.
Is there not some intrigue connected with these presents? I am sure there is,
said Cao Cao.
How could I dare? Said Dong Zhuo, trembling. If you are set upon it, then I must give it up.
How could I take away what your prince has given you? It was all a joke, said the prime minister.
Cao Cao returned both robe and girdle, and their owner made the best of his way home. When night came, and he was alone in his library, he took out the robe and looked over every inch of it most carefully. He found nothing.
He gave me a robe and girdle and bade me look at them carefully. That means there is something to be looked for, but I can find no trace of it. What does it mean? He soliloquized.
Then he lifted the girdle and examined that. The jade plates were carved into the semblance of small dragons interlaced among flowers. The lining was of purple silk. All was sewn together most carefully and neatly, and he could find nothing out of the common. He was puzzled. He laid the belt on the table. Presently he picked it up and looked at it again. He spent long hours over it, but in vain. He leaned over on the small table, his head resting on his hands, and was almost asleep when a candle snuff fell down upon the girdle and burned a hole in the lining. He hastily shook it off, but the mischief was done. A small hole had been burned in the silken lining, and through this there appeared something white with blood-red marks. He hastily ripped it open and drew out the decree written by the hand of the emperor himself in characters of blood. It read,
Of human relationships, that between parents and children stands first. Of the various social ties, that of prince and minister stands highest. Today, Cao Cao the Wicked is a real tyrant, treating even his prince with indignity. With the support of his faction and his army, he has destroyed the principles of government. By conferring rewards and inflicting punishments, he has reduced the emperor to a non-entity. I have grieved over this day and night. I have feared the empire would be ruined. You are a high minister of state, and my own relative. You must recall the difficulties of the great founder's early days, and draw together the loyal and right-minded to destroy this evil faction and restore the prerogatives of the throne. Such a deed would be indeed an extreme joy to the spirits of my ancestors. This decree, written in blood, drawn from my own veins, is confided to a noble who is to be most careful not to fail in executing his emperor's design. Given in the era of rebuilt tranquility, 4th year and the 3rd month of spring, 199 A.D.
So ran the decree, and Dong Zhuo read it with streaming eyes. There was no sleep for him that night. Early in the morning, he returned to his library and reread it. No plan suggested itself. He laid the decree down upon the table and sought in the depths of his mind for some scheme to destroy Cao Cao, but could not decide upon any, and he fell asleep, leaning over his table. It happened that Minister Wang Zifu, with whom Dong Zhuo was on terms of great intimacy, came to visit him, and, as usual, walked into the house unannounced, and went straight to the library. His host did not wake, and Wang Zifu noticed, hardly hidden by his sleeve, the emperor's writing. Wondering what this might be, Wang Zifu drew it out, read it, and put it in his own sleeve. Then he called out loud,
Uncle Dong Zhuo, are you not well? Why are you asleep at this time of day?
Dong Zhuo started up and at once missed the decree. He was aghast. He almost fell to the ground.
So, you want to make away with Cao Cao? I shall have to tell him,
said Wang Zifu.
Then, brother, that is the end of the Hans,
said his host with tears.
I was joking,
said Wang Zifu.
My forefathers also served the Hans and ate of their bounty. Am I devoid of loyalty? I would help you, brother, as far as lies in my power.
It is well for the country that you think like this,
said Dong Zhuo.
But we ought to have a more private place than this to talk over such plans, and pledge ourselves to sacrifice all in the cause of Han.
Dong Zhuo began to feel very satisfied. He produced a roll of white silk and wrote his own name at the top and signed it, and Wang Zifu followed suit. Then the visitor said,
General Wu Zilan is one of my best friends. He ought to be allowed to come in.
Dong Zhuo replied,
Of all the officials of the court, Commander Chongji and Court Counselor Wu Shi are my best friends. Certainly they would back me up.
So the discussion proceeded. Presently, the servant announced no other than these very two men Dong Zhuo just mentioned.
This is providential,
said Dong Zhuo, and he told Wang Zifu to hide behind a screen. The two guests were led into the library, and after an exchange of the ordinary civilities and a cup of tea, Chongji referred to the incident at the hunt and the shooting of the stag.
Were you not angry at that? Said Chongji. Dong Zhuo answered, Though we be angry, what can we do?
Wu Shi struck in,
saying, I would slay this fellow, I swear, but I cannot get anyone to back me up. One should perish for one's country. One should not mind, said Chongji. At this moment, Wang Zifu appeared from behind the screen, saying,
You two want to kill Cao Cao? I shall have to let him know of this. And Uncle Dong Zhuo is my witness.
A loyal minister does not mind death. If we are killed, we will be Han ghosts, which is better than being sycophants of a traitor, said Chongji angrily. Dong Zhuo said, We were just saying we wanted to see you two on this matter. Wang Zifu is only joking.
Then he drew forth the decree and showed it to the two newcomers, who also wept as they read it. They were asked to add their names to the silk roll. Wang Tifu said,
"Wait here a few moments, till I get Wu Zilan to come."
He left the room, and very soon returned with his friend, who also wrote his name in the presence of all the others. After this, they went into one of the inner chambers to drink success to the new plot. While there, a new visitor, Ma Teng, governor of Xiliang, was announced.
"Sorry, I am indisposed," said the host, "and cannot receive visitors."
The doorkeeper took the message, whereat Ma Teng angrily said,
"Last night at the Donghua Gate, I saw him come out in robe and girdle. How can he pretend illness today? I am not come from mere idleness. Why does he refuse to see me?"
The doorkeeper went in again and told his master what the visitor had said, and that he was very angry. Then Dong Cheng rose, excused himself, saying he would return soon, and went to receive Ma Teng. After the visitor had saluted and they were both seated, Ma Teng said,
"I have just come from a farewell audience and wish to bid you adieu. Why did you want to put me off?" "My poor body was taken suddenly ill. That is why I was not waiting to welcome you," said Dong Cheng. "You do not look as if you were ill. Your face wears the very bloom of health," said Dong Cheng. "You do not look as if you were ill. Your face wears the very bloom of health," said Ma Teng bluntly.
His host could say no more and was silent. The visitor shook out his sleeves and rose to depart. He sighed deeply as he walked down the steps, saying to himself, "Not one of them is any good. There is no one to save the country." This speech sank deeply into Dong Cheng's heart. He stopped his guest, saying, "Who is no good to save the country? Whom do you mean?" "That incident at the hunt the other day, the shooting of the stag, filled my breast with anger. But if you, a near relative of the emperor, can pass your time in wine and idle dalliance without a thought of doing away with rebellion, where can anyone be found who will save the dynasty?" However, Dong Cheng's doubts were not set at rest. Pretending great surprise, he replied, "The prime minister is of high rank and has the confidence of the court. Why then do you utter such things? So you find that wretch Cao Cao a good man, eh?" "Pray speak lower. There are eyes and ears very near us." "The sort of people who covet life and fear death are not those to discuss any great undertaking." So saying, Ma Teng rose to go away. By this time, his host's doubts were set at rest. He felt that Ma Teng was loyal and patriotic, so Dong Cheng said, "Do not be angry any more. I will show you something." Whereupon, he invited Ma Teng to go into the room where the others were seated, and then showed him the decree. As Ma Teng read it, his hair stood on end. He ground his teeth and bit his lips till the blood came. "When you move, remember the whole force of my army is ready to help," said Ma Teng. Dong Cheng introduced him to the other conspirators, and then the pledge was produced, and Ma Teng was told to sign his name. He did so, at the same time smearing the blood as a sign of the oath, and saying, "I swear to die rather than betray this pledge." Pointing to the 5, he said, "We require 10 for this business, and we can accomplish our design." "We cannot get many true and loyal people. One of the wrong sport will spoil all," said Dong Cheng. Ma Teng told him to bring in the list of officials. He read on until he came to the name Liu of the imperial clan, when clapping his hands he cried, "Why not consult him?" "Whom?" they all cried together. Ma Teng very slowly and deliberately spoke his name. To a very trusty servant comes an emperor's decree, and a scion of the ruling house can prove his loyalty. If the listener listens to the next chapter, they will see whom Ma Teng talked about. Chapter 21. In a plum garden, Cao Cao discusses heroes. Using the host's forces, Guan Yu takes Shuzhou. "Who is it?" was the question on the lips of the conspirators. Ma Teng's reply was, "The imperial protector of Yuzhou, Liu Bei.
He is here, and we will ask him to help."
"Though he is an uncle of the Emperor, he is at present a partisan of our enemy. He will not join," said Dong Zhuo.
"But I saw something at the hunt," said Ma Teng. "When Cao Cao advanced to acknowledge the congratulations due to the Emperor, Liu Bei's sworn brother, Guan Yu, was behind him and grasped his sword as if to cut down Cao Cao. However, Liu Bei signed to him to hold his hand, and he did. Liu Bei would willingly destroy Cao Cao, only he thinks Cao Cao's teeth and claws are too many. You must ask Liu Bei, and he will surely consent." Here, Wu Shi urged caution, saying,
"Don't go too fast. Let us consider the thing most carefully."
They dispersed. Next day, after dark, Dong Cheng went to Liu Bei's lodging, taking with him the decree. As soon as Dong Cheng was announced, Liu Bei came to greet him and led him into a private room, where they could talk freely. The two younger brothers were there as well. "It must be something unusually important that has brought Uncle Dong Cheng here tonight," said Liu Bei.
"If I had ridden forth by daylight, Cao Cao might have suspected something, so I came by night."
Wine was brought in, and while they were drinking, Dong Cheng said,
"Why did you check your brother the other day at the hunt, when he was going to attack Cao Cao?"
Liu Bei was startled and said, "How did you know?"
"Nobody noticed, but I saw."
Liu Bei could not prevaricate, and said, "It was the presumption of the man that made my brother so angry. Guan Yu could not help it." The visitor covered his face and wept.
"Ah," said he, "if all the court ministers were like Guan Yu, there would be no sighs for lack of tranquility."
Now Liu Bei felt that possibly Cao Cao had sent this visitor to try him, so he cautiously replied, "Where are the sighs for tranquility while Cao Cao is at the head of affairs?" Dong Cheng changed color and rose from his seat.
"You, sir, are the relative of His Majesty, and so I showed you my inmost feelings. Why did you mislead me?"
But Liu Bei said, "Because I feared you might be misleading me, and I wanted to find out." At this, Dong Cheng drew out the decree he had received and showed it. His host was deeply moved. Then Dong Cheng produced the pledge. There were only 6 names to it, and these were Dong Cheng, Wang Zifu, Chong Ji, Wu Shi, Wu Zilan, and Ma Teng. "Since you have a decree like this, I cannot but do my share," said Liu Bei. And at Dong Cheng's request, he added his name and signature to the others and handed it back.
"Now let us get but 3 more, which will make 10, and we shall be ready to act."
"But you must move with great caution and not let this get abroad," said Liu Bei. The two remained talking till an early hour in the morning, when the visitor left. Now in order to put Cao Cao quite off the scent that any plot against him was in progress, Liu Bei began to devote himself to gardening, planting vegetables, and watering them with his own hands. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei ventured to remonstrate with him for taking such an occupation when great matters needed attention. "The reason for this you may not know," replied he, and they said no more. One day, when the two brothers were absent, and Liu Bei was busy in his garden, 2 generals of Cao Cao, Zhu Chu and Zhang Liao, with an escort, came from Cao Cao, saying,
"The command of the Prime Minister is that you come at once."
"What important affair is afoot?" asked Liu Bei nervously.
"We know nothing. We were ordered to come and request your presence."
All he could do was follow. When he arrived, Cao Cao met him and laughingly said,
"That is a big business you have in hand at home."
This remark made Liu Bei turn the color of clay. Cao Cao took him by the hand and led him straight to the private garden, saying,
"The growth of vegetables that you are trying to learn is very difficult."
Liu Bei breathed again. He said, "That is hardly a business. It is only a solace." Cao Cao said,
"I happened to notice the green plums on the trees today, and suddenly my thoughts went back to a year ago when we were thrashing Jiangsu. We were marching through a parched country, and everyone was suffering from thirst. Suddenly I lifted my whip, and pointing at something in the distance, I said, 'Look at those fruitful plum trees in the forest ahead.' The soldiers heard it, and it made their mouths water. Seeing the plums kindles my appreciation. I owe something to the plums, and we will repay it today. I ordered the servants to heat some wine, very hot, and sent to invite you to share it."
Liu Bei was quite composed by this time, and no longer suspected any sinister design. He went with his host to a small spring pavilion in a plum garden, where the wine cups were already laid out and green plums filled the dishes. They sat down to a confidential talk and free enjoyment of their wine. As they drank, the weather gradually changed, clouds gathering and threatening rain. The servants pointed out a massive cloud that looked like a dragon hung in the sky. Both host and guests leaned over the balcony looking at it.
"Do you understand the evolution of dragons?" asked Cao Cao of the guest.
"Not in detail."
"A dragon can assume any size, can rise in glory or hide from sight. Bulky, it generates clouds and evolves mist. Attenuated, it can scarcely hide a mustard stalk or conceal a shadow. Mounting, it can soar to the empyrene. Subsiding, it lurks in the uttermost depths of the ocean. This is the mid-spring season, and the dragon chooses this moment for its transformations, like a person realizing own desires and overrunning the world. The dragon among animals compares with the hero among humans. You, General, have traveled all lakes and rivers. You must know who are the heroes of the present day, and I wish you would say who they are."
"I am just a common dullard. How can I know such things?"
"Do not be so modest."
"Thanks to your kindly protection, I have a post at court. But as to heroes, I really do not know who they are."
"You may not have looked upon their faces, but you have heard their names."
Yuan Shu of the south of River Huai, with his strong army and abundant resources, is he one?" His host laughed.
"A rotting skeleton in a graveyard. I shall put him out of the way shortly."
"Well, Yuan Shao, then. The highest offices of state have been held in his family for 4 generations, and his clients are many in the empire. He is firmly posted in Jizhou, and he commands the services of many able people. Surely he is one."
"A bully, but a coward. He is fond of grandiose schemes, but is devoid of decision. He makes for great things, but grudges the necessary sacrifice. He loses sight of everything else in view of a little present advantage. He is not one."
"There is Liu Biao of Jingzhou. He is renowned as a man of perfection, whose fame has spread on all sides. Surely he is a hero."
"He is a mere semblance, a man of vain reputation. No, not he."
"Sun Ce is a sturdy sort, the chief of all in the Southland. Is he a hero?"
"He has profited by the reputation of his father, Sun Jian. He is not a real hero."
"What of Liu Zhang of Yazhou?"
"Though he is of the reigning family, he is nothing more than a watchdog. How could you make a hero of him?"
"What about Zhang Xiu, Zhang Lu, Han Sui, and all those leaders?"
Cao Cao clapped his hands and laughed very loudly, saying, "Paltry people like them are not worth mentioning."
"With these exceptions, I really know none."
"Now heroes are the ones who cherish lofty designs in their bosoms and have plans to achieve them. They have all-embracing schemes, and the whole world is at their mercy."
"Who is such a person?" said Liu Bei. Cao Cao pointed his finger first at his guest and then at himself, saying,
"The only heroes in this world are you and I."
Liu Bei gasped, and the spoon and chopsticks rattled to the floor. Now just at that moment, the storm burst with a tremendous peal of thunder and a rush of rain. Liu Bei stooped down to recover the fallen articles, saying, "What a shock! And it really was quite close."
"What? Are you afraid of thunder?"
said Cao Cao. Liu Bei replied, "The sage one paled at a sudden peal of thunder or a fierce gust of wind. Why should one not fear?" Thus he glossed over the real fact that it was the words he had heard that had so startled him. Constrained to lodge in a tiger's lair, he played a waiting part. But when Cao Cao talked of breaking humans, then terror gripped his heart. But he cleverly used the thunder peal as an excuse for turning pale. Oh, quick to seize occasions thus, he surely must prevail. The shower had passed, and there appeared 2 men rushing through the garden, both armed. In spite of the attendants, they forced their way to the pavilion where sat the 2 friends. They were Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The 2 brothers had been outside the city at archery practice when Cao Cao's invitation had come so peremptorily. On their return, They heard that 2 officers had arrived and led away Liu Bei to the prime minister. They hastened to his palace and were told their brother was with his host in the grounds, and they feared something had happened, so they rushed in. Now when they saw their brother quietly talking with Cao Cao and enjoying a cup of wine, they took up their usual places and meekly stood waiting.
"Why did you come?"
said Cao Cao.
"We heard that you, sir, had invited our brother to a wine party, and we came to amuse you with a little sword play," said they.
"This is not a hangmen banquet,"
replied Cao Cao.
"What use have we for Xiang Chang and Xiang Ba of old?"
Liu Bei smiled. The host ordered wine to be served to the 2 fan kuais to allay their anxiety, and soon after the 3 took their leave and returned homeward.
"We were nearly frightened to death,"
said Guan Yu. The story of the dropped chopsticks was told. The 2 asked what their brother intended by his actions. "My learning gardening was to convince Cao Cao of my perfect simplicity and the absence of any ambition. But when he suddenly pointed to me as one of the heroes, I was startled, for I thought he had some suspicions. Happily, the thunder at that moment supplied the excuse I wanted."
"Really, you are very clever,"
said they. Next day, Cao Cao again invited Liu Bei, and while the 2 were drinking, Man Chong, who had been dispatched to find out what Yuan Shao was doing, came to present his report. He said,
"Gunsung-san has been completely defeated by Yuan Shao." "Do you know the details? I should like to know how," interrupted Liu Bei. "They were at war, and Gunsung-san got the worst of it, so he acted on the defensive, building a high wall about his army, and on that erecting a high tower, which he called the Yijing Tower. Therein he placed all his grain, 100,000 carts total, and took up his own quarters. His fighting troops passed in and out without ceasing, some going out to give battle, others returning to rest. One of them was surrounded and sent to ask Gunsung-san to rescue him. Gunsung-san said, 'If I rescue him, hereafter everyone will want to be helped and will not exert himself.' So Gunsung-san did not go. This disgusted his soldiers, and many deserted to the enemy so that his army diminished. He sent letters to the capital to crave help, but the messenger was captured. He sent to Zhang Yan to arrange with him for a 2-pronged joint attack, and those letters with the plans also fell into Yuan Shao's hands, and the plans were adopted by Yuan Shao, who gave the signals agreed upon. Thus Gunsung-san fell into an ambush, lost heavily, and retreated into the city. There he was besieged, and a subterranean passage was pierced into the tower where he lodged. The tower was set on fire, and Gunsung-san could not escape. So he slew his wife and little ones, and hanged himself. The flames destroyed the bodies of the whole family. Yuan Shao has added the remnants of the vanquished army to his own, and so become yet stronger. His brother Yuan Shu in the south of River Huai, however, has become so arrogant and cruel that the people have turned against him. Then Yuan Shu had sent to say that he would yield the title of emperor, which he had assumed, in favor of Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao demanded the imperial hereditary seal also, and Yuan Shu promised to bring it in person. Now Yuan Shu has abandoned River Huai and is about to move to the north of Yellow River. If he succeeded, the two brothers will control adjoining regions and be dangerous." It was a sad story, and Liu Bei remembered with sorrow that, in the days of success and prosperity, the dead chieftain Gunsung-san had pushed his interest and shown him much kindness. Moreover, he was anxious to know the fate of Zhao Yun. In his heart he thought, "What better chance am I likely to get of setting myself free?" So Liu Bei rose and said to Cao Cao, "If Yuan Shu goes over to his brother, he will surely pass through Zhuzhou. I beg you to give me an army with which to smite him on the way. That will finish Yuan Shu." "Memorialize the emperor tomorrow, and I will give you an army," said Cao Cao. So next day Liu Bei went to an audience, and Cao Cao gave him command of 50,000 horse and foot, and sent generals Zhu Ling and Lu Zhao with him. At parting with Liu Bei, the emperor shed tears. As soon as Liu Bei reached his lodging, he set about preparations for immediate departure, taking his seal as general and preparing his weapons. Dong Cheng went 3 miles away from the city to bid him farewell. "You must not mind my going. This journey will assuredly help on the scheme," said Liu Bei. "Keep your mind fixed on that," said Dong Cheng, "and never forget what His Majesty requires of us." They parted.
Presently his brothers asked him why he was in such a hurry to get away. Liu Bei replied, "I have been a bird in a cage, a fish in a net. This is like the fish regaining the open sea, and the bird soaring into the blue sky. I suffered much from the confinement." Then he ordered Zhu Ling and Lu Zhao to march the troops faster. Now Guo Jia and Cheng Yu had been absent inspecting stores and supplies when Liu Bei left. As soon as they heard of his expedition, they went to see their master, asking him why he had let Liu Bei go in command of an army. "He is going to cut off Yuan Shu," replied Cao Cao.
Formerly, when he was the imperial protector of Yuzhou, we recommended that he should be put to death, but you would not hear of it. Now you have given him an army. You have allowed the dragon to reach the sea, the tiger to return to the mountains. What control will you have in future?"
So spoke Cheng Yu, and Guo Jia followed in the same train, saying, "Even if you would not put him to death, you need not have let him go. As the proverb says, relax opposition for 1 day, and age-long harm ensues. You must admit the truth of this." Cao Cao recognized that these were prudent counsels, so he sent Zhu Chu with 500 horsemen and imperial orders to bring Liu Bei back again. Liu Bei was marching as rapidly as possible when he noticed a cloud of dust in the rear and remarked to his brothers, "Surely they are pursuing us." He halted and made a stockade and ordered his brothers to be in readiness, one on each flank. Presently, the messenger arrived and found himself in the midst of an army ready for battle. Zhu Chu dismounted and entered the camp to speak with Liu Bei. "Sir, on what business have you come?" asked Liu Bei.
"The Prime Minister sent me to request you to return, as he has further matters to discuss with you."
When a general has once taken the field, even the royal command is of no effect. I bade farewell to the emperor. I received the Prime Minister's commands, and there can be nothing further to talk about. You may return forthwith and take that as my reply." Zhu Chu was undecided what action to take. He thought,
"The Prime Minister cherishes a friendship with Liu Bei, and I have no orders to kill. I can only return with this reply and ask further instructions."
So Zhu Chu left. When he related what had occurred, Cao Cao still hesitated to take any action. "This refusal to return means enmity," said Cheng Yu and Guo Jia.
"Still, 2 of my people are with him," said Cao Cao. "He will not dare do anything unfriendly, I think. Besides, I sent him, and I cannot go back on my own orders."
So Liu Bei was not pursued. He took his arms, he fed his steed, and fared forth willingly, intent to accomplish his king's behest, deep graven on his memory. At least he had broken out of his cage. He had not the tiger's roar. He had shaken the shackles from his feet, as a dragon on high could soar. As soon as Ma Teng heard that Liu Bei had set forth, he reported that pressing business called him, and marched back to his own region, Xiliang. When Liu Bei reached Zhuzhou, the imperial protector deputy, Che Zhou, came to meet him. When the official banquet was over, Sun Qian and Mi Zhu paid their visit to Che Zhou. Then Liu Bei proceeded to his residence to greet his family. Scouts were sent out to see what Yuan Shu was doing. They came back with the intelligence. Yuan Shu's arrogance had driven away his generals, Lei Bo and Chen Lan, who had returned to their mountain fastness in Mount Song. His forces thus reduced, he wrote resigning the imperial style he had assumed in favor of his brother Yuan Shao, who had once commanded his presence. Thereupon he packed up the palace fittings he had made, got the remnants of his army in order, and marched west. When Yuan Shu neared Zhuzhou, Liu Bei led out a force of 50,000 soldiers and 4 generals, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhu Ling, and Lu Zhao. Yuan Shu sent out Ji Ling to force a way through, but Zhang Fei opposed him and attacked without parley. In the 10th bout, Zhang Fei cut down Ji Ling. The defeated troops fled in all directions. Then Yuan Shu came up with his own army. Liu Bei placed Zhu Ling and Lu Zhao in command of the left wing, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei in the right wing, and himself in the center, and so met Yuan Shu. As soon as the enemy came near, Liu Bei began to abuse him, crying, "O rebellious one and wicked, I have a command to destroy you. Yield then, with good grace, and so escape your punishment."
Base weaver of mats and mean maker of straw sandals, how dare you make light of me?
Replied Yuan Shu, and he gave the signal for an attack. Liu Bei retired, and his generals from the flanks closed in. They smote the army of Yuan Shu till corpses littered the plain and blood flowed in streams. At the same time, Yuan Shu's former generals Lei Bo and Chen Lan from Mount Song attacked the baggage train and completed the destruction. Yuan Shu tried to retreat to Shouchun, but Lei Bo and Chen Lan barred the road. Yuan Shu sought refuge in Jiangling, with 1,000 troops left of all his army, and these were the weakly ones able neither to fight nor flee. It was then the height of summer, and their food was nearly exhausted. The whole provision consisted of 30 carts of wheat. This was made over to the soldiers, and the members of the household went hungry. Many died of actual starvation. Yuan Shu could not swallow the coarse food that the soldiers lived on. One day he bade his cook bring him some honeyed water to quench his thirst.
"There is no water, save that tainted with blood," replied the cook. "Where can I get honeyed water?"
This was the last straw. Yuan Shu sat up on his couch and rolled out on the floor with a loud cry. Blood gushed from his mouth, and thus he died. It was the 6th month of the 4th year of rebuilt tranquility, 199 A.D. The last days of Han approached, and weapons clashed in every quarter. The misguided Yuan Shu, lost to all sense of honor, forgetting his forefathers who had filled the state's highest offices, madly aspired to become himself emperor, resting his outrageous claim on the possession of the seal, and arrogantly boasting that thus he fulfilled the design of heaven. Alas, sick unto death, he vainly begged for a little honeyed water. He died alone. Yuan Shu being dead, his nephew Yuan Yin, taking his coffin and his wife and children, sought shelter in Luoyang. There the magistrate Shu Liu slew all the survivors. Among the possessions, Shu Liu found the imperial hereditary seal, which he at once took to the capital and presented to Cao Cao, for which service he was made governor of Gaoling. Since then, the imperial hereditary seal belonged to Cao Cao. When Liu Bei heard that Yuan Shu was dead, he prepared a report to the throne and sent it to Cao Cao. He sent the 2 generals deputed by Cao Cao, Zhu Ling and Lu Zhao, back to the capital, keeping the army to defend Zhuzhou. He personally went through the countryside, commanding the people to resume their ordinary avocations. Cao Cao was angry when his 2 officers returned without their man, and was going to put them to death. Xun Yu reasoned with him.
The power was in Liu Bei's hands, and so these 2 had no alternative, said Xun Yu.
So they were pardoned.
You should instruct Che Zhou, the imperial protector deputy, to try to destroy him, said Xun Yu.
Accordingly, he sent secret orders to Che Zhou, who took Cheng Deng into his confidence and asked his advice. Chen Deng said, "That is easy. Liu Bei is outside the city, and an ambush in the city gate to attack him on his return from the country will be final. I will attack the escort with arrows from the city walls." Che Zhou agreed to try this. Then Chen Deng went to his father to tell him. Chen Gui bade him to go and warn the intended victim. Chen Deng at once rode away to do so. Before long, he met Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, to whom he told his story. Now Liu Bei was following some distance behind. As soon as Zhang Fei heard of the plot, he wanted to attack the ambush, but Guan Yu proposed another plan. Said he,
"Attacking the ambush will be a failure, since we are without the walls, and I think we can compass the death of Che Zhou. In the night, we will pretend to be some of Cao Cao's soldiers and entice him out to meet us. We will slay him."
Zhang Fei approved of the plan. Now the soldiers still had some of Cao Cao's army banners and wore similar armor. About the 3rd watch, they came to the city wall and hailed the gate. Those on guard asked who they were. The men replied that they were Zhang Liao's troops sent from the capital. This was told Che Zhou, who sent hastily for Chen Deng to ask his advice.
"If I do not receive them, they will suspect my loyalty," said
Che Zhou.
"And if I go out, I may be the victim of a ruse."
So he went up on the wall and said,
"It is too dark to distinguish friend from foes. You must wait till daylight."
"If Liu Bei knew our presence, he will attack,"
shouted back the soldiers. And they begged him to let them in. Still, Che Zhou hesitated. They shouted louder than ever to open the gate. Presently, Che Zhou girded on his armor, placed himself at the head of 1,000 cavalry, and went out. He galloped over the bridge, shouting,
Where is Zhang Liao?
Then lights blazed around, and he recognized Guan Yu with his sword drawn.
"Wretch!" cried Guan Yu. "You would plot to slay my brother, would you?"
Che Zhou was too frightened to make a good defense, and he turned to re-enter the gate. But as he reached the drawbridge, Chen Deng shot out flights of arrows, wherefore Che Zhou turned aside and galloped along under the wall. But Guan Yu came quickly in pursuit. His sword was raised aloft, and as it came down, Che Zhou fell to the earth. Guan Yu cut off his head and returned, shouting,
"I have slain the traitor! You others need not fear if only you surrender!"
They threw aside their spears and gave in. As soon as the excitement had calmed, Guan Yu took the head to show Liu Bei and told him the story of the plot. "But what will Cao Cao think of this?" said Liu Bei. "And he may come."
"If he does, we can meet him," said Guan Yu.
But Liu Bei was grieved beyond measure. When he entered the city, the elders of the people knelt in the road to welcome him. When he reached his residence, he found that Zhang Fei had already exterminated the family of Che Zhou. Liu Bei said, "We have slain one of Cao Cao's best officers, and how will he stand that?" "Never mind," cried Chen Deng. "I have a plan." Just from grave danger extricated, a looming war must be placated. The plan proposed by Chen Deng will be disclosed next. Chapter 22. Yuan Shao and Cao Cao both take the field. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei capture 2 generals. This was the plan proposed to Liu Bei. Yuan Shao is Cao Cao's terror. He is strongly positioned in an extensive territory of 4 regions, Jizhou, Qingzhou, Yuzhou, and Bingzhou, with 1 million fighting soldiers and numerous able officers. Write letters and pray him to rescue you. Liu Bei replied, "But we have never had any dealings with each other, and he is unlikely to do such a thing for one who has just destroyed his brother. There is someone here whose family have been on intimate terms with the Yuans for 100 years. Yuan Shao would surely come if he wrote." "And who is this?" "A man you know well and respect greatly. Can you not guess?" "You surely mean Zheng Xuan," said Liu Bei suddenly. "That is he," said Chen Deng, smiling. Now Zheng Xuan was a student and a man of great talent who had long studied under the famed teacher Ma Rong, whose knowledge of the Book of Odes was universally recognized. Whenever Ma Rong lectured, he let fall a curtain, behind which were a circle of singing girls. The students were assembled in front of this curtain. Zheng Xuan attended these lectures for 3 years, and never once let his eyes wander to the curtain. Naturally, the master admired his pupil. After Zheng Xuan had finished his studies and gone home, Ma Rong praised him to the others, saying, "Only one man has penetrated the inner meaning of my instructions, and that one is Zheng Xuan." In Zheng Xuan's household, the waiting maids were familiar with the Book of Odes. Once, one of the maids opposed Zheng Xuan's wishes, so as punishment she was made to kneel in front of the steps. Another girl made fun of her, quoting from an ode. "What are you doing there in the mire?" The kneeling girl capped the verse from another ode. Quoted she, "That was but a simple word, I said, yet it brought wrath upon my head." Such was the family in which Zheng Xuan had been born. In the reign of the Emperor Huan, he rose to the rank of chair of the Secretariat. But when the 10 eunuchs began to control the government, he gave up office and retired to the country of Zhuzhou. Liu Bei had known him before, had consulted him on many occasions, and greatly respected him. Liu Bei was glad he had remembered this man, and without loss of time, in company with Chen Deng, he went to Zheng Xuan's house to ask him to draft this letter, which Zheng Xuan generously consented to do. Sun Qian was entrusted with the task of delivery, and set out at once. Yuan Shao read it, and considered the matter long before speaking.
"Liu Bei destroyed my brother, and I ought not to help him, but out of consideration for the writer of this letter, I must."
Thereupon, Yuan Shao assembled his officers to consider an attack upon Cao Cao. Advisor Tian Feng said, "Do not raise an army.
The people are worn out, and the granaries are empty with these constant wars. Let us rather report the recent victory of Guan to the throne. If that does not reach the emperor, then memorialize that Cao Cao is hindering the government. Then raise an army, occupy Luoyang, assemble a Yellow River fleet in Hainan, prepare weapons, send out your various divisions, and within 3 years you will win all round.
Advisor Shen Pei replied,
I do not agree. The military genius of our illustrious lord having overcome the hordes of the north to dispose of Cao Cao is as simple as turning one's hand. It is not a matter of months.
Advisor Zhu Shou said,
Victory is not always to the many. Cao Cao's discipline is excellent. His soldiers are brave and well drilled. He will not sit down quietly waiting to be surrounded as Guan did. Now you abandon the intention to inform the throne of our success, which I find a good plan, but you intend to send out an army without any valid excuse. Our lord should not do that.
Then followed Advisor Guo Tu, saying,
You are wrong. No expedition against Cao Cao can lack excuse. But if our master would take the chance now offering itself of coming into his own, he will accede to the request in the letter of Zheng Xuan and ally himself with Liu Bei for the destruction of Cao Cao. This would win the approval of heaven and the affections of the people, a double blessing.
Thus the 4 advisors differed and wrangled, and Yuan Shao could not decide which to follow. Then there came 2 others, Chu You and Xun Shen, and seeing them, Yuan Shao said, You 2 have wide experience. How would you decide? The 2 made their obeisance, and Yuan Shao said, A letter from Chen Xuan, the chair, has arrived, counseling me to support Liu Bei in an attack on Cao Cao. Now, am I to send an army or not send an army? They both cried with one voice, Send! Your armies are numerous enough and strong enough. You will destroy a traitor and help the dynasty. Your words express my desire, said Yuan Shao, and thenceforth the discussion turned on the expedition. First, Liu Bei's legate Sun Qian was sent back with Yuan Shao's consent and instructions for Liu Bei to make ready and cooperate. Second, Yuan Shao assigned Shen Pei and Peng Ji as commanding generals, Tian Feng, Xun Shen, and Shu You as military advisors, Yan Liang and Wen Chou as generals. The army was to be composed of 300,000 horse and foot in equal numbers. They were to march on Liang. When the arrangements were complete, Guo Tu went to his chief, saying, In order to manifest the righteousness of your attack on Cao Cao, it would be well to issue a manifesto with a summary of his various crimes. Yuan Shao approved of this, and Chen Lin, well known as a scholar, was entrusted to compose such a document. Chen Lin had been the court secretary in the reign of the late Emperor Ling. When Dong Zhuo unseated Regent Marshal He Jin, Chen Lin sought safety in Jizhou. This is the manifesto. A perspicacious ruler wisely provides against political vicissitudes. A loyal minister carefully foresees the difficulties in the assertion of authority. Wherefore a person of unusual parts precedes an extraordinary situation, and of such a person the achievements will be extraordinary. For indeed the ordinary person is quite unequal to an extraordinary situation. In former days, after having gained ascendancy over a weakling emperor of the powerful Qin dynasty, Prime Minister Cao Cao wielded the whole authority of the throne, overruling the government. All dignity and fortune came through him, and his contemporaries were restrained so that none dared to speak openly. Slowly but surely evolved the tragedy of the Wang Yi Palace, when the emperor was slain and the imperial tablets perished in the flames. Cao Cao, the author of these crimes, has ever since been held up to obloquy as the arch example of an evildoer. In the later days of Empress Lu of the Hans, after the death of the supreme ancestor, the world saw Lu Chan and Lu Lu, brothers of the empress and fellows in wickedness, monopolizing the powers of government. Within the capital they commanded 2 armies, and without they ruled the feudal states of Liang and Zhao. They arbitrarily controlled all state affairs and decided all questions in the council chamber and the court. This dominance of the base and declension of the noble continued until the hearts of the people grew cold within them. Thereupon Zhou Bo, lord of Jiang, and Luoyang, lord of Jushu, asserted their dignity and let loose their wrath. They destroyed the contumacious ministers and restored their ruler to his royal state. Thus they enabled the kingly way to be re-established and the glory to be manifested. Here are two instances where ministers asserted their authority. This Cao Cao, now minister of works, forsooth, had an ancestor, a certain eunuch, named Cao Teng, fitting companion of Zhu Huang and Zhuo Guan. All three were prodigies of wickedness and insatiably avaricious, and let loose on the world, they hindered ethical progress and preyed upon the populace. This Cao Teng begged for and adopted Cao Cao's father, who, by wholesale bribery, wagons of gold and cartloads of jewels presented at the gates of the influential, contrived to sneak his way into considerable office where he could subvert authority. Thus, Cao Cao is the depraved bantling of a monstrous excrescence, devoid of all virtue in himself, ferocious and cunning, delighting in disorder and reveling in public calamity. Now I, Yuan Shao, a man of war, have mustered my armies and displayed my might, that I may sweep away and destroy the evil opponents of government. I have already had to deal with Dong Zhuo, the ruffian who invaded the official circle and wrested the government. At that time I grasped my sword and beat the drums to restore order in the east. I assembled warriors, selected the best, and took them into my service. In this matter I came into relations with this Cao Cao and conferred with him to further my scheme. I gave him command of a subordinate force, and looked to him to render such petty service as he was equal to. I suffered his stupidities and condoned his shortcomings, his rash attacks and facile retreats, his losses and shameful retreats, his repeated destruction of whole armies. Again and again I sent him more troops and filled the gaps in his depleted ranks. I even addressed a memorial to the throne for him to be appointed imperial protector of Yanzhou. I made him feel as if he were a tiger. I added to his honors and increased his authority, hoping that eventually he would justify himself by a victory against Dong Zhuo, such as Qin used Meng Min against Jin. But Cao Cao availed himself of the opportunity to overstep all bounds, to give free rein to violence and evil. He stripped the common people, outraged the good, and injured the virtuous. Beyond Rong, governor of Zhujiang, was a man of conspicuous talent and of worldwide reputation. He was honest in speech and correct in demeanor. He spoke without flattery. Cao Cao put him to death, and his head was exposed, and his family utterly destroyed. From that day to this, scholars have deeply mourned, and popular resentment has steadily grown. One person raised his army in anger, and the whole countryside followed him. Whereupon Cao Cao was smitten at Zhuzhou, and his territory was snatched by Lu Bu. He fled eastward without shelter or refuge. My policy is a strong trunk and weak branches, a commanding central government and obedient feudal lords. Also, I am no partisan. Therefore, I raised my banners, donned my armor, and moved forward to attack. My drums rolled for an assault on Lu Bu, and his multitudes incontinently fled. I saved Cao Cao from destruction and restored him to a position of authority, wherein I must confess to showing no kindness to the people of Yanzhou, although it was a great matter for Cao Cao. Later, it happened that the imperial cortege moved west, and a horde of rebels of Dong Zhuo's faction rose and attacked. The course of government was hindered. At that moment, my territory was threatened from the north, and I could not leave it. Wherefore, I sent one of my officers, Zhu Yun, to Cao Cao to see the repair of the dynastic temples and the protection of the youthful sovereign. Thereupon, Cao Cao gave the rein to his inclinators. He arbitrarily ordered the removal of the court. He brought shame upon the ruling house and subverted the laws. He engrossed the chairmanship of the 3 highest offices and monopolized the control of the administration. Offices and rewards were conferred according to his will. Punishment was at his word. He glorified whole families of those he loved. He exterminated whole clans of those he hated. Open critics were executed. Secret opponents were assassinated. Officials locked their lips. Wayfarers only exchanged glances. Chairs of boards recorded levies, and every government official held a sinecure. The late Yang Biao, a man who had filled 2 of the highest offices of state as chairs of 2 boards, because of some petty grudge was, though guiltless, charged with a crime. He was beaten and suffered every form of cruelty. This arbitrary and impulsive act was a flagrant disregard of constitutional rules. Another victim was the councillor Zhao Yan. He was faithful in remonstrance, honest in speech, endowed with the highest principles of rectitude. He was listened to at court. His words carried enough weight with the emperor to cause him to modify his intention and confer reward for outspokenness. Desirous of diverting all power into his own hands and stifle all criticism, Cao Cao presumed to arrest and put to death this censor in defiance of all legal procedures. Another evil deed was the destruction of the tomb of Prince Xiao of Liang, the brother of the late emperor. His tomb should certainly have been respected, even its mulberries and sweet gum trees, its cypresses and its pines. Cao Cao led soldiers to the cemetery and stood by while it was desecrated, the coffin destroyed and the poor corpse exposed. They stole the gold and jewels of the dead. This deed brought tears to the eyes of the emperor and rent the hearts of all people. Cao Cao also opened new offices, commander who opens grave mounds, and general who seeks for gold, whose tracks were marked by desecrated graves and exhumed bodies. Indeed, while assuming the position of the highest officer of state, he indulged the inclination of a bandit, polluting the empire, oppressing the people, a bane to gods and humans. He added to this by setting up minute and vexatious prohibitions, so that there were nets and snares spread in every pathway, traps and pitfalls laid in every road. A hand raised was caught in a net, and a foot advanced was taken in an entanglement. Wherefore the people of his regions, Yanzhou and Yuzhou, waxed desperate, and the inhabitants of the metropolis groaned and murmured in anger. Read down the names through all the years of ministers that all humans curse. For greed and cruelty and lust than Cao Cao you will not find a worse. I have investigated the cases of evil deeds in the regions, but I have been unable to reform him. I have given him repeated opportunities, hoping that he would repent, but he has the heart of a wolf, the nature of a wild beast. He nourishes evil in his bosom, and desires to pull down the pillars of the state, to weaken the house of Han, to destroy the loyal and true, and to stand himself conspicuous as the chiefest of criminals. Formerly, when I attacked the north, Guan, that obstinate bandit and perverse brave, resisted my might for a year. Before Guan could be destroyed, this Cao Cao wrote to him that, under the pretense of assisting my loyal enemies, he would covertly lead them to destruction. The plot was discovered through his messengers, and Guan also perished. This blunted Cao Cao's ardor, and his plans failed. Now he is camped at the Owl Granaries, with the Yellow River to strengthen his position. Like the mantis in the story, who threatened the chariot with its forelegs, he thinks himself terrible. But with the dignity and prestige of the Han to support me, I confront the whole world. I have spearmen by millions, horsemen by hundreds of thousands, fierce and vigorous warriors, strong as Chong Huang and Wu Huo, those heroes of antiquity. I have enlisted expert archers and strong bowmen. In Bingzhou my armies have crossed the Taihang Range, and in Qingzhou they have forded River Ji and River Ta. They have coasted down the Yellow River to attack his van, and from Jingzhou the armies of Liu Biao have descended to Wang Cheng and Wang Yi to smite his rearguard. Thunder-like in the weight of their march, tiger-like in the alertness of their advance, they are as flames let loose among light grass, and the blue ocean poured on glowing embers. Is there any hope that he escape destruction? Of the hordes of Cao Cao, those who can fight are from the north and from other camps, and they all desire to return home. They weep whenever they look to the north. The others belong to Yanzhou or Yuzhou, being remnants of the armies of Lu Bu and Zhang Yang. Beaten, stern necessity forced them to accept service, but they all take it only as a temporary expedient. They who have been wounded hate each other. If I give the signal to return and send my drums to the mountaintops and wave the white flag to show them they may surrender, they will melt away like dew before the sun, and no blood will be shed. The victory shall be mine. Now the Hans are failing, and the bonds of empire are relaxed. The sacred dynasty has no supporter, and the ministers are not strong enough to cope with the difficulties. Within the capital, the responsible ministers are crestfallen and helpless. There is no one to rely upon. Such loyal and high-principled people as are left are browbeaten by a tyrannical minister. How can they manifest their virtue? Cao Cao has surrounded the palace with 700 veterans, the ostensible object being to guard the emperor, but the covert design being to hold him prisoner. I fear this is but the first step in usurpation, and so I take my part. Now is the time for loyal ministers to sacrifice their lives, the opportunity for officers to perform meritorious deeds. Can I fail to urge you? Cao Cao has forged commands to himself to undertake the control of government affairs, and in the name of state sends out calls for military assistance. I fear lest distant regions may obey his behest and send troops to help him, to the detriment of the multitude and their everlasting shame. No wise person will do so. The forces of 4 regions, Bingzhou, Jizhou, Qingzhou, and Youzhou, are moving out simultaneously. When this call reaches Jingzhou, you will see their forces cooperate with those of Liu Biao. All regions and countries ought to organize volunteers and set them along their borders to demonstrate their force and prove their loyal support of the dynasty. Will this not be rendering extraordinary service? The rank of lordship, with feudal rights over 5,000 households and a money reward for 5 millions, will be the reward for the one who brings the head of Cao Cao. No questions will be asked of those who surrender. I publish abroad this notice of my bounty and the rewards offered, that you may realize that the dynasty is in real danger." Yuan Shao read this effusion with great joy. He at once ordered copies to be posted everywhere, in towns and cities, at gates, tax stations, ferries, and passes. Copies found their way to the capital, and one got into Cao Cao's palace. That day, he happened to be in bed with a bad headache. The servants took the paper to the sick man's room. He read it and was frightened from the tips of his hair to the marrow of his very bones. He broke out into cold perspiration, and his headache vanished. He bounded out of bed and said to Cao Hong, "Who wrote this?" "They say it is Chen Lin's brush," replied he. Cao Cao laughed. "They have the literary gift. They would rather have the military too to back it up. This fellow may be a very elegant writer, but what if Yuan Shao's fighting capacity falls short?" Cao Cao called his advisers together to consider the next move. Kong Rong heard of the summons and went to Cao Cao, saying, "You should not fight with Yuan Shao. He is too strong. Make peace." Jun Yu said,
"He is despicable. Do not make peace."
Kong Rong replied, "His land is wide and his people strong. He has many skillful strategists like Guo Tu, Zhu You, Peng Ji, and Shen Pei, loyal leaders like Tian Feng and Zhu Zhou, and formidable generals like Yan Liang and Wen Shou, able commanders like Gao Lan, Zhang He, Han Meng, and Jun Yu Kyong. You cannot say he is despicable." Jun Yu laughed, saying,
"His army is a rebel. One general, Tian Feng, is bold and treacherous. Another, Zhu You, is greedy and ignorant. Shen Pei is devoted but stupid. Peng Ji is steady but useless. And these 4 of such different temperaments, mutually incompatible, will make for confusion rather than efficiency. The brave Yan Liang and Wen Shou are worthless and can be disposed of in the first battle, and the others such as Gao Lan, Zhang He, Han Meng, and Chun Yukyong are poor, rough stuff. What is the use even of their 100,000s?
Gong Rong was silent, and Cao Cao smiled.
They are even as Xun Yu describes, said Cao Cao.
Then Cao Cao issued orders. Generals Liu Dai and Wang Zhong were to lead an army of 50,000 troops, displaying the Prime Minister's banners, and march against Zhu Zhou to attack Liu Bei. This Liu Dai had been imperial protector of Yanzhou, but had surrendered to Cao Cao and entered Cao Cao's service after the fall of the region. Cao Cao had given him a rank as supernumerary leader, and was now disposed to make use of him. Cao Cao himself took command of a large army of 200,000 troops for a simultaneous attack on Yuan Shao at Luoyang. Advisor Cheng Yu said,
The two Liu Dai and Wang Zhong sent against Liu Bei are unequal to their task.
I know,
said Cao Cao.
They are not meant to fight Liu Bei. It is merely a feint. They have orders not to make any real attack till I have overcome Yuan Shao. Then Liu Bei will be next.
Liu Dai and Wang Zhong went their way, and Cao Cao marched out his grand army, which came into touch with the enemy, then 30 miles distant at Luoyang. Both sides made fortified camps and waited watching each other. This went on for 2 months of the autumn. There was dissension in Yuan Shao's camp. Zhu Yo was at enmity with his colleague, Shen Pei, who was in commanding position, and the strategist Zhu Zhou resented the rejection of his plan, so they would not attack. Yuan Shao also could not make up his mind. Tired of this state of inaction, Cao Cao gave orders to his commanders. Zhang Ba was to continue the pressure on King Zhou and Zhu Zhou, Yu Jin and Li Dian to deploy troops along the Yellow River, Cao Ren to quarter the main force at Guandu. Then Cao Cao with an army marched back to capital Zhushang. The 5 legions sent against Liu Bei went into camp 30 miles from Chuzhou. The camp made an imposing display of the banners of the Prime Minister, but no attacks followed. Their spies were very busy north of the river to get news of Cao Cao's movement. On the defensive side, Liu Bei, as he was uncertain of the strength of the force against him, dared not move. Suddenly, orders came for Cao Cao's army to attack, and then discord showed itself. Liu Dai said,
The Prime Minister orders an attack. You advance.
Wang Zhong replied, You were named first.
I am the Commander-in-Chief. It is not my place to go first.
I will go with you and join command,
said Wang Zhong.
Let us cast lots, and he upon whom the lot falls must go,
said Liu Dai. They drew lots, and it fell to Wang Zhong, who advanced toward Zhu Zhou with half the force. When Liu Bei heard of the threatened attack, he called Chen Deng to consult. Liu Bei said, There is dissension in Yuan Shao's camp at Luoyang, so they do not advance. We do not know where Cao Cao is, but his own banner is not displayed in his Luoyang camp. Why then is it shown here? Chen Deng replied, His tricks take 100 forms. It must be that he regards the north as more important, and has gone there to look after its defense. He dares not show his flag there, and I feel sure it is only meant to mislead us. He is not here. Liu Bei then asked whether one of his brothers would find out the truth, and Zhang Fei volunteered to go. I fear you are unsuited for this, said Liu Bei. You are too impetuous.
If Cao Cao is there, I will haul him over here,
said Zhang Fei. Let me go first and find out, said Guan Yu. If you go, I shall feel more at ease, said Liu Bei. So Guan Yu set out with 3,000 soldiers to reconnoiter. It was then early winter, and snow was falling from a gloomy sky. They marched regardless of the snow and came near Wang Zhong's camp with arms all ready to attack. Guan Yu summoned Wang Zhong to a parley.
The Prime Minister is here. Why do you not surrender?
Said Wang Zhong.
Beg him to come to the front, for I would speak with him, replied Guan Yu. Is he likely to come out to see such as you?
Said Wang Zhong. Guan Yu angrily dashed forward, and Wang Zhong set his spear to meet him. Guan Yu rode till he came close to his antagonist, then suddenly wheeled away. Wang Zhong went after him and followed up a slope. Just as they passed the crest, Guan Yu suddenly wheeled again, shouted, and came on flourishing the mighty sword. Wang Zhang could not withstand that, and fled. But Guan Yu, changing the huge sword to his left hand, with his right laid hold of his victim by the straps of his breastplate, lifted him out of the saddle, and rode away to his own lines with the captive laid across the pommel of his saddle. Wang Zhang's army scattered. The captive was sent to Zhuzhou, where he was summoned into the presence of Liu Bei. "Who are you? What office do you hold? How dare you falsely display the ensigns of the Prime Minister?" said Liu Bei. "What do you mean by falsely when I simply obeyed my orders?" said Wang Zhang. "My master wanted to produce the impression that he was present. Really, he was not there." Liu Bei treated him kindly, giving him food and clothing, but put him in prison until his colleagues could be captured. Guan Yu said to Liu Bei, "I knew you had peaceful intentions in your mind. Therefore, I captured Wang Zhang instead of slaying him." "I was afraid of Zhang Fei's hasty and impulsive temper," said Liu Bei. "He would have slain this man, so I could not send him. There is no advantage in killing persons of this sort, and while alive they are often useful in amicable settlements." Here Zhang Fei said,
"You have got this, Wang Zhang. Now I will go and get the other man."
"Be careful," said Liu Bei. "Liu Dai was once imperial protector of Yanzhou, and he was one of the nobles who met at Tiger Trap Pass to destroy Dong Zhuo. He is not to be despised."
"I don't think him worth talking about so much. I will bring him in alive, just as second brother did this other."
"I fear that if his life be lost, it may upset our designs," said Liu Bei.
"If I kill him, I will forfeit my own life,"
said Zhang Fei. So he was given 3,000 soldiers and went off quickly.